So welcome back here, another day in beautiful Brisbane. It was a super Saturday yesterday, we were calling it, and it lived up to the hype. The 100 metres, the field events. We saw Izzy Lewis and Rowe set a new national record. Another one of our junior stars on the rise, a world junior medalist already, if you could believe that. At just the age of 16, will go back and try and do it again. Yesterday, she did it in an event that wasn't even her pet event, but it is one that she is the best in the world at. The whole day was stacked. It's gorgeous. It's sunny. It's everything you could want for athletics here on this lovely Sunday. You're joined by Mitch Dyer and Ella Tobin. Ella, good morning to you.
Morning, Mitch. It's a, as you said, beautiful morning. Weather's looking fabulous this afternoon. I mean, it's 25 degrees already. It's unheard of in Melbourne. I mean, back where we're from, it's 10 in the morning. We're not getting 25 degrees. So beautiful conditions for these hurdle races, that's for sure.
So all the Melburnians will be at home devastated. Now have a look. We saw it 25 degrees, as you said. And even off the rip this morning, we've had some good under-20 events. Our field events are out here. We've got actually quite a few under-20 field event finals out here through the day as well. I think there's 4 vying for World Junior selection here today as well. So something you can speak about at great length. Look at the calendar here we've got for the day. We've started with our discus here in a moment's time. That's what you just saw in the warm-up. Then we're rolling into some 200-metre heats. Our heptathlon continues here in day number 2 of their action. And our men's under-20s, well, a large majority of them will come back and see how they can fare over the half-lap journey. They've got to run semi-finals as well, these guys. They'll have to come back tonight to run those. All of our men and women will be without Gout, but the Xavier Peacocks of the world for the men, and our talented women and Maya Mearns headlines that field. So they'll be back here twice today. We've got some more 800-metre heats. Our men's under-20 long jump finals. Mason McGroda, a big watch there, the world junior medalist. Women's under-20 discus and our javelin as well this afternoon. So, as I said, Ella, there's plenty to watch across the board here. And outside of the track, I've been very heavily invested in the field events all year long. Our field eventers, they're doing some great things.
Absolutely. We got to see a lot of field events yesterday afternoon.
Oh, well, you and Ethan got to see it live up close and personal.
Absolutely. There was a big focus on that triple jump. I mean, both the under-20 women's and men's triple jump were fabulous. We had, I think, 2 World Junior qualifiers jumped in the men's triple. So that was pretty exciting.
So who won that event? I didn't see it in the end. Was it Daniel Okaringyang?
It was Daniel Okaringyang. I think it was a big jump. Both him and Izzy Lewis and Rowe came out in that round 5, I think it was, of jumps and put a really big one on the board.
He's been good all year, Daniel Okaringyang, the South Australian. He's been on the domestic scene most of the year. He's been at a lot of those track classics. So good to see he's got the win in that World Junior standard. And to your point, Izzy Lewis and Rowe, a national record to her name.
Well, equal national record, I think. Okay,
so tomorrow she has an opportunity to equal or surpass another of Eleanor Patterson's, because she's currently 1 centimetre shy of that 196 national record set by Eleanor. Would you believe it, at all schools in Townsville over 10 years ago?
Wow, we have some impressive.
That's beyond your time, the Townsville All Schools.
Yeah, I can't say I remember that, that's for sure.
So how's this? We're going to get to these in a moment. These hurdles. I think we're getting some stats fed through. Oh, some famous names in hurdling.
Well, these are stacked, Mitch. I mean, we have a number of athletes that have already run the World Junior qualifier. There's 4 of them at the moment. And as we know, the winner of this under-20 hurdles for the women's, they get that automatic spot. So if you win, you're in. And there's 4 of them that have done it. Maya Hewitt, Mia Shari, Shakira Harding, and Madeline Marston. So qualifier there is 60.75. I'd say potentially there's an opportunity for others in the field to, I mean, that to me, that's not an unachievable time in the hurdles. Not that I've tried to go over the 4 hurdles in race.
Is this from personal experience?
I mean, I gave up going over 4 hurdles. I think we got half a season of training and I was like, no, this is not for me.
Well, you know what? Given, and I'm going to air out your dirty laundry here, given that you gave up halfway through walking to the track this morning.
Oh, no.
I'm not surprised that you gave up on 400-meter hurdles.
Mitch, I'm exhausted. I've been doing all this talking. I had to save the voice, save the heavy breathing up the hill.
No, that's fair enough.
So you can see that heat 3 on the start line.
Well, you know what's a good start? Shout out to Tabi, who's just sent this through. Shakira Harding's mum has won this title.
Wow.
Back in the under-20s when she was competing.
So we're saying, in that sense, Shakira Harding maybe should know how to do it?
Well, she'll be learning from the best, won't she? I mean, her mum's won the national title. I love statistics like that. Kids winning national titles after their parents had already won one as well. But she has that World Junior qualifier.
She does. Well, there's 2 in this race that have the World Junior qualifier, and the other one in this one is Maddie Marston. She goes out of lane 2 in the Queensland uniform. I've actually done a session with her while up in Queensland last year. She comes from a little bit more of a longer background. She'll close hard here. The session that I did, she gave me a run for my money in the last few reps. So watch her. She'll close really hard.
Okay, the Queenslander on the inside.
So they are away, and a little bit of a slow start for the Queenslander in the middle of the lanes, but it is Shakira Harding that takes it out really, really strong. I really like these hurdles because you can see who's going over these hurdles first, and it is clearly Shakira and Maddie not too far behind. So Shakira, Maddie in the inside, that is doing a fantastic job, but Harding just looks so strong on this back straight. She clears the hurdles first, and she comes into this final 200 metres. It's aggressive. Almost looks like she's starting to switch off as she comes into the bend, but that's a little bit hard to do with 4 sets of hurdles still to clear. So she goes into this final set of hurdles into the front straight. She has a commanding lead, Harding. I think she's seen what the girls have done in the earlier heats and wants to put that time on the board, so it doesn't look like she's slowing down. Marston finishing nice and strong here. She looks like she's slightly closing that gap, but this one is all Harding. She's motoring through to the line after clearing that last set of hurdles. She looks like she'll put a decent run on the board here. It'll click just over the 60-second mark. Maddie Marston will come through for that second auto qual. So top 2, next 2 fastest to go through. It's not the fastest run we've seen in these heats so far, but she didn't need to do much more.
No, it was a strong start, wasn't it? It was everything you could have wanted in the opening 200 metres. It was the duality of race tactics because it felt like Maddie Marston was happy to just find a nice tempo and roll along with that. I thought I saw the head nod down there. Maybe I got that right, Maddie, but certainly on the inside, great point, Ella. She was closing a little bit over those final stages, but over the hurdles, Shakira Harding, I mean, her technique and her form is just sublime. All they need to do is get through to the finals, but you made a good point earlier that this is an opportunity, should they make their way through to Eugene, to understand and get the feeling of what it's like running rounds. They might have to add another if they were to make that final. I believe there's a semi-final over there, but it is important, it is significant to know how to back up. I mean, Harding, we were looking at it earlier, at the Vic Champ, she went 59.59, so she's capable of backing up. She was 61 at the National Opens and just missed out on a spot in that final. So it's going to be fascinating because there is something about how many races you've already got in your legs by the time you get to that final. 2 different styles. We haven't seen as much of Maddie Marston. No,
well, it is. We've been watching these under-20s throughout the whole duration of this competition. You can see all those qualifiers come up on the board there. Maya Hewitt has probably done what I would have done, or what I would have been told to do, and has gone out hard in both rounds. And that's kind of what I was getting to there was under-20 events, you said multiple rounds. We're seeing some under-20s relaxing in and just kind of leaving their big runs for the final, knowing how difficult it is to make this under-20 team. But I just feel like if you're capable of running and backing up, you definitely should, because you're not going to necessarily be able to cruise through in the under-20s. It's going to be so competitive to make those finals. Some athletes are really going to have to put it on the line in the first round. So if you can't do that at a national championship or aren't willing to put yourself out there, what kind of stead, I guess, does that hold you for Eugene? Well, it's such a great observation because across the globe, 400-metre hurdling is an event that is incredibly competitive. Obviously now being made so incredibly popular by
Sydney, McLaughlin, Ravone, and our 3 men. They call them the big 3.
Hey, you're forgetting Femke Bol.
Of course, Femke Bol. Now
I think
running
she has my
800s
heart.
though,
I know.
So everybody's changing. Everybody has the ability to adapt, don't they? Speaking of adapt, we're going to change up from 1 lap to half a lap after this. We've got some 200-metre heats to come up. Our women's under 15 will kick it off here Sunday in Brisbane. So back. Sprinting got a massive boost yesterday, obviously, through the way of Gout, Zara Hagen, Amaya Mearns, Grace Crowe, Xavier Peacock, everybody in between on that front. But in the early hours of this morning, it got another facelift over in Mount Sac when Eddie Nikisha dropped a 9.84 with a plus 2.8 tail. Can you believe that? It's the fastest time ever, all conditions. PJ ran 9.88 in 2003 in Perth, and that was with a plus 3.7 behind him. So this is now the fastest time ever run by an Australian representative.
If you're Lockie Kennedy, because Eddie's come from New Zealand, he's transferred across. How do you feel about that? I mean, I'd almost feel a little bit like, well, you've come across, I was the fastest man in Australia and I've worked really hard to be there. Do you think that he goes, oh, well, now I've got to do it?
Well, I think I'm always a believer in iron sharpens iron. I think that's why we've seen a rise in sprinting in this country as well. The thing with Eddie, so Eddie's dad was a Ghanaian national, competed I just learned this from Tom Lynchy, this story, competed in New Zealand at the Commonwealth Games, stayed in New Zealand, became a New Zealand citizen, then became the New Zealand record holder, held that 100-metre record for a long time. Eddie, born in New Zealand, grows up here in Australia, has national junior record, championship records here in Australia, competed for New Zealand in both Doha and then for the last time in Eugene at the World Junior Championships, broke his dad's national record, so had the New Zealand national record, and then has long time wanted to represent Australia and has only just been able to get, I suppose, the clemency to represent Australia now. So unfortunately won't be in Botswana because it collides with his university studies over at USC, but he is, I suppose, born as a New Zealander, but raised and grown up as an Australian. So they'll all be familiar with each other. He's trying to, I suppose, get his citizenship and get all that sort of stuff sorted, but I think it'll motivate him. I think, I mean, you see a 9.84, that's pretty crazy. You see he's number 1, Frankie Hyde, Bailey, Suddy, Marnie Lawrence, the one to watch, O'Reilly, Harrington, Downey, and Barnes. So like I said, top 2 of these women are going to go through automatically. Marnie Lawrence has had a very productive championships thus far from New South Wales. But yeah, I think it'll spur them on. And if we can get all of those guys in a relay team at some point, crazy.
I mean, we're going to do really well. I mean, the last time I saw him race, I think was at SOPAC, and he was racing for New Zealand. And I just remember the energy that he brought to the track. He was pumped. I think he might have just got Browning in that race as well.
Yep, I think that was back at Sydney Track Classic a few years ago. So here we go. Top 2 of these women are going to go through automatically to the under 15 final. Lane 6 to watch, Marnie Lawrence. Good clean start here. Top 2 are automatic through to this under 15 final, and already making a presence in the middle of the track is New South Wales' Marnie Lawrence. So Lawrence working off her fellow stateswoman in Barnes. They're out clear in the 1-2 position. Barnes will have some company charging on her inside though, because you can see now they're all queuing up, the Western Australian Suddy and Bailey as well. But in front is Lawrence. She'll take out heat number 1, and getting up there for the next automatic spot is Bailey of New South Wales. 25.23 into a headwind of 0.9. We said it here, she's been productive in these championships. She's now through to a final.
She has quite a lopey style. I watched her in that last 50 metres there, and all her competitors behind her leg speed was almost moving twice as quickly. Whether or not that's how she runs her sprints, or she's just looking to switch off in that final 50 metres, which, I mean, she certainly could have done because she did her work coming off the bend there.
So have a look at I love looking at the photo finish. Have a look at that photo finish.
she might have switched off. I mean, you're at the finish line there and you're almost putting the brakes on. The other thing I can see through here even in the photo finish, is her long, bright, fluoro-coloured socks that are halfway up her calves. I can see, we could see them from the box up here. So really good run there from Marnie Lawrence. As we said, it's top two, next two fastest. She's run a little bit off her best there. She's a 24 low runner or 24 mid runner at her best. So it kind of opens the door for those non-automatic qualifiers. So they sit at the moment at 25.76 and 25.91. So the girls in these following heats would have seen what these ones have done and gone, I actually think it's open. It's open to get in there.
This makes it so interesting at these junior levels. You can see our men's under 17 and 18 discus final here in the ring. So we're going to give you a snapshot of what the last four throws have looked like here in this competition. Our New South Welshmen. Clipped it on the way through. Wonder if there's a conversation between the two statesmen there. The adjustment made. This is Mitchell of New South Wales here. So much technique, so much involved in a competent discus throw. Got it out of the hand well, but just didn't quite look like he'd nailed the rotation.
Queenslander there. See the Tasmanian Smith step into the discus ring now. Reasonably good release there. He doesn't look too pleased with that, but it's first round throws. So we see this second heat of women now. One to watch out of lane 5. She's 3 from the inside, the Queenslander, Malimbai. So she's got the fastest seed time. What can she do? So we're away in this second heat. It did look a little bit to the naked eye. I think it'll be Crute from Queensland in lane 4. We'll have to wait to see what the officials give her, but to the naked eye, she went a bit early there, Mitch. I mean, you spoke about it a couple of days ago. Guess the gun, break the system.
I know,
it doesn't always work
like I'm
like
putting
that.
the wrong message out there. Like you want to go with the gun. Don't beat the gun.
No.
Go with the gun.
No, you wait for the gun and react to the gun.
Okay,
you
here we
can't
go.
guess
React
the gun.
to the gun. Maybe that's the trigger word I should be looking for. Unfortunately, we have seen a DQ. Looks like is that our Queenslander who.
Not ever what we want to see. She looks devastated there, but we will. So we're missing one. So it's lane 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Unlucky for Kaylee Crute.
Malimbai just the last to get in her blocks now. So we will be away, second time of asking. It's the New South Wales athlete on the outside that does a fantastic job to get around that bend nice and quickly. So that's Antoni. So as we come into this straight, it will be the Queenslander, Malimbai. She's really, really strong, but it's her two New South Wales athletes wanting to challenge her there. In this last 50 metres, Malimbai will just look to switch off. That cadence just drops a little bit. Those New South Wales athletes will work really hard to try and get those automatic qualifiers there. So it was Riley Nair on the inside, saw the opportunity, wanted that second automatic qual. So she'll come close here. She'll come close. I don't think she'll quite get it. It was Antoni on her outside that did her work so early in that race, but she'll set herself up real well here to get one of those little cues.
So Chloe Antoni has just got a 25.21 and Nair 25.29 with the little cue. So it's a great point. But Ella Malimbi, the Queenslander.
She looked fabulous.
Yeah, just a fantastic mover, particularly around that bend. Such a smooth technique.
and slingshotted well off it. I don't think she had the best of the starts there, so really had to do her work from 50 metres in, almost to the 20 metres off the bend. But once she was halfway down that straight, really switched off that leg speed and turnover, just really slowed ever so slightly.
So this third heat is loaded with talent here as well. Capri Vincent's 24.81, Halo Keys and Mariah Ehioghae as well, the Queenslander, all quick here on paper. Only 2 of them are going to go through automatically, but again, we've talked about it till we're blue in the face, really. So long as you're as close as possible to the leading 2 and you're in a fast heat, there's a good chance you're going to make it through to that final. So they're the watchers here. Capri Vincent will go out of 2. Halo Keys is in 5 and Ehioghae is in 7. They're all Queenslanders. And you alerted me to a good start this morning that the Queensland team, as much sprinting talent as they've got, are yet to win a gold in any of our relays.
Yeah, they're actually slacking quite a bit
Which
there.
is surprising for the talent of Team Queensland. So maybe that'll change today. But still, as Victorians, it does feel somewhat good to say that.
Oh, absolutely.
Shouldn't show any bias, I know. But
I mean, we're not winning the tally. It's New South Wales as athletes that are
Got us
going over
covered.
and above there. Yeah.
They've got the country covered at the moment. So Evans, Vincent, Whitfield, Keys, May, Ehioghae, Dyke and Lee. 2 will go through to the final. They've seen what they need to do in the first 2 heats. And this is one of those events where you actually might have an idea. Anyway, 3rd of 3 heats. Some talent across the board here in heat number 3, so they're all going to race off with one another. It's a strong start from Vincent inside, but the fastest is Ehioghae. So away she goes from this field. Ehioghae leads from Vincent. Now starting to move is Key, so they need to be in that top 2 to be automatic or get as close as you can. And these 3 are away. Actually, it's a Queensland procession here at the moment, isn't it? But the winner will go from inside. That'll be Vincent. They all flew late there. 24.69. They get a tailwind this heat as well.
Well, Dyke came through at the end there. She really set herself up well. This is the fastest heat by quite a significant margin, and given how close those Queenslanders were at that finish line, I think we'll expect the little cues to come from this heat. So we'll wait for the official results, but that was some good racing from the Queenslanders.
They were everywhere. Felt like a Queensland state final out there. Look at this photo finish. It's just all maroon. Here we go. So Capri Vincent, 24.71. And it's Miara Ehioghae, 24.84, holds on from Dyke, 24.86. But has that small Q next to her name on time. We're waiting for the rest of the results to pan up.
That's quick.
24.86 is moving.
We've had the top 3 go sub 25. Remember, these are only under 15s.
The depth of sprinting.
The sprinting, exactly.
We could talk about it at length. And Halo Keys, 24.90, will get through to that final as well. So we're going to have 4 from heat number 3. All Queenslanders. The top 5 in that race, all Queenslanders. Look at that. 24.71, 24.84, 86 and 90 for Dyke and Keys. Sees them through to the final. So this is going to be a fantastic final. And are they back tonight or tomorrow? You know what? I'll do my homework.
Could be tomorrow.
And I think they're tomorrow morning. So there's your final. You can see Sophie Whitfield going to miss, and so's Nair, though they were faster than Anthony and Bailey, different heats, so they weren't in the automatic spots. But a great final we'll see here tomorrow for the women's under 15. We're going to continue. We're going to go up. It's going to go women's under 16, 200-metre heats right after this here in Brisbane.
More 200-metre action really momentarily. It's the women's under 16 200-metre heats. There's 3 heats here, so it'll be top 2 and next 2 fastest. In the break, Mitch and I were having a look at this start list, and holy moly, it's stacked.
Well, so we've got Charlotte Ehioghae in here, who's run a world junior qualifier She's in the first heat here of the under-16s. You accompany that with Tana Hildebrand as well, the Victorian, who's just shy of a World Junior qualifier at her fastest. Divine Chukwudi, another. Mia Wood, another. I mean, only two are going through. So if you wanted to run a fast time, I would imagine this is the heat you wanted to be in.
Absolutely.
But
I mean, Hildebrand part of that quartet yesterday that broke the championship record in the 4x1. So big race here. So it is Ehioghae in the middle of the track that puts pressure on the New Zealander really quickly and gets up to the shoulders of the athletes on the outside. It is a dominant run from Ehioghae. She does have the fastest seed time here, and she is showing us why she deserves to be in this final. So Ehioghae really did her work there. Hildebrand coming hard now in this final 20 metres. So it is all Ehioghae who basically decides to stroll over the line and still clock a 23.85 unofficially into a negative 1.2.
I think the headwind's the most significant headline out of this. She's run 23.85 into a howling headwind, and to your point, in the last 30 metres was done. Ran 170 of that. Didn't need to run anymore, I suppose, but when you look at that clock and you go 23.85, you're half a second underneath a World Junior qualifying time, technically, at this age. That's mind-boggling.
Well, PB, I believe. We've got a PB here of 23.98. So she's run a PB in this heat into a headwind. She's just, look at this. She's photo finish. She's just miles in front of the field. I mean, she really did just walk the last 20. These results, though, that'll pull through this whole race here. I mean, we didn't see Rakanui or Chukwudi probably do what we were expecting. It is Ehioghae and Hildebrand with those two automatic qualifiers. And our little cues, as you can see up on the start list now, 25.23, 25.29. So probably, well, for me at least, Mitch, not as fast as I was anticipating for those little cues, particularly with how stacked that heat was. But I guess it means for our second heat, it leaves the door a little bit open. And I mean, the talent in this one is equally as exciting.
Yeah, it leaves it ajar, doesn't it? So I wonder what the thought process was when they saw the heats and went, oh boy, have a look at heat number one. Is that going to be hard to chase down? But in this heat is another athlete on the rise in Sienna Vasella. And Vasella comes from a rich history of athletes herself. She's a multiple-time national record holder, championship record holder. I should say multiple-time national champion. Again, another who's been productive here at these championships thus far. But at her best this year has run 24.12. Now, I think at this age, I could be wrong here, but that these girls are actually too young to be in the window for World Juniors. So
You might be right there, Mitch.
just goes to show it's important to stress the time. An under 20 global qualifying time is being achieved in an under 16 event. Watch in lane 5, Sienna Vasella, and also Corrie Wall on the inside. So heat 2, they get the glimpse of what they saw in heat number 1, and New South Wales' Sienna Vasella is keen to see how quick she can go on this track here this morning. So Vasella from New South Wales has company outside of her with Ojako Petit, but as we round into this final 80 metres, the strength starts to show here from the New South Welsh woman. Inside there is Wall, but Sienna Vasella will take it down to the line here, and it's a good time, 24.54 into the headwind. Corrie Wall will get that next automatic spot through to the final. I thought Ojako Petit was strong out of the bend, but we'll have to wait. It looked like Matthews from Tasmania was pushing along for that third spot, but 24.54 unofficial there for Sienna Vasella.
That race was a little bit closer, so although not faster at the front end, a little bit closer there, which might mean we'll get potentially some little cues. No, those results have come up. I think they're just going to be safe from that first heat. I mean, the wind's changing around a little bit, Mitch. That was a very, very slight headwind of a negative 0.1, and we had a negative 1.2. Can we get a positive wind for this Heat 3?
Aren't we? We're due a positive wind down this straight.
Well, if it's anything like the last ones, the positive wind did come in that last heat of 3, and that's where all the little cues came from. So if you're in Heat 3 of this women's under 16 race, and I mean, there's some big names here as well. Jamie Ritchie from Victoria out of 6. Felicity Buzzer from Victoria out of 2. Isabel Fox, another athlete in that quartet yesterday that broke the championship record. I mean, she has an incredible bend. We spoke about her yesterday. Her mum, an Olympian as well. So Fox here ran the bend on our 4x1 relay yesterday, and she did a fantastic job at that. So she knows how to bend run. She'll go out of lane 1. So Fox lane 1, Buser lane 2, lane 3 is Jessler, lane 4 Nell, lane 5 Adelijah, 6 Ritchie, 7 Ulm, 8 Norse and 9 Webb. So it's a full field of 9 on this track, and this one's exciting. I mean, Jamie Ritchie with the fastest fastest PB coming into this one. She's got Ulm on her outside, who's also run low 24, but watch for Isabella Fox. I mean, she's going to be an absolute weapon in this first 100 metres at least.
All right, so you're on Isabella Fox by the sounds of it, by the sounds of the preamble there. And fair enough. She is class. She'll have plenty to chase. She's got the 2 quick ones on her outside. I think a watch is Jayla Ulm of Tasmania. Let's see how we go here.
So we are away, and Fox does get the best of the starts there, but it is our 2 on the outside that are working together. The Tasmanian on the shoulder of Nurse as they come round out into this bend. Mitch, you're right. It is Ulm who that leads us into the straight. Ritchie and Fox on her shoulder, but Ulm will start to pull away here in this final 30 metres of this race. It'll be an absolute battle for this second spot. The 2 Victorians needing to dip to the line. Mitch with the finger up as if he's run the one and the race there, so he's pretty happy about that. The Tasmanian proving him right. I mean, I think we're 1 for 1 now.
We are 1 for 1 now. So Jayla Ulm, I thought, would be hard to catch there in that women's 200 metres. She's such a strong starter, and getting around that bend, we finally get a little tail behind us, plus 0.2, so better than the 1.2 headwind that we'd seen here previously. But the Tasmanian so strong. It was a good battle there between Fox and Ritchie. I thought, 50 metres ago, I thought Fox had a little look around and went, okay, I might try and put in a surge here. I might have read that wrong, but either way, the Tasmanian was out, and by 0.06 of a second, Jamie Ritchie is holding on for the second automatic spot, and then Isabella Fox. On time, though, should be enough to get through.
And it is. There's that little cue there. So all 3... they're making it through to that final. I did think Fox had the best of the starts there, but Ulm just really used that bend, particularly from the end of that relay or the start of that relay changeover into the straight. I thought that's where she did her work there. Ritchie a little bit under the radar there for the majority of the race and just made her moves in that second half of the straight. So that'll be the results from Heat 3. That's the final heat of this women's under 16 200 metres. So we'll wait for the summary to come up on our screens. I mean, Mitch, I'm excited for this final. Look at that. It's one to watch. Ehioghae put her foot down.
From Charlotte Ehioghae.
Yeah,
that's into the biggest headwind.
Yeah, she's the one to catch.
Absolutely.
Well,
I don't know if they will.
Yeah.
I think that's... I think that's just about as... I don't want to... Actually, I'm not going to say it because I know I'm a big believer in the commentators' moz. I'm a huge believer in it. I'm not going to say anything. It's going to be a great final.
I'm a believer of your ability.
I'm a believer in my own... Yeah, maybe that's more the point. I believe in my own ability to moz athletes. So now I just generalize. I think they're capable. I think they'll... So that is going to be a great final. And it is going to take something pretty remarkable to get Charlotte Ehioghae, I would think, after watching that. If you weren't convinced already on paper, treat yourself to rewatching that race into a massive headwind, because that was amazing. I'm going to go collect my words and not put my foot in my mouth. So I might go do that while we're at break here, because we're going to continue with some 200 metres in a moment's time. It's our men's turn here in Brisbane.
Guided by the women's 200-metre heats, we're going to head back down to the track and we'll see the under 15 and under 16 200-metre heats. This one here, 3 heats again, so top 2, next 2 fastest. Obviously, if you want to lock in your spot, the best way to do that is to come in those top 2 spots. So it'll be interesting to see this first heat. I mean, I don't have any season's bests or PBs on roster at the moment to be able to give you a bit of an indicator, but I mean, it's juniors, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and particularly when you're trying to squeeze into the 2 automatic spots, typically the last 50 metres can be some carnage. So I think Zachary Luang is one of our faster athletes in this field. I think Wright Kelly and Alame Gianni as well will be around the mark. So that's, I'm now going purely off memory of either previous championships or rogue research. I think that those are the contenders. Could be wrong, but I think that those are the contenders here in heat number 1.
Well, I'll keep an eye on. We'll keep an eye on this race and test out your memory.
That's
and see
my
how
guess.
well you've done there.
And I'm riding off a high of Jayla Olm just then and calling that. So I'm.
Mitch can do no wrong, is what he's saying.
Well, this will be, here you go, Ella. This will be a test for you. You've watched so much athletics.
Yep.
These guys are now going to go through their warm-ups. Can you,
know
based
what?
off of their warm-ups, predict who might win this?
I said this when I watched both Stall Gift and the hundreds. Oh, actually, no, it was the Maury Plant 100. I watched Kennedy and just saw his first 3 steps and was like, yeah, no, he's going to do something good here.
You picked him.
Oh, 100%. From the beginning, I went, he's going to do well. He did the same in his 2, and I was like, he'll get gout here. Just watch the first block start. He was just so aggressive in it.
So now you've set this up that you're the oracle.
Oh, no.
So I don't look at me.
Look, I'm watching.
You've picked the upset of Murray Plant.
Well, and I mean, I watched it and didn't think Coleman would make the final for the Stall Gift
Ella,
either.
Okay, so now
I've dug myself a hole.
You've just about said it. You've got to undersell, over-deliver. You've got to under-promise, over-deliver. So, okay, so
you know what? I liked
Ella is the
that.
great observer. Yeah, sorry, don't let me cut you off.
I liked that. The New South Wales athlete in lane 3, he had a really nice start.
So Luang, who was the first of the names I mentioned.
Yep.
Okay.
The Queenslander there as well. Who was that? That was right.
Guess?
That's right.
In the middle, lane 5.
Yes, I think so. He's the first Queensland. Yep.
Okay. Another one.
Okay.
Right.
I'm really.
No, this is good. I always say you got to have.
Oh man.
I can tell you now. So let me paint a visual picture for all of you at home. Ella typically in the booth is very relaxed and very comfortable in here, but her arms are crossed. There's a lot of touching of the nervous touches of the face, a little bit anxious. I put you under the pump. So now they're behind their block. So who do you think?
Can I have 2?
You can, yeah.
All right. I'm going Zachary Luang from New South Wales in lane 3 and watch Wright from Queensland in 5. So
okay. 3 and 5 for all of you watching on at home.
They're separated.
I feel like we're getting a touch of like the races where it's, you're picking the horse that you think looks the best in the warm-ups or the mounting yard. We are picking some stallions out here at the moment. So Luki Hyun Lung, one of Ella's there. Greenhouse, right, the other one of Ella's, Kelly, Simpson, Alame, Ehioghae, and Morton. 2 of these guys are going to go through. Let's see how Ella goes.
Oh, I think
We're
that's
going to come back. I think, unfortunately, lucky you didn't pick Flynn Kelly.
He has been listening to you.
Well, he actually very might well not get DQ'd now, because typically any time I say something about someone maybe getting DQ'd, it doesn't happen. It's unfortunate if it is, because you never, ever, ever want to see anybody out.
Now, I've just had my dad's cousin text me. She wants me to back in the Victorian, Chris Lukey, in lane 1.
Well, this is now...
But I'm going to hold fast with what I said. I'm going to punt.
Is it you? Okay.
Not easily swayed.
Yeah, we know. We know that now. Lukey, Kwan, Luong, Greenlish, Wright will be without Kelly, unfortunately. Simpson, Ehioghae, Morton. Come back.
There's some nervous energy.
Maybe, a little unsteady. Well, it is always rattling when someone gets disqualified, and it is unfortunate for Flynn Kelly. Again, it's not an assumption of the gun, but they'll have an idea of how long they're meant to be, in the block.
I don't know. Officials these days, it changes so much.
Well, that's the hard part, isn't it? I mean, it is unpredictable. You're trying to predict the unpredictable. Let's see. 3rd time here, heat number 1. Man's under 15, 200 metres. This time we're away cleanly. You can see Zachary Luong from New South Wales is showing his intent early here in the heats of this under 15 200 metres. So Luong continues to move on through. Chandler Simpson as well from Queensland in a battle of his own with Morton. But Luong is out there in front. Chandler just behind Morton. Luong holds on. He's coming home strongly, Morton, but Luong will hold it. Then it goes to Morton, back to Chandler, Ehioghae, and then inside Lukey. So Zachary Luong will hold on here in heat number 1. 23.17. Got the tail of 0.5 as well. And Morton, the Western Australian, will get that next automatic spot.
I live to fight another day there.
You live to fight another day, Ella. Well, we might not have season best here, so you might have to do it again. But Zachary Luong, he is a very, very quality sprinter.
He just set that race up so well.
Oh, well, you know what? They've given it to Ethan Morton, so...
I reckon in the last 10 there, he started to slow down a little bit. So I'm not fussed about that. He did his work early. He did his work early.
So there you go. Ethan Morton wins that one by 100th of a second to Zachary Luong, and then Chandler Simpson. Doesn't really matter. Top 2 go through automatically, but there is always a little bit of I won the heats on the line, isn't there?
Especially in these junior age groups. You can see that start list. Well, not start list. You can see the results there up on the screen. So 23.73 is that little queue.
Well, guess what, Ella? There's no season's best PBs in front of us here, so...
I knew you were going to say that.
I know that you would be excited about that.
And I did just watch all those starts. Webber, the WA athlete, on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
He looked all right. I think it was Doyle, the New South Waleser, in lane 3.
So, I won't say anything.
You know.
Well, I do know 2 of the athletes in here. So I'm not going to say anything.
I'm going to back in...
If you had to pick one?
No, Mitch. I've got 2.
Well, I'm just saying, if you had to pick one out of a good field here, Buzanea, Doyle, Job, Moran, Solomon, Lapkin, Webber, and Martin.
Okay.
Top 2 go through automatic, of course.
I watched the starts. I like the look of Doyle and Webber, but you said I have to pick one. So I'm going with Webber, and this is purely because he's in the outside lanes, and I think it's easier to run 200s if you're in the outside lane.
Now, can you call this impartially if you've...
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Well, I hope so.
Well, I won't say a word. Here's heat number 2. Top 2 go through to the final automatically.
So we get away cleanly in this first heat, and it is Webber on the outside that makes the best of the starts there. He's going to drag through Lapkin and Solomon as they come into this straight, but Webber's looking fantastic in this final 40, 50 metres. So Webber driving through to the line. The two New South Wales athletes fighting hard for those spots. Webber will ease up on the line there. 22.04, that's a fairly speedy run into a negative 0.8, and I called that one.
You did, Ella. You did call it. I wasn't going to say anything, but as our national champion last year, I thought Luke Webber might be a good bet here in the second of those heats. So you're right, he just shut it off, didn't he? At 22.04 into the minus 0.8. It's giving shades of what we saw earlier from Ehioghae in terms of being able to still dominate into a headwinds, and maybe ran the same distance as well. He didn't have to run through the full 200 metres, the Western Australian. So the Sprint Factory continues to churn out talent over there in the West. And Webber will go through here automatically. Joined with him is Jackson Solomon. And as it stands, Finn Doyle does have a small Q next to his name with one heat to go here in the men's under 15 200.
So there's no seed times on this one either.
Well, again, I know a few of these names, so I will not pass. This is a good duality, because I'll go off the research stats, you go off the gut, which is never in my life been the case, but I don't mind being on this side.
Well, okay, I don't reckon it's just the gut feeling. I mean, I do a fair bit of sprint coaching back in Victoria.
But that's what I mean. You know what to analyse. You know what to look at directly as an expert in this field.
For those trying to potentially have a look at home, what I'm watching for is the execution of those starts. So I know it's only a practice start, but if you can get out and put 10, 15 metres worth of decent running in, it kind of sets that race up reasonably well. I mean, there wasn't one that I thought was super exciting there. So I think this one's going to be a little bit more challenging. I think lane 3 is going to be my guess.
So lane 3 or the third athlete, because we'll go...
Lane 3.
So
Lambusis. Actually, funny enough, the third athlete, Caleb de Young, believe he was a little bit Instagram famous at some point. He put, I think it was, for every new follower, I'll run a kilometre. And I think he wasn't able to hold that because...
He got up some kilometres, that young man. So Mitchell Lambusis, our man Caleb de Young, Tyson Kinn, Cruz Monzon, Wallace, Summers and Burgess. 2 of these guys are going to go through that final automatically. Good starts there across the board. We look for Lambusis inside from New South Wales, but wider than that is Wallace of Western Australia. So Wallace draws level with Burgess of Victoria, and they'll be the first 2 into the straight, with Lambusis continuing to push, apply some pressure. Tyson Kinn from Western Australia trying to get up there as well, but George Lambusis is away from this field, and he'll take it 23.00. Back then to Edward Wallace. They flew late at the Western Australian, but he'll hold on for the automatic. And for up here Oracle in the booth, Ella, 3 from 3. 3 from 3. So here we go, the sprint expert for a reason up here next to me. It's a great heat.
It really was. I don't think Lambusis executed that bend as well as he could have. I mean, he didn't come off that bend in first place, but he put the jets on from about 90 through to 70 to go. Had a quick check over the shoulder as he went past the Brisbane sign and switched it off.
So, again, like we saw in the women's, the men's final is going to be pretty entertaining, I would say. I mean, all these sprint finals are always entertaining when it's such a short distance, such a small margin for error in terms of competition. They're always going to be pretty entertaining and close. We've got 4 heats of our men's under 16s up next on the track. And then after that, we roll to our men's under 20. I can already see some of these heats panning up.
Now the under 16s, Mitch, That one there, will we get semis or is it just heats and finals?
It's going to be heats and finals.
That's such
First goes through, then 4 times.
Such a brutal progression.
It is. It's hard in programming, I think, for the younger age groups to slide in semis. 4 times is tough, but it does make these heats, not that they're not already competitive and engaging, but if you have to win.
It just leaves no room for error. And particularly in a 200, you miss the start, there's nothing you can, well, there's not nothing you can do. You miss the start, it's a little bit more challenging to come back there, but I mean, you're pretty excited by the bird on screen.
We got a neighbour here. That's not Jacko. Where's our man Jacko? Anyway, maybe we'll find Jacko after this. Our under 16 200-metre heats, not far away.
We are back for these 200-metre events. We will move into the under 16s. But before we do, taking a peek down the other end of the track at the men's under 16 high jump that's underway at the moment. It's the very beginning of their competition there. Bars currently at 165. We're yet to see the whole field jump just yet. So this will be an exciting competition here. I mean, we're a big fan of high jump in this country. We've got a number of men's high jumpers at the moment as well that are doing fantastically. I mean, exciting competition.
It'll be a good comp. It'll be a very good comp. The under 16 men's, it's the age group where they start to launch themselves. It's a pretty fun heights. I mean, you always want to see, obviously, the 2 metres, and it's always, oh, that's, massive. And I always think it's important that you go home or wherever you're watching from and you go measure up that high and imagine trying to jump over the top of it, because Alakana Malish, the Queenslander, would you believe in this age group is jumping 208. So have a look at the Western Australian up and over. So 208 is the best in this comp in terms of total heights jumped before. But right now they're at 170 and clearing. So it'll be a good competition there. Ella, the first of our men's under 16 200-metre heats. Now, it's hard qualifying because only one is going to go through automatic here as opposed to the 2 we've been seeing thus far this morning. And from that 1, we look for 4 fast times from there. And I think this whole field will be locked in on lane 9 in Jimmy Atkins.
Absolutely. I mean, he's going to give them someone to chase. So fastest seed time 22:15. You can see him on screen now. He looks fairly relaxed. So we'll leave him in the starter's hands here. Atkins on the outside, putting steps on the field in this first 50 metres here. The Western Australian Cuttress on the inside, wanting to make up ground on Atkins because he knows there's only one spot here. Victoria on the inside, Jeffrey wanting a piece of those spots, and Shootin' Durham as well. Atkins takes a look over his shoulder. He knows that spot is his, and he cruises in with 20 metres to go. But the Victorians there, Jeffrey and Shootin' Durham, they're not leaving, well, they're going to leave things to chance because we've got 4 time qualifiers, but they wanted to put themselves in every position to be one of those athletes.
Yeah, it was always going to be hard to chase down the likes of Jimmy Atkins, the silver medalist from last year, and again, another who's been good thus far. Those hundreds go off tomorrow for this age group, but spent a lot of time looking left on the home straight. I know that he's able to switch off, which is good. He'll come back for the final, but I guess when you've run 22 point before and you are a silver medalist, you'll take a lot of confidence going into a heat. But Atkins gets the first of those automatic qualifiers, and everybody else, to your point, is just left to chance now. Yeah, can't do too much other than run through the line. And in heat number 2, your eyes are drawn to the 400-metre champion in Bless Joe, the Western Australian who was last year's 200-metre champion.
So he'd be feeling somewhat confident potentially in this. I mean, to get the 400 out of the way first, can be a really good thing. It does mean, though, you've got a fair bit of running in your legs coming into these 200s. But as a 400-metre runner myself, I mean, I've run, I think, a couple of 200-metre PBs off the back of 400s. You just tend to be a little bit more relaxed. I mean, what you really want on that back straight of that 400 is that rhythm, relaxed running. And although you want your 200s to be a bit more aggressive, you don't want to tense up around that bend. So maybe having run these 400s, there'll be a little bit of pressure kind of alleviated from his shoulders. He can relax and really nail and execute the curve.
Yeah, well, he's got to your point, have no margin for error, because he's got some good athletes there with him. Ezra Devine, Bless Joe, obviously the standout. Busted, Shakeshaft, Horlock, and Ainsworth, but Bless Joe is the man to watch here. And similar to what we just saw from Jimmy Atkins, wouldn't be entirely shocked if Bless Joe's head spends a lot of time looking left and right down the home straight, knowing just how much effort he needs to put into a heat like this.
Well, these under 16s certainly do like to assert their dominance, and not necessarily by coming through and showing it on the clock, but showing their competitors that they can run fast and watch the race themselves.
So Horlock, Shakeshaft, Devine, Oliver, Joe, Busted and Ainsworth. And for Bless Joe, it wasn't the best all schools for him last year in Melbourne, but now in Brisbane, similar climate, similar opportunities await here than what we saw in Perth this time last year. He's loving his time over on the East Coast, so watch for him. He's on screen now. You can see him there. He's going to be 3 from the outside when this angle pans back out to the whole field. Last year's champion, ready to launch his national defence. 3 from the outside, Bless Joe. Heat number 2. Away here well, so Bless Joe, last year's champion. He's 3 from the outside, the Western Australian, and his first 50 wasn't great. His next 50 was electric as he works his way into this home straight. So Joe leads out from Oliver, the 2 Western Australians. Oliver pushing him all the way, the 400-metre champion. So he takes a cheeky look on his right shoulder, Oliver, but you can see Bless Joe takes it there. The clock hasn't stopped, 0.8 behind him. And we are blessed up heading into the final here.
Interesting reaction there from Oliver. I mean, he's pumped for Joe, but it's clapping over the line. Does he know that only the top 1 gets in? I mean, he had a quick peek with 10 metres to go and almost looked relaxed, but it'll be top 1 next to, I think 22.81 will be enough for Brodie Oliver in these time qualifiers. But interesting from the Western Australian. I mean, look at this. You can see him clapping on the photo finish.
Maybe he just loves Bless Joe. Maybe he just says, well done, Bless. I'm about that for you. I'm not sure. It is interesting because it definitely says for us here, it's the first across the line is the only automatic. $22.99 for Ezra Devine as well. So, listen, as far as we're understanding, it is only the first that goes through automatically, but by Brodie Oliver's reaction, does he know something we don't? Because I've never seen somebody celebrate in the second slot quite like that. So, Bless Joe is through as we expected. And the gold and silver medalists from last year are through to these finals. We're going to roll to heat number 3. 4 of these, hence the only 1 automatic qualifier. And a few to watch here.
So 22 is where we've definitely seen. I'd say you have to run sub 23 to guarantee your spot in the final. I know it's a big call given it's top 1 next 2 fastest, but if we look at that, if I have a look at the summary so far and the results, it's 22.99. So maybe you will have to run a bit faster. So Cuttress at the moment, 23.03. I have a feeling you're going to have to run, well, I think it's going to be sub 23 to make this final. Be interesting to see what happens in this third heat here. but it's pretty speedy, sub 23 to make a final.
Couldn't think of a time where it's required anything faster than that, or that's been the cutoff in years gone by. So again, depths of sprinting amazing. Stefanalo, Bell, Guthrie, Madsen, Yip, Candich, Ali and Edwards. Hard read on this one. Not many of these guys featured in that final last year either. Few would have run the 400, few will be waiting for the 100. So that's the beauty of the 200 metres. It's the perfect middle ground between flat sprinters and endurance sprinters. So this will be a fun one to watch because anybody could come from anywhere here in heat number 3. No longer looking just for one purified favourite. The field will like their chance here.
So they are away, and it's a pretty even start. But the one making the moves is Candick on the outside. He's in lane 7, and he'll look to round out in this bend first. But the WA, Edwards, will not give it to him his own way. So accelerating into this last 50 metres, I think it is going to be the New South Welshman, Candick. But the late run from Guthrie, the South Australian, and Tyler Bell. So I think this one will end up being the New South Wales athlete.
Yeah, it will. That clock stopped early as well, El. That's all I was trying to indicate to you there. So I was like, oh, it won't be quite 22.21, but it was quick and they got a tailwind. And you're right, it was kind of spread across the board. We thought that before it started, but the New South Welshman was the best there and gets through in that automatic queue.
Just does such a good job at hugging the inside of the bend, and you can see he comes out in the middle of the lane. Same there with Bell. So that's textbook 200 metres sprinting. Again, second place is peeking over their shoulders and wanting to have a look. I mean, boys, let's focus on getting to the finish line.
Yeah, 22.76 and then 22.87 for Tyler Bell. So Bell, with one heat to go, has a small queue next to his name. So these guys are back here this afternoon. 3 o'clock is their final, so there is no semi-final. So it is just the one qualifier. I don't know why we doubted ourselves, but it was purely only because of these reactions to being second. I mean, only Milan Kandic right now can step off that track and know that he's going to be back here this afternoon. Tyler Bell is going to have to wait at 22.87, which is competitive. It's a good time.
So he sits as the second last qualifier, so I think you can breathe a little bit easy.
So as it stands right now, Ella, it is already sub 23 to get into the final.
Yes.
Before the last heat.
Yes.
There you go.
And let's have a look at this start list for the next race here. Are there any athletes, Mitch, that stand out to you that are potentially going to put that qualifiers or those threaten those time qualifiers?
Zach Bailey's a name I know. He was in the final last year. Maximilian Kyle as well, another familiar name statistically.
Well, I mean, there was no one in particular that we thought particularly stood out in that last heat, yet another time qualifiers come from there. I mean, the New Zealander, we wouldn't have seen a lot of him race, but I'm sure if he's coming across to Australia, he'll like his chances.
Yeah, that's Telemai Holden. He's in lane number 5. So, look, they're going to need sub 23 already. It's not even a question of they're going to knock out somebody who's over 23. You need to run under 23 seconds to get into this final. And between Lawal, Wyatt, Kyle, Talaumai Holden from New Zealand, Godow, Favre, Bailey, only man in this field who featured in that final last year, and Berry. Hope you pack the fast spikes, boys, because you're going to need to give it everything to get into this final. Few capable. But in the world of sprinting heats, anything can happen. The final of them here now. Clean start. That looked like Kyle to me in lane 3, got the best of him. He's going to roll alongside our New Zealander who's out chasing Godow of New South Wales. He's away from this field, so he leads in here from our New Zealand visitor who sits in that second spot. Only one goes through automatically, and Mohammed Godow is making this race his own. He'll be back here this afternoon at 3 o'clock. 22.20 is fast. into the headwind. And it looked to me like Telemai Holden was next. So sub 23 is the asking price to be in this final.
I think we're going to get maybe one slip under. Again, though, just these boys, Telemai Holden just easing up in the last 2 or 3 steps, and I really hope it doesn't cost him, and it doesn't. 22.75, so, well, that's impressive.
How's Zach Bailey at 22.97, according to us up here, is going to just miss this final at 22.97. And a PB, though.
It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, but he is going to miss it, because that is... I wonder whether or not, and this is just me speculating here, so don't take my word for it, whether or not they will add in 9, because they've done that for some of the under-20s, particularly when these finals are going from 4 heats through to 1 final, which is such a brutal progression. So I guess we'll have to wait and see here. That 9th qualifying spot has popped up late in the past, but have a look at this. It's the first 10 athletes have run sub 23.
Crazy to think, isn't it?
Well, I mean, and even then...
I think they'll run 9. I think they'll run 9.
I hope they run 9.
Sometimes when they do add a New Zealander, or there's a New Zealander in the final...
That too, I think that plays a good role.
If we've got the lanes. So I'm not saying that they will, but I would air that they might. It's a possibility that Jack Barry...
from Victoria.
...could be in there. Well, we'll find out at 3 o'clock. I mean, you won't. You'll be halfway walking home and waiting for an Uber by 3 o'clock.
Jeez, I'm not going to cut any slack for that.
You'll be halfway walking home, unable to make it back. So what's starting here as well in a moment's time, it's just started, is our women's under-20 long jump. So one of those events that has the potential to find another athlete on the plane to Eugene. Bailey Vandenbroek, who's already going for the heptathlon. She was in that under-20 event last week in Sydney. Was up against her fellow stateswoman in Isabella Wing for that competition.
I think I can remember being on the track for something and hearing like just screams of excitement as they cross the line in the final event to get that qualifier.
Yeah, they are. It was electric for those women. So we'll keep you up to date on how that's going. Don't go anywhere. We've got more 200-metre action to come here.
Juniors prepping our seniors into showing it, or not seniors, under 20s, showing them what it is to run fast 200s. We are going to turn to these men's under 20 heats. The update quickly is we've had this under 20 men's semi being cancelled, so these ones will go straight to a final. It makes this progression a little bit more challenging. So there'll be 3 heats here. It'll be top 2, next 2 fastest. I mean, there's a couple of big names that go out of this first one, and they're on opposite ends of the track. Look for Xavier Peacock in lane 9, and then Hugh Capangelli, the Victorian, in lane 2. I mean, he likes to call himself the chocolate milkman, you know. Big fan of that, I think, pre and post race. Not sure that's how that sits in the stomach of a 200-metre runner, but I mean, each to their own.
Whatever, if the shoe fits, whatever works for you, eh? Who are we to judge? But this will be a good one. I'm a big fan of Xavier Peacock. I've been saying that for the last few days. I feel like when he got silver last night, I thought, okay, good. He's obviously won national titles before, younger. But for Xavier Peacock in lane number 9, I'm a big fan of his work. He's a strong, imposing sprinter. That's what he is. And you could see yesterday in that 200 metres, or the 100 metres, apologies, that Uweza Labenda got the best start. But then when you're watching even Gout try and pick up on the 17-year-old, Peacock was right there. He was moving along stride for stride until that final 40. So he's quick over this 200. He's won 20.89, has Xavier Peacock. And it's a fascinating one in terms of qualifying, given Gout won't be contesting this 200 metres. He'll obviously, you would imagine, is going to get picked for the 200 metres for World Juniors. So it is that second spot up for grabs. But I'm unsure in a situation like this whether or not it means you win and you're in here. So no semi-final means that we'll have some time to figure that out. But it is a great first heat here.
If you're looking at the start list and wondering why the seeds are spread across the whole race there, that is because these heats, it's random. So the better athletes, doesn't matter where you sit in the field, in the heats, there's no, you can get put anywhere. There's no requirements on where you need to be lane-wise. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think Peacock's got the better of the draw. Having that little bit of a wider bend does tend to help our sprinters. I mean, when we look at the lane progression into a final or into a semi, it is 5, 6, 7 now, I believe they give those top athletes. And as a 200-metre runner has, well, in the past, it's progressed through to like those outside lanes.
So we've talked at length now. That's Xavier Peacock in 9. Isaac Ting goes out of lane number 1, the Queenslander, Hugh Cabangeli, Borgstyle, Kennedy, then Freeberg, the New Zealander and the Frenchman, Smith, Asimba, Griffiths, Peacock. This is the first of our men's heats. No more semi-final tonight. This is for a spot in the big dance tomorrow. Men's under 20 200-metre heats. Good start here, so a spot in the final up for grabs. No semi-final this evening for these gentlemen, and Xavier Peacock picks up where he left off yesterday in that men's 100 metres. So he rounds into this home straight with a head full of fury. He's in front of this group. They're all going to fly late. They're really stacked up. Ting now sits in second, but Xavier Peacock can switch it off entirely. He'll be over 21 seconds, 0.5 the tail. He's back in another final.
Absolutely. I mean, not to pull away from his big win there, but Isaac Ting, what a sensational last 50 metres. He really accelerated into that line. I mean, he's set himself up well. He's made an under 20 final there, Mitch. The qualifiers for these under 20 athletes, we have quite a number of men who have already qualified in the 200. What is that qualifier that what's the magic number we're looking for?
So 21.25 is the time for that World Juniors. And we have quite a few underneath it, obviously. Gout, Peacock, Kennedy, Cassiano, Hall, Grant, and Joshua Smith. So that's what makes this final so interesting. We can see the replay here. And just how quickly in the opening 50, Xavier Peacock's able to get away from his stagger behind him. And this, he leans into the inside of his lane so well. They talk about it, the slingshot in the 200 metres. Got a great lesson in it from Lockie Kennedy last year in Tokyo. And you can see Xavier Peacock, even his form has vastly improved from years gone by. He's in a great group down there in New South Wales. Spoke to his coach yesterday, so he was happy with his work in the 100 metres. He actually did say, he said it will be tough with the 3 rounds, but someone was listening because now they've just got 2, so it makes it a little better for these guys that have had to come back from a 400 metres and a 100 metres and find themselves here in this 200 chasing a qualifier, because it is spread across the board in terms of where they have been competing. And lane number 2 has another spread of 400 and 100 runners.
Absolutely. There's a number of athletes, which again, quite an exciting final here. I mean, we have so many athletes in this one who have run 21 and not just 21 high, 21 low. So Scott, the New Zealander, that'll go out at 2, seed time of 21.35. Washingi, the Victorian, seed time of 21.89 out of 4. Drummond Templeton, the ACT athlete, 21.29. Albino, the New South Wales athlete, 21.31, and Dylan Hall on the outside, the New South Waleser, with 21.14. So many different ways this heat could end up, and so many different opportunities for these athletes here to qualify.
So Dylan Hall was in that 100-metre final yesterday, and I think would have liked a little bit more from what he gave, or what he got. He gave it his all, but what he got. So he has that qualifier, to your point. Watch for him, but you know what the flyers are going to be, the New Zealander, and I think Harrison Price and Albino as well.
So we are away, first time of asking, and it is a pretty even start. It is the New Zealander that is up on the stagger of the Victorians on his outside. So the New Zealander will round out into the bend here, but Hall is not going to let him have it all his own way. He's putting the afterburners on in this final 50 metres. That's where he's really done these work. We're going to have a dip to the line. 4 of them crossing that line in the final almost 10 metres. I think it'll be the ACT athlete Drummond Templeton that'll come through for that second automatic spot. But when it's close like that, you're set up so well to have those time qualifiers.
Yeah, so it's a big tail as well. Plus 2.6 behind these guys. So Dylan Hall does his work late, as you said. Gets the win here. We're just waiting for the live results because they are a little skewed for us up here, so bear with us.
So what we can lock in, Heat 1, Xavier Peacock, Isaac Ting, 21.39, 21.60. At the moment we have from Heat 1, the two-time qualifiers at the moment are coming from Heat 1. That's the French athlete Freiberg and Brostal, the New South Waleser, but we'll wait for the results on Heat 2. Just the replay here. Holders just does a fantastic job in that final 50 metres. The New Zealander really stuck it to him, though, in that first part of that race. He said, if you want that spot, it's not going to be easy to have. And just because you made the 100-metre final yesterday doesn't lock you in for the 2.
Certainly doesn't, does it? So Dylan Hall, though, he's there. He's in that final. Look at the dip there from Tobias Drummond Templeton to get up into the spot. So we got one more heat, but 2 more automatic qualifiers to find here. And this is an interesting one because we got Chase Grant in lane 1, who is the 400-metre champion who booked his spot to Eugene already here at these championships. Josiah John, who missed the 100-metre final yesterday, is one of those guys who could have been around in contention. And Josiah also, without the World Junior qualifier this year, he's run 20.8 at his fastest. That was alongside Gout. You've got Jaeger, Cooper Bertram, Crochel, the Victorian as well. He's a 21-second man. So is Dotter. And Kai Peacock as well, Thierry from France in the middle of it all in lane 6. But for mine, I would think that the likes of a Josiah John, he'll be wanting to get himself through to this final. He would have been frustrated to miss yesterday, of course, but now gets another opportunity to find himself in a national final. Chase Grant, really good starters, actually, both of those two on the inside. Chase Grant and Josiah John, really good starters, so they'll do a lot of work early.
Well, Grant's a really interesting one because he will have that back-end endurance in this 200, having won that 400 just a few days ago. But I think it was you that said to me, Mitch, he actually led Gout into the straight. So he's quick out of the blocks as well. He's kind of the whole package.
He's got a fantastic start when he nails it. And that was here in 2024. He did that. Josiah John was the other man who was a medalist in that event. So they go out of 1 and 2. Keep an eye on a few others as well. The final heat here for the men's under 2,200 metres. There'll be a battle in the inside. Ooh, come back. Look, I was very focused on 1 and 2 off the start. So
I think it happened in the outside lanes. Maybe the Frenchman?
Yeah, I'm going to have to leave this one to you. I'll put my hand up and admit I was start watching, and that's a green card. Green card across the track, so maybe just a little bit of movement in the blocks.
Bit unsteady.
Nobody took their feet out of them. I always use the example of Devon Allen at the World Championship in 2022. 1/1000th of a second, apparently too quick. Feet never left the blocks, though. Anyway, an athletics conspiracy for another day. Watch the inside of Grant and John. I think Crochel will give him a bit to chase off the start. Last of the heats.
That was a fantastic start from the Western Australian, Josiah John. So he loves this event. He's a 20-point man at his fastest, and he makes his way around this group. The Queenslanders in Dodder and Peacock, though, out there quickly. So now they get up on him on the inside, Josiah John. John moves away from this field. The 400-metre champion rolls alongside of him, Chase Grant, and Grant wants to win this one. 21.53 ahead of Josiah John. So he missed the opportunity yesterday to be in that 100-metre final, but he's there tomorrow for this men's under 20 200-metre final. And Chase Grant, well, maybe you saw some of that 400-metre running pedigree on display there because he was closing in quickly to take the win.
Did Grant just sneak up on John there? I mean, we saw John check his shoulder through the right, but it was the inside lane that Grant comes and steals that first place. Watch this here. Grant has a shocking start, or otherwise, John has a fabulous start. He rounds out into this bend. Grant then has to really do his work in the back end of this race. So Josiah John just looked fabulous, and here it is. This is where Grant does his work. Watch for John to check the lane on the outside. I think he missed Grant on the inside because he just comes cruising through.
Yeah, I think he was looking for Dodder maybe on the outside because he did get a good start, didn't he? I thought maybe it was going to be Purcell that got the best of it, but you can see Dodder there, and then Joshua Smith. I don't think there'll be any small cues from that heat. You've got it up in front of you there, but the two favourites from that one get through, which we love, and I love that Josiah John is in a final. So
Dylan Hall will be the fastest of those qualifiers. That was a windy one, 2.6. He came through with 21.34. Mitch, you're right. We don't have any time qualifiers for that heat. Again, interesting to see what they'll do here. This is just us speculating up in the booth, but they've only got 8 through at the moment. Another New Zealander slips through for that 8th spot. So will they put 9 in this under 20 final? So at the moment it's sitting at 21.61 is the last of those time qualifiers. Those time qualifiers coming from heat 2, the nice windy one. So, I mean, Dylan Hall 21.34 plus 2.6. Xavier Peacock 21.39. Josiah John 21.60. So if he wants to book a spot on this team, he'll have to run a fair bit faster to get that cue. It's going to be a really interesting final.
It is an interesting final. I think everybody at home can decide who they think is going to cross the line first. We're going to continue on here with women's under 20 200 metres. Bear with us. Right now, it looks like it's going to be semi-finals. We'll get confirmation on that while we're at break. Don't go anywhere. Women's under 20 200 heats to come. Before we get underway with our women's under 20 200 metres, we've got some more field event action to bring you up to date with. We've got the high jump and the discus. Now, currently stepping into the ring for the discus is our men's under 20 competition, which means that we have another opportunity to find potentially some new Australian representatives here in the field, continuing to excel. So we've only got one man who's thrown the qualifier already, and that's Elijah Wilson. He's done it twice. Our high jump continues there for our New South Welshman, up and over as the bar continues to climb.
I mean, these, well, I was going to say boys, but men in this discus event, they'd be taking inspiration from Denny.
Oh, absolutely they will.
Especially the Queenslanders in the field. I mean, this field is riddled with Queenslanders, that's for sure. So we yet to have everyone take their first round of throws, but currently in the lead, Jackson Bray, the Queenslander, 52.56. But we're watching the high jump at the moment. This competition here just starting to heat up ever so slightly. I mean, Mitch, you wouldn't want to make any more calls about high jump.
No, I wouldn't. I think I can make comment on expectation of maybe results, but no longer will you ever find me. I need to make it clear. I wasn't judging poorly the decision to wear, which, by the way, I haven't seen Pittman again, so I'm still waiting for the shirt. I wasn't saying that the shirt was a bad look. I just thought it was an interesting choice for an event like the high jump where you're trying to minimize any contact to the bar. And I thought maybe having a loose sleeve or something like that isn't necessarily ideal in this event. But I was proven wrong, and he went on to win the national championship with a 6 centimetre lifetime best. So maybe there's something in the shirt, you know?
I feel like we're at a point in the weekend, Mitch, where you're starting to run out of things you're going to be allowed to talk about.
I'm finding some stark similarities between myself and Dan Gorringe, because I tend to think that when I get onto something and go like, this is going to be great, I might curse it at times. And also, now I think Dan's tattoo is a good 7-man. Might be a bit too big, the Collingwood logo. I can see why his wife Anna was so upset. But I have been on the receiving end of 4 losing tattoo bets as well. So I understand the pain of putting your body on the line like that. I'm not willing, well, maybe I would be, but the problem is you need to find someone to also want to be involved in the bet. And my rule is always, Dan's a better man than me, because my rule is always, if I'm getting inked, you're getting inked. Whereas he did the shaved head for Nick Dacos as our New South Welshman gets ready to jump. So for anyone listening, I am always willing to take a tattoo bet. I'm always willing, okay? But you have to be willing to also get the tattoo. There's only one time, I'm on a tangent, there's only one time I have ever agreed to a tattoo bet without it being a tattoo in return, and that was with Jared Clifford. And that was when he was at the Paralympics a few years ago. And I said, if you medal in all 3 of your events, I will get your name tattooed on me. And I distinctly remember sitting at home during COVID, Tokyo 21, watching Jared Clifford heroically win a medal in his 3rd event in the marathon. And to this day, I have Jared's name tattooed on my leg.
I can see it.
Yeah.
He's not lying. He's not lying. Well,
Shout out to you, Cliffy.
I feel like we're going to spend a fair bit of time up in the booth together. And at this point, I'm not willing to get inked over a bet. But I mean, I feel like the longer you stay up here, the more delusional you become.
I think you should. I think I need a challenger.
Well, at the moment, I'm doing quite well. So 3 for 3 in those 200s.
Yeah.
I'm really yet to have a call that misses.
Oh, you are setting yourself up for disaster.
Confidence
or you're
is
setting
key.
yourself up for great success.
Well, am I making you nervous? Like, I feel like you should be nervous.
No, not at all. Not even remotely. It's not even listen, that doesn't even register in the 2 percentile range of nerves for me. A tattoo, it's only on you forever. Hopefully 100 years. That's not in the grand history of world history. That's nothing.
Great history.
You know, 100 years. That's great fun. Look at the Victorian. Thank goodness he can't hear us over the bowl. His own attempt to continue his competition and falls just shy. So I've put the guy. I'm not joking. I'm dead serious. I wish you could see my face. I'm willing to take tattoo bets. You know where to find me at Straight At It. You know how to get into my DMs, anybody watching on at home. Throw them down. But you have to be willing to put something up. If it's not skin, it better be something good. How's this men's discus competition in the first round? Just by the way, Elijah Wilson has gone over the World Junior qualifying standard again with 56.97. Leads the competition from Jackson Bray at 52.56 himself. So that's a really good throw from Bray.
So is that red line out there, Mitch? Is that the World Junior qualifier mark?
Line.
So if you're watching at home and you're wanting to kind of follow along in the discus, the red line is what they're aiming for if they want a spot on those
Which
that
is
team.
56 metres.
And he said there's only one with the qualifier at the moment.
Elijah
so
Wilson.
If Wilson wins it, he's in. But
if Berry can get over it and come second.
Absolutely. Well, get over it and win.
Well, exactly right. Women's long jump quickly. Grace Krause has jumped 6.10. Amy Fitzgerald has jumped 6.01 for this women's under 20 competition. So again, plenty happening here in the field. These are events on the line for World Juniors. Only Gina Davey has the World Junior qualifier. She's not here, unfortunately. But if they can get over 6.22 and win it, they'll be in.
Anyway, we go back to the track because this is the first of 3 heats for our women's under 20 200 metres. Your 100-metre champion, the fastest woman in Australia this year down the home straight, Zara Hagen, goes out at 9. And she's the second fastest woman in the under 20s this year for the 200 metres at 23.18, just behind Maya Tabor. Her challenges are going to come from Scully Tu'ui, the New Zealander. Here we go. First of 3 women's under 20 200 metre heats. What's Zara Hagen got after yesterday? Blistering start. Look at the gap already formed on the outside there from Zara Hagen. So she was the 100-metre champion yesterday, the fastest woman in Australia down the home straight this year. Leads out this group behind. The New Zealander Scully Tu'ui is next there, and the Victorian in Thatcher starts to move along quickly. But Zara Hagen is out here in front. She is all class here, doesn't need to run any further than that, and switches it off at 24.02 into the headwind of 0.4. It looked to me like the Victorian in Thatcher might have got there alongside Scully Tu'ui. But Zara Hagen, she'd love to be the 100-200 double champion, wouldn't she? She gets that opportunity now tomorrow.
That was just sensational running. I mean, so aggressive out of the start. The New Zealander, though, I thought was equally aggressive over the start and did fantastic in the first parts of that bend. Probably dropped off a little bit coming into the home straight, but you'll see her again in the block. She's just sensational.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, she's so class, is Zara Hagen. Again, at the start of this year, she really just put herself on the map with her 11.16 in Canberra. She ran the 23.18 in Brisbane here at this track in January as well. So you can just see the drive out of the bend and so strong and composed down this straight. This is a really impressive 200-metre run. You could break it apart as many times as you like, but here at 170 metres, doesn't need to do anything, just walks it across the line, knows she's going to be in that final tomorrow. I would imagine there's not many better feelings as a sprinter than knowing in the final 50 metres, I've got this. I can completely switch off and get myself prepared for what will be a big opportunity come tomorrow, because Maya Tabor herself in March ran the 23.17, which is only 1/100th of a second faster than Zara Hagen's time from Brisbane in January. So Tabor not here in this final, of course, for the under-20s, but sets herself up with a good opportunity because she wins, she's in.
Well, and for 2 events as well, so that's very impressive at an under-20 level. But we do have 3 heats, and she's certainly going to have some challenges in this second heat.
Yeah,
I mean,
walk
the names...
us through this, because there's a name that picked out for you, wasn't it, when we were talking earlier?
Yeah, it was. I mean, we've got Mearns here. She's a sensational runner. She, I think, does the better of her work in the 200 metres here. Her back end there in the 100 is sensational, but the other one on the inside is Xanthi Watts. She ran the 400 earlier in the week. Believe came second in that one. Now, if she can run this 200, anything like she ran the first 200 of her 400 in the heats, we'll be expecting something pretty quick here. So the ones to watch, it's the Queenslander on the inside. That's Xanthi Watts in lane 1, and Amaya Mearns, the other Queenslander, in lane 6. She's 4 from the outside. So what can these two do to challenge the likes of Zara Hagen? So fairly even start. I think it is Xanthi Watts that gets the better of her starts, but now they're up into their upright running, and Amaya Mearns doesn't want to leave anything to chance. She'll round out the straight in with 70 metres to go. She's got a commanding lead. She checks, has a look behind her, switches off. Watch for Xanthi Watts, though. She's going to come home late and show that 400-metre strength. So all class here from Amaya Mearns. She really doesn't do anything. She runs 150 metres in that and spends 50 metres slowing down. Xanthi Watts there did a lot early, not much through the middle, but that final 30 metres, that's where she proves why she wants to be in that under-20 final. So she's 2 under-20 finals as well.
Such a talented 200-metre runner. Is built for the 200 metres, I think, Amaya Mearns. She was really impressive, and you talk about it at length in the 100 metres, you know she's going to motor home. She's got a little bit of the gouts in her in that regard, where you go, okay, I know that back end of our 100 metres is going to be so impressive. She's one of the fastest under-18 athletes we've ever seen in Australia for the 200. Same for the under-20. She showed why. I actually thought that was one of her better opening 100s. Looked really strong. I know the start's never a forte, but just looked really strong. And where we usually see her hit the injection button, she didn't need to.
I think the difference for me for that one, and kind of pointing to your point, Mitch, she wasn't behind in the start. She wasn't ahead. She certainly didn't put ground on the field in the start, but she didn't have to catch up. So you'll see those times come through now. 23.86, that's a World Junior qualifier. 24.27 from Xanthi Watts, that's another World Junior qualifier for her. So this heat's done all right.
Well, I'm looking forward to this final. Because I may have emerged that I thought this was the case. The second fastest under-18 athlete in history. She's only behind the great Raylene Boyle. And she's the 7th fastest in under-20s. She'll need to get under the 23 seconds for that to be competitive amongst what Raylene and Tori Lewis and everybody else has done. But between her and Zara Hagan, that's a great way to start the tempo for this event. And we continue here with the third heat. And it's hard to look past Miriam Kamara on the inside or in the middle of the track, who just left everything out there in that women's 400-metre final. And up until 80 metres to go, you thought that it was going to be hers. I would imagine she's running with a little chip on her shoulder here in this 200 metres in the middle of the track. She's got to contend with some good athletes, though. She's got Holly Ray inside, Walsh Carr, Miriam Kamara, Sierra Jacques, Brown, Alyssa Cohen, Bronte LeCain and the Canadian in Rays, but Mariam Kamara for mine.
I agree.
Is the watch.
She just has such an impeccable running style.
She's in the middle of the track here. This is the last opportunity to get into this final of the women's under 20 200 metres. Great start there from Mariam Kamara. She was so strong in that women's 400 metres and now gets another opportunity here in the 200. Inside of the track, Holly Ray quick to get out of the bend and the Canadian Rays leads them all in. So Rays is in front now. Inside of her is LeCain. Kamara now starts to show her strength and so does Holly Ray. So Ray in front of Kamara. The Canadian is in front. She'll take it and I think it's Holly Ray on the inside from New South Wales. It'll be that next spot, plus 1.0 behind them.
I think she'll miss out on that I think she's 4th there across the line. The New South Wales at LeCain having an absolutely fantastic run.
So Rays came into the straight in front. She's able to hold on. She'll be the first one across the line. Holly Ray, I just mentioned briefly before it started, was so impressive on the inside of the track. She'll be second. She'll be in that final. But to your point, I think Mariam Kamara will be 4th there. Let's watch this replay. We're looking at Kamara in 4. Inside there is Ray, the first lane on the track. The Canadian is widest. So, look, I'll give you the results here in a second, but let's just watch this back. Kamara in the middle already has work to do. She's next to Ray there, but you can see Ray is on the outside, closest to you at home, flying. Look at Bronte LeCain and the form of Bronte LeCain. That's the difference. Look how relaxed Bronte LeCain is there compared to the push and the fight that it looked like Mariam Kamara was displaying. I'll give you this, 24.07 for Tatiana Rays. Holly Ray, World Junior qualifying marker of 24.23. Bronte LeCain, 24.24. A World Junior qualifying marker is there in these heats. That's the 1, 2, 3. I can tell you that LeCain didn't have it coming into this, and neither did Ray, but they join what feels like an entire final of women that would have this under 20 qualifier. We were seeing them achieved in under 16 heats earlier today. So LeCain is through on a small queue. Holly Ray and Rays are through on big queues. I guess the watch right now is whether Mariam Kamara will get through on a small queue.
Yeah, we are waiting for that one. I think you nailed it, Mitch, though, in that race there. Similar to what happened in her 400, just as the pressure of that racing really starts to close, she just tenses up, but she will do enough to make that final. I mean, the first 4 athletes have run World Junior qualifiers. Kamara there, 24:32. That looks like a PB based on what we can see. So that is impressive running. I mean, 4 athletes. This is, we didn't just witness a final. It was a heat.
It makes the final so entertaining, though, tomorrow, doesn't it? What a great way to end our championships with both of those men's and women's under 2,200 metre finals. So, would I be correct in saying to get into the final, Ella, tell me if I'm wrong, you had to run under the World Junior qualifier?
Close.
Oof, who
Close.
missed?
That was Darcy Thatcher. That first heat, although it was Hagen that came through reasonably quickly, she didn't drag Thatcher through for a World Junior qualifier. Thatcher's gone through with a 24:45. So she's the only athlete, I don't believe she has the World Junior qualifier yet, and she's the only one in this field not to. But I think, could we say that this is the event with the most
Yes,
World Junior qualifiers in the final?
Yeah, it is. And even in general, it's the event group with the most World Junior qualifiers achieved, the women's 200 metres.
Now, I think that's because you get those 100-metre runners with such that fast start and that raw top-end speed, and you have their 400-metre athletes as well that have that strength and speed endurance. So it'll be really interesting to see this final. I'm super excited for what's to come, but we will head to a short break and before we bring you more action. For World Juniors, or does the qualifying period extend?
I think the window's open past this weekend.
So if we look at competitions coming up, if, say, you weren't to have that World Junior qualifier or you wanted another opportunity, I mean, we've got uni sports national championships next week up in the Gold Coast. So there is that opportunity, but I mean, you want to do it at a national championships.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have the security to know that you are on that plane to Eugene.
So with the discus, to throw that World Junior qualifier, how difficult or how easy is that going to be for pools? Do you know, how well do you know your discus, Mitch?
For which?
For our athlete sitting in second.
How easy is it to get up to 56 metres?
How easy or hard? What's
it's
the choice
tough.
of wording
like,
there?
That's a 2 metres. It's a distance. Like, it is a fair way. It's not often, you know, you see it more at the juniorish level, but at this level to improve by 2 metres, 3 metres, it's very possible. You need to really nail the technique, and sometimes you need the conditions to be favourable as well. We talk about it a lot in sprinting in terms of what the wind reading does with the plus 2.0 is the most ideal wind reading and how significant that can be to improving your times. The same thing comes in the discus, though you want more of a headwind than a tailwind in the discus for the flight of the disc itself. So you can see the windsock in the middle is actually a tail, what you would call a tailwind, behind our throwers. So these guys, it is partially on conditions. You know, there's often so much conversation recently around Ramona and the fact that these guys and girls are throwing so far because of how favourable those wind conditions can be over in Oklahoma. It acts the same way as what we talk about in sprinting, particularly distance running and all that sort of stuff. Not quite as relevant, but for events like this, it certainly is. It's flat out of the hand there for our New South Welshmen. So it is doable, but I wouldn't say it's something where you'd look at it and go, I expect them to improve by 2.5 metres to get this, particularly for Pools, Bray and Coulis who have never thrown 56 metres before. There's a chance. I want to believe in the competition that there's a chance. There's guys here that have thrown, I mean, Ewing's thrown 54. Coulis has thrown 55 before. McKinley's thrown 55. Ewing's thrown 54. Murdoch's thrown 55 before. Elijah's thrown 60 metres, so he's the favourite here clearly. But there's even guys deeper down in these throws that haven't thrown up to their potential, as we see a big one here. Now this is a chance. Oof.
That is starting to look close.
So for the Jonty Murdochs of the world who have thrown around 55, he no distanced his first throw. So he's about to be another guy that can step out here and get up over the 56 metres. So this is a great competition. Elijah Wilson's been on this domestic circuit quite a bit. I feel like between him and Ethan Adelli, who's been to the World Juniors prior to this, these younger discus throwers are getting an opportunity to compete on a national level, and that only does wonders. So that was Jonty Murdoch there, 54.70, moves up into second. I thought that he looked a little familiar. So Murdoch getting around what he's capable of throwing, it makes this second spot so interesting. Well, even the first, because at 57 metres, it's no guarantee Wilson holds on, but he is the only man to throw over 56 this year, and he's throwing 60 at that. So
Now, Ethan did a great job at explaining this in the shot put yesterday, so I'm assuming it's the same in the discus. To ensure that when you throw, your throw is actually recorded, needs to be within the big V looking thing on the middle of the stadium. And once you step into that discus ring, you're not able to step out of it in front of those white lines.
correct.
So technically, I guess if you were unhappy with a throw and you didn't want it recorded, you could step out. I don't know why you'd do that, or you don't want to accidentally walk out of the front of that ring.
Some guys will foul because they won't want it on record. So they'll go, I didn't like that at all. I don't want to reflect on this competition and see such a poor throw, so I'll just foul. It's not further than what I've thrown previous to this, and you know, that's just the way that it goes at times. But you're right, the second you're in the ring, you cannot walk out the front of it, and there's those two half-painted white lines you pointed out. You have to step out behind that. So at times it's an accident, you know. It's not that you slip, it's that you're moving so fast you can over-rotate. You see there, he's put his foot right on the edge of the circle, and that's a red flag. So it's these nuances, it's these small details of events like this that make it so fascinating to watch. And, you know, last year the competition in Tokyo was so unfortunate because of the rain, because of the conditions that we saw, how dangerous that was for those guys to still compete, and, you know, for the likes of Matt Denny in that competition to finish fourth on a tricky day. That result really came down to, at times, the shoe, or what tech you could have to best support you in the ring. So this is a quick approach into the circle. Let's it fly. That'll be about 44 metres, I would say. So we're waiting on the third attempt of this competition. And I'm also waiting on the third attempt of Jason Coulis, because he is a man who's thrown 54, 55 metres. In fact, I think he's one of the closest to the qualifier. He is 55.62. The Queenslander is throwing this year. And it's 56 metres, the asking price for a World Junior qualifier. So I'm going to stay on this discus. Ellie, you stay focused on these 1500 metre heats coming up, because there is talent everywhere that's run both around 800s, 5,000 metres, 3,000 metres, steeplechasers. That we've got athletes running up age groups. We've got athletes in their right age groups. We've got so many women in this 1500 metres that have a World Junior qualifying standard. For the first time, we're seeing one of our talented youngsters here at these championships. So clearly have made the decision to just focus on the metric mile, which can be hard at times, but that women's 1500 metres is going to be, these are just the heats, but even these are going to be entertaining.
You were talking about our 200 metres there. That event there had a lot of World Junior qualifiers, but this 1500 metres has 13. So again, we're going to have athletes in this final that potentially miss out. I mean, in this first heat alone, we have 4
World Junior qualifiers. So that's Lawton, Owen, Roberts and Garnies from New South Wales. The big name in this one for me is actually it's Miller Roberts.
Coached up by Jaden Russ up in Queensland. But before we get to that, let's watch the long jump here. This is Fitzgerald in the long jump. She's currently sitting in second place. So we'll watch this jump here. This is an under 20 qualifying event. So let's have a look how she goes here. Looked a little bit far away from board there.
Yeah, 6:01, and also had a minus 1.3 headwind on that as well. So hard time to jump down the runway. And this is our leader, Grace Krause, who herself has had to contend with some headwinds of plus or minus 2.0 to contend with in round 2. But this is her first round jump that set her up for the competition at 6:10. So 8 centimetres clear of Amy Fitzgerald. Carla Boris, a tripper jumper, sits there in third, and Sophie Williams is in fourth.
Well,
There you
flicked
go.
at this 1,500 metre event here. This is the second time of starting. They're a little bit unsteady to begin with. So I'll read through this start list for you. So hip number 1 through to 13, it is Torner, Coleman, Aberton, Poe, Williams, Marshall, Mariner, Lawton, Rowe, Owens, Roberts, Childley and Garner. The hip numbers that we're really looking for are 13, 11, Miller Roberts there. She's actually the Australian leader in this under 20 event. The other ones is 10 and 8. So 4 athletes here with the World Junior qualifier. The athlete taking it out at the moment is Lawton. We saw her over the 5K, I think it was. She just missed out on that. Well, not missed out, but just lost there to Baker. So she'll be in for some redemption. But looking at this so far, they're fairly stacked. Miller Roberts covering all ground there. She's sitting nicely in that second position, and I'd say that's a pretty comfortable place to be. So this will be top 3, next 3 fastest. So 3 athletes only 3 athletes get through here in those auto spots, and you want to be one of them. The Tasmanian there, Owens, she's also sitting in that third place, so she's in a good spot. We look for our athlete with hip number 13. That's our other World Junior qualifier there, but at the moment it's 3 of our World Junior qualifiers sitting 1, 2, 3. Roberts looking incredibly relaxed here, Mitch.
Well, she's fearless, isn't she, Lawton? Because at just the age of 15, led out a national final in the 5,000 metres and leads out a strong group of women behind her here in heat number 1 of the 1,500. So 3 will go through automatically, and as Ella's pointed out, 4 have a standard as they all now start to get behind the 15-year-old. So Roberts looks poised there in the second spot. Really doesn't have to think about all too much sitting on the shoulder there. I can see Tournier, the South Australian, inside. Again, another good spot to be so long as you can get out. Rowe, the Victorian, moves around Owen. So moving along at a good uptick of pace here. They've still left the 15-year-old out there in front. I shouldn't say they've left her out there. She is such a competitor that they're just trailing off the back of Eliza Lawton. Came so close in that 5,000 metres. Had such a great kick down for that title. But the 15-year-old leads out what might be the favourite in this field in Miller Roberts, the Queenslander. The fastest, at least this year, at 4:12.81. And Miller Roberts just in such a beautiful position here in this heat.
We start to see a little bit of pace injected into this race. There's a group of 6 chasing these 3 spots at the moment. I would say it was a little bit pedestrian in those first couple of laps. I mean, the whole group was incredibly bunched, but most of these girls wouldn't have had to run 2 rounds. I mean, in the junior years, we see these 1,500 metre races go through to straight finals, and so running rounds adds a little bit of a different thing. They'll be wanting to get through the most cleanly that they are. So as we inject pace, we then take it off. As we come into this bell lap here, Roberts goes, okay, I've seen enough. 1 lap to go. Thanks, Lawton. You've done a fabulous job leading it out here. I'm going to take it from here because I want to be away clean. I don't want it to be messy. I saw what happened with our 1,500 metre final at Nationals. I just want a clean race here, and I'm going to take it in this last 300 metres.
So this is a fascinating battle up the back back here now because Hannah Tournier as well of South Australia has that World Junior standard. So this is a big group of athletes who want to try and find themselves at Eugene. And most importantly, right now, the battle is just to make it to the final. So Miller Roberts leads out there. It looks like Owen on her shoulder. Lawton starting to climb backwards a little bit as this group now aims to respond. Only 3 will go through automatically. You can see now it's Garnies of New South Wales trying to work with these 2 out in front, but it's Miller Roberts who leads the group into the home straight. Just need to be in that top 3 to be automatic, and these 2 are poised to strike there. So they are away from this field. Now the youngster comes back and fights on into the 3rd spot in the way of Eliza Lawton, but it's been a great performance here from the Queenslander. She looks ready to have an assault at a national title tomorrow. She gets there. The 1, 2, 3 there of Owen, and then Lawton fought on strongly for 3rd. It'll be in the high 420s. The rest will be waiting on times. And we're only going to take 3 on times across all of these. The high 5 between states women. But the fastest this year is through to the final and brings along a pretty good group behind her.
Absolutely, and we didn't get much time to discuss it beforehand, but these rankings in these middle distance events has been just sensational. Prior to the 800s yesterday, it's actually Miller who held the under 20 leading time or top ranking for 3 of our distance events. So she had speed. She ran a 2:03 over 800 meters quite recently. So she had the 800, the 1500, and I think it was the 3K. It's nice to see her focus in on one event coming into these under 20 championships. I just think it sets the undertaking of multiple middle distance events can be really challenging, particularly at a competitive level at the under 20s. I mean, we're only just starting to see Jess Hull wanting to double or even triple in events at the moment. But the athlete in this event, she took that ranking off Miller Roberts yesterday. 2:02 is what we saw Freiger run yesterday afternoon. I mean, she's definitely one to watch. She's got hip number 6 here, but there are a number of athletes in this one that have also run the World Junior Qualifier. I mean, I'm just trying to do the math here now. I think we've got 7.
There's something around that because I know Ali Brooks has it. Chalmers of New Zealand obviously has it. Then we've got Simpson, and we've got Pippa Schwartz as well from New South Wales. So,
got a list here, Mitch.
Oh
so
boy.
It's Brooks, the Victorian hip number 2, King, the Victorian hip number 4, Chalmers, the New Zealander, hip number 5, Freiger, the Queenslander, and definitely the one to watch, hip number 6. Simpson, the New South Wales athlete, hip number 8. Schwartz, she's got hip number 13. And Liani Ellis from Victoria, hip number 11. So it is 7 athletes in this field with a World Junior Qualifier.
So there you go. And only 3 are going to be in that final automatically. And I'll tell you what, there won't be enough for all of them because there's only 3 small queues across all 3 of these heats. So they're running these almost like it's a final here. The second of our women's heats here for the 1500 metres, and they're out quickly. The intention's set early. There always is a hot foot in the beginning 100 metres of any of these events, but when you've got so many who have the qualifier, you've only got 1 opportunity to get there, and there's 3 that go through automatically and 3 times spread from there. So as they make their way through the opening 200 metres, it remains quick. Out here in front, we've got the 14-time national champion, the winner of the 800 metres, rolling along nicely in your Queenslander, in Emma Freiger, and the group tucked along nicely from there. Inside of her is Ali Brooks, then Madison King, the Victorian. So really all of those that we expected to be up the front are up the front. But Brooks doing a good job to hold onto the rail from Freiger, who we and we've seen, and we know for a fact has an amazing kick.
Well, I like that they've taken this race out hard, and I think they need to. The crazy part here is at absolute max, only 6 athletes can go through in this field. So 1 athlete here with a World Junior Qualifier is going to miss out on making the final. The heat before was fast. We saw the top 4 athletes run the World Junior Qualifier, which is just insane in a heat. 4:27.65 is what we're looking for that last spot in terms of in terms of timed qualifiers, but it is Freiger. She wants to take the lead. She looks really, really comfortable. She sat in a similar place yesterday. She took the lead for that 800, so she's more than accustomed to what it's like to run at the front there. So Freiger looking good. Brooks equally, she's on the rail there, so obviously covering less distance. The field has slowed up a little bit. They're a bit more bunched coming in to 2 laps to go. But Freiger, I think, although not on the rail, really dominating the pace here.
It's hard to get around Emma Freiger here when she just sits on that shoulder, so she's such a brilliant tactician, and just showing that here again in these 1,500 metre heats. They're all queued up behind though. They're all close within touching distance here. Brooks has done a good job to lead out this group, and she would know the calibre of athlete that sits behind her. It can be a daunting task at times to lead out. They went 67 seconds for the first lap and now gone back to 73 seconds. It shows the pace that was on early. But what they can do now is recuperate slightly. I can see Piper Simpson on the inside, another with that qualifying marker. Got company with Schwartz. So this group will work well. They won't work together in a sense, but they'll move together into the closing stages of this 1,500 metre heat and all fight it out. It will be scrappy to get through to this final here. Only 3 of these women will know when they walk off the track they're there tomorrow. And as they make their way in with 500 metres to go, the penultimate time in this home straight, it's still Freiger who leads from Brooks. This hasn't moved at all. Piper Simpson still there in that 3rd spot. Outside is Schwartz. The more of them start to fly here now and put themselves in a position to be in that final. And here we go at the bell. It's Chalmers, the New Zealander, who now sits there in 3rd. The work cut out for this group. Who is going to be the first to move? It's Brooks who continues the uptick in tempo, isn't she? She's seeing what this field has behind her. This is her best method of making it through to the final, you think, and she's executing here at the moment up the back straight. But have a look now at Emma Freiger, who just shows her hand a little bit here, and Brooks knows the importance of holding that rail into the final 200 metres. The shortest distance you can cover, the better. And she's doing everything she can to hold out Emma Freiger. Madison King now of Victoria gets into 3rd with a margin growing back there to 4th, 5th and 6th. But Brooks holds on, finds some strength, the Victorian. Freiger right there, and so is King. Those 3 will battle into the home straight here. 100 metres to go, Ali Brooks. She's led it on the inside the whole way. Emma Freiger sat there in 2nd. And it was King who worked around this group to put herself in 3rd. These 3 will be off to the final tomorrow. And it's been a great performance here from Emma Freiger. If there was any residual effect from the 800 metres, we haven't seen it here in the heats. 4:23.60. Madison King says thank you very much. Goes to Brooks now as well. Those 3 are back tomorrow.
I mean, you can't discredit Freiger there, but I thought Madison King looked fantastic. I mean, the move she made on that back straight coming into the 200 metres there was just sensational. And even though Freiger pipped her to the line, I would say she looked the most comfortable. I mean, she was so relaxed in that final 150 metres. Not worried about winning it, knew where the race was. There was only 3 of a minute really with 250 metres to go. I think Madison King's going to be a real threat here.
She's run 4:18 this year, Madison King, so she certainly is somebody in and amongst this field that would make them nervous. And I tend to agree with you, Ella. I thought up that back straight, she made a, you know, there's always moves in middle distance running, of course. There's some that look hard, there's some that look easy, and she made that move up the back straight look easy onto the shoulder of our race leaders, where they left Ali Brooks to do a lot of the work, didn't they? She just had to string out this field and had Emma Freiger just breathing down her neck the whole way. But doesn't matter now that it's all said and done. You're through to a final for Brooks, King and Freiger. We've got one more heat left here in this under 20, 1500. Looks like our fast finishing steeplechaser in Tessa Ebert will be here. What a final that was last night to hold on for her spot on a World Junior team, called beautifully by you and Ethan as well.
Well, we've got 2 athletes that have already punched their ticket in this race. I mean, the Victorian Imogen Baker, she did that in the 5K a couple of nights ago. So they're just out here for fun at this point. I mean, they've already booked their ticket. If you're going to do it in one, why not do it in a second there?
Everybody distance-wise, loves an opportunity to do the double. And it's often a piece of history if you can.
Mitch, I'm just going through this start list again. This is insane. We've got another 7 athletes who are capable of running the World Junior Qualifier. Now, I don't think every single one of these athletes has done it within the qualifying period. That qualifier there sits at 4:27. And I think well, if I've counted right, we've got 7 athletes here who at some point has run close to it. So my math is not currently mathing because we had 7 in the last, 7 in this, and a few in the front, so in the first. So we'll see these athletes start now. I'll go through your hip numbers now. It is the New Zealander Haynes in 1, McCulley 2, Ebert 3, certainly one to watch. Baker, another one to watch in 4. Another Baker from New South Wales in 5. Jade Gray, the Victorian, in 6. Garrett in 7. Ward in 8. McLeod in 9. It is Mika 10. Pearson 11. And rounding out our field, the New South Wales athlete Miller. So straight to the front there, that is Tessa Ebert. She was gutsy yesterday. She'll know she comes from the steeple, so she doesn't necessarily have that speed in the event. So she'll know she'll need to take this out hard because she's not going to want to leave it to a sprint. But they're all bunched, so she hasn't taken it out that hard.
Yeah, they're probably, well, she would be enjoying this out in front here now. It means that you can set the tempo of the group behind, coached, of course, by 2-time Olympian Matt Clark over there in South Australia. And it was a big victory for her last night over Helena Rose Butler. But Ebert gets to set this group at however fast she wants them to be. And given her final was one of the last events last night, I would imagine she doesn't want it too quick. In saying that, she'll go out in about 72. So not bad tempo, certainly not pedestrian, but one that are clearly a big group of these women can hold with. As you said, it's 6 or 7 qualifiers in this field. And to me, you've got to look around her. Claudia Mika sits in second on her shoulder. It's always about where you're positioning yourself. Sarah Baker, another on the inside. And there's
Miller.
always schools of thought about where you want to be in terms of 1,500 metre running. Some athletes make a living off staying on the rail. You know, the Ryan Gregson was always a great rail runner, but some of these will like being on the shoulder, in a position to move, should they choose. But at the moment, Tessa Ebert in control of this field.
It's really looking similar to that first heat. I mean, that front pack of athletes all have qualifiers. We're seeing Imogen Baker just off the back of the pack. She's nearly running 3 or 4 wide there, but she's not stressed. We talked about this in her 5K, Mitch. She just left her run late. She knew what she needed to do. She's going to have that real strength. I mean, already having run a 5K, I'm hoping it's not going to worry her too much legs-wise, but it does probably give her confidence to know that she can continue off in this race. So there are still, I'd say, about maybe 10 athletes still in this race, and they're starting to wind it up on that back straight, just putting a little bit of a gap in to the athletes in behind them. So Ebert there from Queensland still on the rail, the South Australian controlling this race. She's getting a little bit of a challenge on the outside from our New South Wales athletes. So with 800 metres or just over 800 metres to go, under 800 metres to go here, this race is really going to wind up in this last 100 metres. I like the look of Miller. She's been sitting on the outside shoulder. She'll be waiting to make her move. Baker's still sitting a fair way back in this field, but she looks comfortable to be able to strike when she wants to. Equally there, it is Audrey Ward from ACT. She's making the most definitive move we've seen this whole race. She wants to take the lead coming into the bell lap, so this will start to really pick up pace-wise. It is Ward that is leading them out into this final 250, 300 metres, but here in this race, I think it's going to be an all-out sprint, Mitch.
It is. Everybody wants a spot in that final. Obviously, you need to be there to make this team. You can see the Victorian as well in Mia Jade Gray. She's run 4:21 at her fastest, starting to get up on the shoulder of this field. And I thought Tessa Ebert maybe was starting to go backwards, but she's found a little something on this back straight, hasn't she? So already with a ticket to Eugene and now wants another opportunity to do it in the 1500. But they're all in tow of Mia Gray, who just sat in this group for as long as possible and now is the one being chased into the final 100 metres. Can be an intimidating factor, but the young Victorian seems to be handling it. It's Ebert behind her there. Brooks now moves up into fourth. They need to be in the top three to hold on. The Victorian will have company. They're all starting to fly here now into the final 50 metres, but it will be Gray who holds it from Ebert, who just holds out. Some fast finishes around her. Brooks there in fourth. So time so important. We'll get the small cues up here. They'll be fed to us quickly via roster. But that race, it had plenty of different leaders, but in the end, the Victorian in Mia Gray wins heat number 3.
I think we're going to see a number of World Junior qualifiers again in that one. I mean, just sensational running from all our women there. I mean, 4:27's the World Junior qualifying mark. I think as they cross the line, I saw the clock at about 4:25. So again, we could see the top 4 here go through for World Junior qualifiers. Our results are starting to pop up. So those 3 with the automatic spots are Gray, Ebert and Miller. 4:25.41, 4:25.80, 4:25.86. All World Junior qualifiers for those 3 automatic spots. Now, I can't wait to see the summary of these results. Could we end up with the entire field having run World Junior qualifiers just to have to make the final?
Well, I wouldn't at all be surprised. We nearly saw it in the women's 200 metres. Everybody but one athlete in that final had that standard. But, I mean, across the board, it's also fascinating the ages of these athletes, because we will have some 15-year-olds as key features of this women's final. And those 15-year-olds as well, it has to be said, will be one of the more established athletes going into it, because they've represented Australia already in 26 at the World Junior Cross Country Championships. We'll have a look. It looks like Baker will do enough at 4:26.02 to get in. Then obviously we knew that Gray, Ebert and Annabelle Miller were going to be in that final with their top 3 finishings, but you've got it in front of you here now.
Mitch,
what are we looking at?
I don't know if you're ready for this.
The whole field.
So it's not 9 athletes. Sorry, it's not 8 athletes. It's not 9. There's 12 athletes going into this final, and every single one of them have run a World Junior qualifier to make the final.
This final is the first of our track finals where it is, you win. No one cares if you walk it. You can walk the first 3 laps. You win, you're in.
Mitch, these results are ridiculous. 12 athletes have gone and run the World Junior qualifier. This is just sensational. I mean, I'm so excited to see this race. I'm so excited to see the tactics that come into play. I mean, we've got 800 metre special, well, not specials, 800 metre runners in Frieger, Miller, Roberts. You've got 5K, 2K steeplechase, 3K athletes. These athletes are going to be coming from so many different angles. So it's so exciting to see how this will pan out. But it's not over yet. The 1500 men's, that's still to come for the under 20s, and I'm sure it's going to be equally exciting. So stay with us here on 7 Plus. 1500 metre heats here for the under 20 men. We will see you very shortly.
You can see this is our men's under 20 heats ready to go. It's a good field. There's quite a few here. Again, with that standard to Eugene. Hayward Magic, the home. Well, they like to call it the home of track and field. It's certainly the home of distance running. If you get over to Eugene at some point, get on Priest Trail, you get around the University of Oregon campus. It's a college town. It's a running town in Eugene. Everything is set up. If you ever get into collegiate sports, most schools are set up around basketball and football, and Oregon does have huge programs in both. But the majority of their history and a lot of their funding gets funneled through the track and field program, which is rare in an NCAA instance. But if you ever see the stadium, you can understand why so much has been put into it at Hayward Field. This is the first of our heats for the men's under 20, 1500. Top 3 again are going to go through automatically. I'll give it to them here. So we'll come back. Gives me time. So Rowan Nunn, Riley Stewart,
Jonah Hanna-Carey, Harrison Hunksire, and then Charles Barrett, the silver medalist from our 5,000 metres, is in hip 5. Joel Harler, Matty McLaughlin has the World Junior Standard as well. George Holmes, Cooper Forward, Brady Ryan, he's just shy of it. Tyre Gridley, Bo Harvey, and Avery McDermott, the Victorian. Outside, he's got it too with his 346. So watch this, heat number 1. I reckon they're coming back. Someone's nervous on the bend there. Somebody's got a little bit of the jitters about him on the start line. Only once in my history of watching athletics have I seen someone get DQ'd 1,500 and up. And it won't happen here. So the first of our men's under 20 1,500 metre heats up this back straight. The watch, of course, is Charles Barrett, the fastest under 20 man in Australia this year, who you'll remember got caught in a 5,000 metre shootout with Lucas Kiss earlier in these championships. Came away with the silver medal there. But this event, I would think for Charles, is, if it's not his favourite, it would have to be his second. He's got the sunnies on. He's going to block out the sun as best he can. But a good group queues up behind. We can see a little tumble there. All keep on their feet. It's unsurprising in the opening 300 metres. Everybody trying to find a spot. It can get a little aggressive. You can talk at length about it, what we saw at the Nationals. But Bo Harvey, it looks like the Queenslander in second. And now they've found some room. That's Avery McDermott in third, the Victorian, who also has a World Junior Standard. But you can see here, they're at 59 seconds. So this is sub 345 pace right now.
Well, Barrett knows that there's 4 athletes in this field that has already run the World Junior Qualifier. He would have seen the women's race there where they all had to have World Junior Qualifiers. So he just wants to stay out of trouble. He probably wants Lucas as well to see him run this and run this well. There'll potentially be a big battle there pending Lucas obviously making and Barrett making that final. But Barrett has such a commanding lead in this race so far. They'll come in for 2 laps to go, just over 800 metres. But Barrett just looks so relaxed for someone who has taken this race out so fast. And Mitch, as you said, taking it out fast to probably run sub that 3:45 mark. So Barrett looks comfortable, relaxed. We've got a trail of Victorians following him. McDermott's got that World Junior Qualifier, so he's not going to want to give up a spot in that final. He's going to want to contest for it there. But it is an absolute masterclass here from Barrett. He just looks fantastic coming up that back straight. About maybe 20 metres on the rest of the field now. It will be McDermott, I think, leading that chasing pack to come in and slowly try and close that gap. It's the rest of the field's in it. So I'd say comfortably at the moment, Barrett's not going to have any issues here. He raced the 5K, so he's going to know what he needs to finish this race off as he comes into about 500 metres to go. But everyone in this chasing pack is going to want a spot, and it is McDermott there leading the charge for that final. It's not just a final, it's World Junior Qualifier spots on the line there.
So Charles Barrett as well, he went through at 2 minutes at the 800 metres, so stayed on that 3:45 pace and knows that there's only 2 other guys in the country that can go under that, and they're not in his heat. So he's happy to flush the legs out of the group behind. It's a tempo that he'll be able to maintain, and you can see that he's doing that now. But as we say that, there's a change in the peloton, and there's a change in the motivation as well, because these guys are coming quickly here on the back straight. So you can see they're going to launch at Charles Barrett, who's done all of the early work, though. He hasn't done it for the group, he's done it for himself. That's a quick look on his right shoulder in Charles Barrett. And have a look at the steaming engine coming past him there in Matthew McLaughlin of New South Wales. So McLaughlin himself is the man just out of a 3:45 at his best, and maybe sensed that there was a little danger in that group in and amongst him, and said, no, I'd like to go with Charles, I think. I like where he is. He stayed out of the trouble, and now I might find myself in the same spot. So he's going to move out into lane number 2. I don't know whether he's letting Charles Barrett in here or whether he's just taking a little victory straight. I'm unsure, but he'll go through to that final. So will Charles Barrett. Jogs it in. Little celebration across the line. The South Australian will hold on for third. He might jog straight off the track. He's running 1,540 metres here, our man from New South Wales. So it was an aggressive move at 300 metres to go, but knew that he needed to be near Barrett, and then knew he needed to be past him to get into the final.
I know you're a big Barrett fan, but I almost saw Barrett grimace a bit in that final 150 metres. The skill of McLaughlin there to just squeeze past Barrett, well, not even squeeze past, jet past Barrett. I mean, the pace he picked up on that back straight was sensational. They'll come back, they got some time, so they'll come back tomorrow to run these finals. It's the final day of our junior championships, but if I was Barrett there, I'd be looking for a little bit of recovery. That's the priority in the next 24 hours. I mean, I don't want to do the opposite to what you did and count an athlete out, because obviously he is sensational in his own rights. But if I had to put money on it at the moment, Mitch, I'm not going to put ink on it, that's for sure.
What?
I think McLaughlin, I'd probably back in a little bit more.
Okay, so you've been sold on the heats.
I have. I just thought such a dominating race, and we were watching it early, and I'm so surprised that Barrett got caught there. He just put the afterburners on.
All right, so you are sold on the heats of Matty McLaughlin. I like it. Charles Barrett and then Tyler Gridley, who I thought would get that third spot. It's unfortunate for the Victorian and Avery McDermott. He will not feature in that final. He's missed the small Qs as well. So, good group of small Qs, though, as we turn our attention to heat number 2. And our 5,000 metre winner, the second fastest man this year, Lucas Kiss, is here. And one of the most promising junior middle distance runners we have in this country is now showing himself at these championships, Kieran Shepherd from the ACT. I don't have enough fingers and toes to count how many titles Kieran Shepherd would have won. And he was a part of that World Junior Cross Country team at the start of the year. This is his pet event now, the 1,500 metres, clearly, because this is what he's chosen to run here to try and give himself a spot in Eugene. He's such a talented youngster. He's a tall, limbering figure. He's smooth when he's at his best. He'll put the challenge on. He's gritty. He will fight for this spot here. He's run 3:45.20 this year, the man from the ACT. Jackson Unthank, the Victorian, another to watch. Keep a close eye on him. Taylor Goodwin too, and Lucas Kiss, of course.
So we are away. We'll read through the athletes in this field. So from hip numbers 1 to 14, Elliott, Unthank, Howson, Shepherd, Wall, Kiss, Palmer, Keys, Kemp, White, Turner, Goodwin, Blue, and Woodhouse. It is going to be our Elliott, the New South Waleser, that's going to lead our field out. Kiss looking pretty comfortable early, and Unthank sitting with Kiss. So those two athletes know what it is to run a World Junior qualifier. They are under that mark, and they're not going to want to leave this to the final. This race looking fairly similar to the beginning of the last race. It'll be interesting to see if any moves are made early, but Kiss just looking really relaxed. Unthank not too far behind him. They're cruising through this first 300 metres, 45, so they're moving quite quickly here. That's not a slow pace to go through. Our ACT athlete, Shepherd, who you said, really good runner here. He's sitting a little bit further back, but that's not really to worry. I mean, they're only one lap in.
Yeah, it's so early in this 1,500 metres. They've gone through in 61, so they're sub 350 pace. And Caden Elliott is a 352 man. He won those World Junior Cross Country Trials before doing a good job in Tallahassee. Recent Butler commit over there in the NCAA. He was part of that 5,000 metre final as well. So he's another that's already had a big race in his legs, but clearly thinks his best opportunity to make the final is to lead out the group behind. Lucas Kiss, comfortable in second. We're on a watch for Kieran Shepherd, who's on that rail from the ACT, of course. Unthank in there too. So it's fascinating to see what type of tactics these guys employ to get through to a final. There's no right, there's no wrong. It's just what's suitable. And for Caden Elliott, he's happy to lead out this field. Kiss in a position to strike should he choose to do so. I can see Kyan Blue at the back there, the Queenslander. But they're wider here. They were a bit more strung out in the first heat. They're wide, they're bunched, and this is where things can get a little messy. They can get a little choppy. It can be the danger zone in the middle there where we see Kieran Shepherd and a few others. So they'll want to keep themselves in some clean space. They don't want to have to be putting hands and arms out as we see a move now finally made. That's Marcus Keys from New South Wales. And the first man to respond, unsurprisingly, is Lucas Kiss. This is getting faster now. This is getting some uptick to it.
Absolutely. With just over one lap to go, they're coming in really nicely, and we can see this string start to start to string out into that train formation, as I like to call it. Kiss is going to come into the lead here in this, as we come into this home straight for the second last time. So Kiss looking really comfortable. He made quite a definitive move there, but everyone's going to go with him, and it is the ACT athlete. We'll see Shepherd here hop onto the shoulder of Kiss with the bell lap to go. So they're really, really starting to wind up here. They know there's only 3 automatic qualifiers on the line, but Kiss just controlling this race beautifully. He's on the rails. He knows he's capable. It'll be interesting to see what Shepherd does in this final 250 metres. We've got a Queenslander making a run for it. That is Goodwin. He also sits just off that World Junior qualifying mark, so he wants to put himself in this final and potentially allow him to book a spot in this team. So as we come into this final 150 metres now, Kiss is on the rail and he looks strong. There looks like there's a little bit of grimacing in these faces, particularly from Shepherd, so they'll round out into with this race here with 100 metres to go, checking, having a look, seeing what's around them. Shepherd looks pretty comfortable. Kiss looks like he actually wants to take the line honours here. He wants the bragging rights. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't. He'll let Shepherd have it. He'll cruise through here. The Queenslander there in Goodwin will take that 3rd automatic spot. Kiss just playing with the field there in the final 20 metres.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? He was playing with his food a bit there, Lucas Kiss. So I thought maybe he'd want to win it, but to your point, he said, no, that'll do me. I mean, when you've got 5,000 metres in your legs and the way that it was run between Lucas Kiss and Charles Barrett, I can understand not wanting to run every single step of a heat. So 350.22 for Kieran Shepherd to win it from Kiss, and then Taylor Goodwin. Caden Elliott won't be far away either in 4th. He really flew late. We did a lot of the work as the early race leader. That'll be a lifetime best for him. So be interesting to see what these small queues sit at the moment. We're getting most of our favourites through in the first 2 heats, which is what you want. You want to set up for the race of the best to contend, to compete, to see what they can do.
So if I had to pick a favourite there, I actually think it was Kiss. Shepherd just, again, 150 metres to go. There was a moment of, it's 150, the last 150 metres of a 1,500 metre event hurts. But I mean, these boys have 24 hours or over 24 hours to recover, come back tomorrow. And I mean, anything can happen in 24 hours. We saw our senior athletes, many of them come back after those middle distance events, particularly, I look, Cam Myers. He's probably one that sticks out to me. These boys will have seen him run at the World Under-20s, now compete incredibly at a senior level. They'll look at Cam Myers and go, well, he won the 15. Let's go, he won the 5K. Well, why can't we do the same?
A lot of these guys will fancy an opportunity to double. So you're right, 24 hours to kick their feet up and recover before a big final tomorrow on the final day of these championships as well. You can see Heat 3 behind the line, and the watch here is Alexander Cameron Smith in 13. You can see him, the Victorian, the Mad Professor. Second from the outside. He's run a 3:41 this year. Harry Helene as well, another at 46. Bart Leighton, multiple-time national champ. He's run 3:48, and Evan Robotham, another. And the other unthanked twin as well, Joshua.
If you thought you were seeing double, no, you're not. There are 2 of them.
So there's double trouble. What a backyard that would have been growing up between the unthanks down the Bellarine way. So this will be a really interesting heat. They all have been, but you'd think Alexander Cameron Smith goes in the favourite, given he's run 3:41 this year. But how does he run it? How does this group run it? So we're away here, the 3rd of our men's under-20 1,500 heats. Up this back straight now, and Alexander Cameron Smith is the fastest in this field. The Victorian, you got Bart Leighton there as well, one of the 2 unthanked twins here to contend with, and Evan Robotham as well from New South Wales. Has had great success at national championships prior to this, and will love to find himself in another final. So they're strung out here. We can see it's Alexander Cameron Smith sitting in 2nd. He's just behind Joshua Unthank, the Victorian. So the 3rd heat, they get some learnings from the first 2. How do we want to run it?
Who do we want to leave out in front? They'll all be playing a little bit of mental math here after the first 400 metres, because the first 400 metres is all about execution of finding a spot, and it looks like now just about all of them have been able to find it, but it's Unthank who leads out there from Alexander Smith, and now the group in tow behind. Fascinated by the first lap. They've all run around 59 to 60 seconds, so consistent across the board.
It looks like this race might have a little bit more speed injected into it, or if not that, the athletes out in front are able to cope with a little bit of extra pace. As I say, that the back part of that pack starts to merge into the front. We were almost one athlete abroad, and now we're kind of looking at two. So a little bit of movement's being made from the back of the field. I mean, those athletes are going to put themselves in this race in the final stages of it. So it is still Unthank in the lead at the moment. Cameron Smith looking incredible. I know he runs 800 metres. He's got an incredible kick. We saw that at Zatopek. So look for him in the later stages of this race. He'll back himself to be able to come through here. But Unthank leading them. Really smart racing here. He's just running just then on the outside of the lane. He said, if you want to go round me on this straight, you're going to have to go wide. But Cameron Smith, happy to let him lead this out. Happy to let him do the work. Cameron Smith looking spectacular there, but I wouldn't count out the boy behind him. Rowbottom just sits slightly off that World Junior qualifier. He's run 3:47.65, so only 1.15. So Rowbottom covering moves there nicely. The Queenslander with hip number 2. Hothrath as well wants to be in this, but it's the two Victorians at the moment that I would say lead this race. They look the most strong. So Cameron Smith coming into this, the bell lap here, I'd say looking the best here, Mitch.
Yeah, this group now with 500 metres to go, some of them will like to kick early, some of them will like to leave it late. You'd think the likes of Alexander Cameron Smith would be happy to leave this late. For mine, Rowbottom looks strong there in that third spot. He looks really comfortable. You can see Unthank now under all types of pressure on his outside shoulder, so needs to stay with this group at the bell at 2:54. Alexander Cameron Smith has been waiting in that second spot and now finds himself out the front here. It's Rowbottom first to respond there in the second place, and the Queenslander rolling along with them there as well. So there's still a group of 4 or 5. I wouldn't say they've shaken off a great deal of them just yet with 200 metres to go, which is what makes this so fascinating now as they make their way down. So Horvath, the Queenslander, in third, challenged now once again by Unthank. So what you thought might have been too much for him is now risen back to the occasion. But there is 5 near on 6 guys rolling into this home straight, all behind Cameron Smith. So takes a look on his right-hand shoulder, needs to keep the blinkers on and get down to the line. Now moving through there from New South Wales is Rowbottom and Unthank. Company behind there, but these 3, I think they've done enough to get through to the final, and they have. We'll wait on those times, but 3:51.15 is a good time to win it. Harry Helene will have to wait now on time, but I'm impressed with Unthank to come back into that one. Alexander Cameron Smith looked good, and Evan Rowbottom showed his strengths to go through here to a men's under-20 final tomorrow here in Brisbane. What a day that's going to be for finals.
I mean, I'm a big Alexander Cameron Smith fan. You heard me talk about him in the box beforehand, but he might need to head down to Team Vic and get a massage on the neck there. He checked the athletes behind him so many times in that final 250 metres. So good run from him, commanding run, covered all the moves, didn't want to leave it to chance. But coming into this final, Mitch, that's pretty exciting. I mean, equally as exciting as the women. I don't think we've seen them gone through as fast. I mean, I don't think we're going to see the whole final have World Junior qualifiers here, but it's pretty stacked.
It's going to be a great day. It is really going to be a great day of finals. I mean, across the board, I'm not even talking just under 20s. All the events we've seen. I'm looking forward to some finals this afternoon as well for our 200 metres of the younger age group. So Unthank, Rowbottom and Cameron Smith, they're there. They're in that final tomorrow. You got to give yourself a chance, don't you? You can't win it without being there on the line. These guys have done enough to get themselves through. Harry Helene will miss. As a man who's run 3:46, he will miss that final. That second heat from memory will be the fastest, I think, because I'm pretty certain in 4th, Caden Elliott
ran 350 odd. Let's see how close I am. So, McLaughlin, Shepherd, Kiss. You can see right there, Caden Elliott, Kyan Blue from the second heat have those small cues right now. Alexander Cameron Smith, then Jackson unthanked. So both unthanked brothers make their way through to a final, which I pray that they're not next to each other, please. Josh, Charles, and Tyler Gridley.
I mean, I'd be nervous if I'm in the unthanked household. I wouldn't know where to look. How do you support well, you've got to support them both equally, obviously, but how nerve-wracking or how exciting knowing you've got two family members in this race. But I hope it's an all-out battle for them. I'm sure when it comes to it, neither of them will want to give up that spot. But stay with us. Some fantastic middle distance racing, and we're going to head back into the under 15 800-metre heats for these women after a short break. So we're seeing the end of Heat 1 of our under 15 800-metre event. It is Billy Richardson, the WA athlete, who will come through to win this one. She actually has run at her best under that World Junior qualifier mark. Just look at the embrace there from Portia Slater, the New South Wales athlete. So happy to make that final. It was top 2 and next 2 fastest. So it will be Richardson and Salter that'll make it through to that final in those automatic spots. We'll wait to see where the time qualifiers come from. They're currently sitting at Harper Fraser, who's run a fantastic race to see a PB in this heat and have her first of the 2 time qualifiers. Still waiting for the results to pop up from roster for that second spot, but it's an exciting heats, these ones will be. It'll be top 2 next 2 fastest, which means we've got 3 heats for these under 15 women, Mitch.
Yeah, so Portia Slater holds on, 2:13.37, and then Harper Fraser, 2:14.02, a PB. So she puts herself in a position to get into that final, but we'll now have to wait from the top 2 automatically in there. So great racing from our girls in the first heat, with second heat making their way out onto the track. Fiki Porter, the Western Australian, a big watch in hip number 2. There's the results from number 1 for those watching on at home. Richardson, Slater, Fraser, Hyde. Those 2 are waiting on times, of course, but Alicia McGrath as well finishes off there, 2:21.59. So the next of our heats is getting ready. Lynn Orme, Potter, Thomas, McCallum, Baraniak, Reed, Messer, James, Eckstein, and Harrington Downey. There's some talent in here. Eckstein, Potter, Charlotte James. I mean, the names can go on, but again, the depth of middle distance running in this country just at an all-time high.
I mean, these women will be taking inspiration for what they saw Freiger and Boothroyd in the epic battle that happened in those under 18 800-metre finals just recently. But a little bit of nerves we can see on the track at the moment. Lots of little shakes of the legs. This will be a really exciting heat. I mean, we've got so much potential in this heat and so many athletes that could make this final. So you'll see the start list come up now. Mitch went through it before. Ones to watch, probably Potter on the inside and Eckstein from Queensland in lane 9. So keep an eye on this field. Anything could happen.
Yeah, Potter was 5th in that final last year, so knows how to get in them. Maybe this year she knows how to get on the podium. Just improve year on year. Who knows? But at 2:10, she's a formidable force in this field. So every lane field here, heat number 2 for our women's under 15, 800 metres, and Fikey Potter is a big watch, the Western Australian. So Lynn Orme, Potter, Thomas, McCallum, Barniak, Reed, Messer, James, Eckstein, and Harrington Downey make their way up this back straight. The Queenslanders quick to close in. That's Eckstein. Inside the rail, you can see the push come now from Potter, who clearly had an agenda of where she wanted to be in the early stages of this race. And now finds herself in a perfect position just outside the shoulder now of our race leader. So 5 of them are there. They're all really starting to push and find a position, but out in front, it's the 2 favourites you would think doing a good job to see what this field has. And now Fikey Potter just rolls alongside the shoulder of our Queenslander. And the group, it is fast. It's getting faster. That is the thing. It's just picking up.
what they can tend to call a squeeze race here in the 800 metres, and it's going to be 65 seconds through the opening 400, so on PB pace there for these two.
Not a definitive move made by Potter, which has really allowed the Queenslander Eckstein to cover her moves here. She's the one that now, as we lead into this back straight, who's got the little bit of an edge on Potter, but it is top two, next two fastest, so they don't have to win it. At the moment, they're clear, but we saw crazier things happen in our 1,500 metres earlier today. So Potter will follow Eckstein in this final 200 metres here. The South Australian Harrington Downey starting to make moves on this back straight and looks like she's going to want to contend here for one of these spots, and she'll take the New South Waleser Lynn Orme with her. So Potter and Eckstein are going to have to be careful here as these two round out into these finals. You think they're safe with about 10 metres to spare. It is the Queenslander. She's at home. She's taken the home strength. Eckstein is going to lead into this final 30 metres here. So Eckstein, Potter, they'll be your two automatic qualifiers. A late run from Harrington Downey will see her come through for third, and an exceptional run from our New South Wales athlete Charlotte James, Mitch. But good racing from our under 15 women.
Yeah, and the two favourites again get through to that final. So at 400 metres to go, you thought it was going to be hard to chase them down. Usually if you're in a position like that and you're not one of the fastest, you want those two athletes a bit closer to you or a bit further back in the pack to think that maybe something might happen where you can get the best of them. But once they're out in front like that, it's always going to be hard to chase them down when there's two of them. Maybe if there was one of them, you would have some optimism, but they show why they're a formidable force when it comes to this final tomorrow. So that was heat number 2 of our women's under 15. We've got 3 of them, and they're making their way out onto the track. We have so many 800-metre races to come. Would you believe it? All the way for the next 40 minutes, we've got 800 metres. So if you love 800-metre running, if 2-lap running is your favourite event, well, I've got the perfect Sunday afternoon for you, don't I? Because if you stay here for 40 minutes, you're going to get nothing but 800-metre madness.
So results for that under 15 800 metre second heat there. Harrington Downey with a late run, 2:15.66. We'll see her with one of the time qualifiers there. So it's top 2, next 2 fastest. They look like they're only going to bring 8 through to this final. It'll be really exciting to see what the women can do in the final heat here. So it is a full race of 10. Again, you'll see the Victorian Howley go out of 1, Braybrook Victoria out of 2, Little from WA out of 3, the WA girl, another WA athlete, Connolly out of 4, Ross, New South Wales representative out of 5. Moon, the Queenslander, we've seen her name a lot this championships. She'll go out of 6. Hamilton from ACT in lane 7. Zara Smith from Victoria in 8. Starks from Victoria in 9. And rounding out our field from the ACT is Little Kirkwood. So this race here equally as competitive. I keep my eyes on Grace Little from WA in 3. She's 3 from the outside. And the other athlete to watch is Elise Hamilton, our ACT athlete in 7. She's got a seed time of, or PB of 2:08.78 coming into this race with a season's best of 2:11.27. And don't forget Moon there just on her inside, the Queenslander 2:10.67. So a little bit unsteady there. I think that'll be our athlete in lane 4, Connolly. We won't have any worries there, and they'll hope to get away for the second time of asking, of which they do. So reasonably even start here. The Queenslander already looking like she potentially wants to take the lead here. She's going to pull the athlete on her outside. Hamilton with the fastest PB in this field through. So they'll come through the red little bottles there to merge. So it will be the Queenslander, Moon, that will want to take this lead. We've seen some aggressive running from her throughout this championship. So Moon taking the lead. It'll be Hamilton sitting on her shoulder, covering her moves. We've got Grace Little as well, sitting just off her with quite a lopey style there in 3. So not willing to just sit behind. Hamilton wants to be directly on her shoulder. She wants to make the athletes really have to go round her if they're going to want to take the lead here. So coming into this final lap here, they're fairly bunched, which makes for an exciting last lap. It is going to be Hamilton and Moon side by side as they lead through this first lap here in 64.86.
So a good clip here in heat number 3. They know that some times might be able to get dragged through. Last year's silver medalist in Elsie Hamilton will be very comfortable here at the moment, given that she's run 2:08.78 at her fastest. So you can see now Hamilton just gets around Ayla Moon, who will need to find something. This is always a hard chance to respond. You can see Little now doing some good work, and Kirkwood as well from the ACT in a position to find herself in a final. So 1:38, 1:39 on the clock here now, and you can see that for the first time, it is all Hamilton leading out this group. Not entirely her own way, maybe wanted a bit more separation if she could get it, but with 120 metres to go, you've got to fight with what you've got. It's Little now in that second spot. The battle for the third is on as they make their way into this home straight. So 80 metres to go now here, and she looks so comfortable out in front. Does Elsie Hamilton. Little there in second, the Victorian flying in a big way here to try and get that third spot. So the first two are secure, and have a look at the final 50 metres from Braybrook of Victoria. So she's almost approached this like today was her final, and whatever happens, happens. Great run from her to get into that third spot. So the first two are through. They were so impressive, but let's wait on those times. For those watching at home, we're going to come right back and give you those results when we get them. So back on screen here, you can see the results of our women's under 15,800. So Billy Richardson, Hamilton, Little, Salter, Braybrook, Moon, Eckstein, and Potter all going to be there in the final. Harper Fraser, the Victorian, just misses due to the heat that she was drawn in, but good to see for our under 15s. Our under 16 women now get ready for their heats of this 800, and similar qualifying first two, and then 2 times from there. Watch for Tilly Williams in lane number 9, the South Australian. And Lelia Beaver on the inside, the Queenslander too. So Beaver, Martin, Tompkins, Moller, De Young, Sherwood, Bellett, Gross, Richer, Tilly Williams of South Australia, and Lana Crawford. The South Australian is a big watch here in this field and gets out quickly here as well. So they're pretty well spread. This one's actually a little bit more variety than we saw for the under 15s, and Williams taking the full allotted 100 metres to get down to the rail. It's the gradual push down. Some are pretty aggressive. Some just get down there as quickly as they can, and whoever's behind, good luck. But Williams, the classy move, the smooth move into the lead here of this group, and only has one willing to go with her at the moment at this tempo. So 5 metres separates this group to the rest of the field, who are all working now and maybe are catching their breath after a hot start, slowing down the momentum of the heartbeat and just finding themselves in a position. But it's hard to hold on to a Tilly Williams when she's running like this. This will be just over 62 seconds, I would think. And that is quick here for this field to try and expect to hold on. So Williams making her intentions clear here early.
So we see the progression is the same as the ones before, top 2, next 2 fastest. And Williams is not messing around. She wants that spot, and she's even willing to go out and really put ground on our ACT athlete as well. So as we lead into this, it is all Williams. There's a little bit of moves being made on the chasing pack there. In that chasing pack, it looks like one of our New South Wales athletes wanting to bridge the gap here, but she's going to have to enter into some serious no man's lands to do it. So it is all Williams out the front with just over 150 metres to go. She will round out into this straight with about a 20-metre lead. It is one of our New South Wales athletes leading the charge and bringing a couple with her, but you'd think these two athletes are clear at the moment. Williams and Moller, just a sensational race, putting together this race to make sure they make those finals. It's a commanding lead, though, for Williams as she comes past the Brisbane sign and into the last 30 metres of this race. She doesn't even look tired. She looks like she's just gone through the motions. 2:11, 2:12.79. That'll put her in good stead for the final. She gets up. She doesn't. There's no heavy breathing there, at least from what we can see. No hands on the thighs or hands around her waist. That was about the easiest 2:12 I've ever seen.
Yeah, she's a smooth mover, isn't she, Tilly Williams of South Australia. They've got a good group of middle distance women over there at the moment, so does enough to get through to the final. In fact, does more than enough to get through to the final. But to your point, looks unfazed by the race she's just run at 2:12, which will send shivers down the spine of some of our other athletes as they get out on the track themselves and face their 800-metre heats. So well done to the South Australian. Sets it up now for what could be a great final here in the under-16 event.
Mitch,
And
we had
just so many athletes here as well to compete.
a Northern Territory athlete, your favourite uniform in that one.
The best uniform in Australian athletics in Northern Territory. Second, well, closely ahead of the Tasmanian uniform.
Well, see, I'm a big fan of the Northern Queensland uniform. They're not at this championships, but we'll see them later in the year when we hit all schools time. But, I mean, I think we've talked about this a few times. If I had to go, let's be a bit biased here. I like the Victorian uniform.
Well,
it's
you're really showing your bias here, which is fair enough because it is a great uniform. So Tilly Williams, Gabrielle Moller, and then Leila Beaver, and Lucy Sherwood. We'll have to wait on those times. 2:18. It'll be hit and miss, I would think, depending on how this final or this heat goes out in terms of pace. I doubt they're going to be slow. We haven't seen a slow heat thus far in this frenzy of 800-metre racing because there's no point. You've got to try and push hard to get through to the final.
And these juniors don't like to mess around. They see these rounds as opportunities to run good races in the heats and the finals. So I think it's whether it be a lack of experience but also a little bit of nerves. You'll see the Heat 2 come up at the moment. So they're about to start here. I'll give you the start list as they go. So it is Renton in 1, Witches in 2, Charles in 3, Fallon in 4, Rose Dunn from New Zealand in 5, Lindquist in 6, Cooney in 7, 8-1 is Korea, Bishop is 8-2, 9 is O'Brien and Grant. So we've got a field of 11 here. It's a big field, and it looks like it will be the Tasmanian Lindquist leading out our field. She's seen what happened in the previous heat, and she wants to put her mark on the track. She's going to take the South Australian the New Zealander. The uniforms are very similar. She's going to take Dunn with her. So it is going to be our Tasmanian Lindquist and Dunn following not too far behind. Our Queenslander and New South Wales athlete are going to be hot on her heels. But it is the Tasmanian at the moment. Lindquist just looks incredibly relaxed. She's going to move into the first 350 metres here with a little bit of a commanding lead. It's a really smart race being run by Dunn. She's sitting on the shoulders. She's not having to do much thinking. But Queenslander Zoe Renton will try and bridge the gap here. So gone through reasonably quickly, Mitch. What can they do in this final 350 metres?
Well, it'll be up to Renton to try and get on this leading duo because at the moment at 300 metres to go, they look totally in control here. Lindquist has led from the start, hasn't she? She would love to go gun to tape and run it smoothly. That's the other thing. Not really have to put yourself under too much duress or as little amount of pressure as possible ahead of a major final tomorrow. So we can see these moves being made further back. There might be a flyer late there from Tasmania as well. That's a watch. But as they make their way through with 200 metres to go, just shy of it, it is all Ava Lindquist of Tasmania out in front and is just moving away from this field at that. So what a run from her in this heat of the women's 800 metres. Just needs to do enough to make it through to the final. She's done just that. So well done here to Lindquist in that first slot and then still moving along nicely behind. So here it is. Here's your winner of the second. 2:11, 2:12 around that marker. It's a good push down to the line there for Fallon as well to get up into third. Great run from our South Australian, who holds on to the second. A New Zealander, of course, you're right, the uniforms are so similar in Dunn. But Ava Lindquist, the winner there in Heat 2.
That was a great run. I mean, if we thought Williams looked good, well, Lindquist did the same thing. She thought, you know what, I'm going to one-up you here, just slightly beat you time-wise. So, I mean, I'm glad I'm not an under-16. I don't want to have to race up against those two. I mean, we've still got a heat to go.
Yeah, there's still fast women to come. That's the thing. We've got Lara Packwood, we've got Kratzmann, we've got Templeman, we've got Wade, we've got Mawson, all able to run under 2:13 or around that marker. So that's a scary heat as well. I don't think there's any heat you can rock up to the start line and think, I'm totally confident in winning this or being in the top two.
Well, maybe that's how these under-16s are going into it. Maybe that is the thought process. I mean, across the weekend, I've heard lots of different theories behind how headspaces are going into these races. I mean, some people are going in thinking they're feeling good, looking good, and all of the above, and therefore have no worries. I mean, it's really hard to tell, even by how athletes race, what's really going on up there.
You don't know till you're out there, right? And you can also think as much and prepare as much as you like, but once that gun goes, it really is you versus you out on that start line. And of course, it takes a village to get athletes to the start line, but once you're out on that track, it's all up to you from there. So here it is, heat number 3, women's under 16, 800. Kratzmann, Dorrington, Packwood, Bug, Mawson, Eat, Park, Bova, Wood. Don't think that's over. That continues on to the next page. We also have Luca Templeman and Sienna Wade, who for mine is a great talent in these 800-metre events. So what will they do here? Again, the third heat always has the benefit of having watched what happens before them, but there hasn't been any signs of championship racing thus far. I don't think we're going to get it here. If you're going to find it anywhere, it's usually in heat number 1. They at times can set the tempo. But heat 3 now, you can feel the nerves from up here in the booth. We feel like we're a mile away from here. Get to cut the tension with a knife. Here we go. So our third heat underway here, and we'll have to see how quickly they go out because they can't leave too much to chance. It's been quick before them, and they'll know that. They'll know where they need to be here. Outside wide on the track, it looks like it's Sienna Wade who will employ a similar tactic to what we saw Tilly Williams do in just taking as long as possible prior to the bend to get down to the rail, and she leads out this group now. So did it well. And they're tucked in behind. That's Lara Packwood sitting there in second. The Queenslander and Kratzmann's in third. And then Bethany Mawson sits in fourth with Bova. So all of these women have run around the 2:13 marker before. And that just means that this is going to be a fascinating second lap because you can see that the pace is on. And why wouldn't it be? If you can drag through as many people as possible, you should. And now still leading out here. Took the longest to get down to the rail was Wade, but you can see Packwood and now Boyne as well, not far, and they're starting to move here with 350 odd metres left.
So we've got 6 athletes in this pack at the moment, and 2 will 100% miss out. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this race continues. So Packwood taking the lead into this back straight, but sitting pretty on her outside, that is Bova, and she's looked pretty good and is now overtaking. So Bova wants this spot. She wants to guarantee it, so she's going to try and run away with it. And she's starting to put a little bit of ground, but it is Packwood, and just behind her, that is Wade that's not going to want to give up her spot, but she's got 3 chasing heavy behind her. So if you thought Wade was done, think again. She's going to come again, see if she can take the lead here as she comes into this final 150 metres. Wade, second bit of energy there. She's going to power up into this last 100 metres. So it is Wade. Bova's going to have to try and hold on. On the outside shoulder there, it is the likes of Packwood coming to from ACT, but wait for Kratzmann as she makes a run for it in this final 30 metres here. There's going to be 3 of them looking for this last spot and a dip to the line, but I think it is going to be our ACT athlete sticks the hand out in front to try and pull that chest over. Lara Packwood, I think you might have just managed to guarantee yourself a spot in that final.
We've seen that more and more, aren't we? The arm out tactic to try and get to the line. So great running from our women. We're going to bring you all of these results here on 7 Plus in a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll tell you who's in that final. Quick, and here are those results for those women's 800 metre under 16 heats. Lindquist, Williams, Wade, Packwood, Templeman, Dunn, Mawson, and Kratzmann will just miss there on times. We can see that as we continue with the action here
is our men's under 15 800-metre heats. Now, these ones are even harder to make than the women because only the first will go through here automatically. Arswar, Chant, Cragg, Halford, Hardy, McAdam, Macaulay, Roberts, Sim, West and Wilson all do battle here to find a spot in this final. And you can see down there quickly, it is our Queenslander who looks really comfortable as well. That was one of the easiest ways to get to the front I've seen, under 30 seconds. He leads out some big, tall figures behind him. I tell you what, he wouldn't mind those guys out in front, I think, to break some of this wind, the swirling wind you can find here in Brisbane. But he doesn't look like he needs it at the moment. He's in total control out here in front is Jake Roberts. So Roberts in front of McAdam, slipping back just a little bit, but not out of contention, is West. Puts himself in that third spot again. They can move from anywhere, these guys. They're getting to an age now where tactics become so much more important. We can see now Jackson, Ross, McAdam. Have a look at that for a move. The big looming figure now gets around the shoulder.
Well, he knows that it'll have to be fast, and he's set this race up really well, and he doesn't want to leave it to chance. With every step he takes, he tends to put a little bit of gap on the field, but they're going to work that back. The Victorian there doing a fantastic job. I think that is Sims there. So Sims looks like he might come to challenge for this lead here as they come into this final 200 metres. So they're running really well here. It is McAdams. He's doing a fantastic job as they come round this bend. He doesn't want to give up that lead easy, but Sims sitting on the shoulder nicely. We look to have some late movers in that as well. So it is a New South Wales athlete coming up on the shoulder as they round out into this final bend. Remember, boys, there's only one spot up for grabs, so if you want it, it's going to have to be a sprint to the final, and there are 4 of them willing to do it. But it is the Queenslander who put the afterburners on. He's going to come through. He looks like he's running a 200 metres. You wouldn't know it's an 800. So it is going to be our Queenslander, Jake Roberts, that's going to come through here for that first spot. He was hiding that. He was tucked away. Where's the sprint finish there?
Well, Jake Roberts, don't forget, he led this field out through the opening 400 metres, so might have felt a little bit of reprieve when he saw Jackson McAdam move around his shoulder. And I don't know whether there's a coach or a family member or somebody in the crowd at 100 metres that said, go, Jake, go, because once he hit the jets, that was it. You can see the struggle on all of their faces. He's opened up the hands. He's got the sprinting hands going down the home straight. Once that happens, and if you're in fatigue in the heats and you see that on your shoulder, you take a deep breath and you go, oh, this is going to hurt even more. So he gets up, the first man through to the final, 2:03.92 for him. McAdam is in second, and then Sim in third at the 2:05-ish marker. They'll have to wait on time, though, because we're going to get 5 times and 5 first places through to the final.
That
it's
is
brutal qualifying conditions, and we already said that. But I suppose when you have so many athletes, I wouldn't want to run a semi. So I would probably rather it this way than having to do another round of 800-metre running, that's for sure.
Mitch, I don't know. I think I'd run a semi.
No, you wouldn't.
What?
For 800 metres?
Yes.
No, you would not.
Back me in for a semi.
You haven't...
You know what?
You haven't run enough 800 metres if you're saying that.
At some point in my career, Mitch, I will go to run 3 rounds of an 800.
Because you understand that you would have to do what you're asking 2 in one day.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
This is one I'm nearly willing to put ink on for. Back me in for 3 rounds of an 800. Mind you, this is not happening anytime soon.
There's 800-metre runners across the country just in disbelief. If you get 3 days in a row, maybe, but given there's only 2 days left here, you'd have to double.
Just think double.
Oh, here we go.
Double
go on.
session. So 800 in the morning,
oh my God.
800 in the afternoon.
Oh my goodness. Oh look, I can't discredit
No,
you.
you're hating on it.
I just think that there's a level of misunderstanding of how hard 800 metres are. I'll tell you what, you get on the blower, you text your friend Morgan, and you get her opinion on it, given she's done both. I would like to hear what she has to say.
What she has to say. All right, we'll see. I don't know. I think I'd back her in for 3 rounds as well.
All right. Well, you know better than me, don't you? So here we go. Heat number 2 with the men's under 15 800. Banks, Cairns, Sapasa, Halfhide, Hillmar, McDermott, Reiki, Skinner, Wells, and Zurika. Outside the Victorian. Sonny's on business time here in the heats. Again, all with a good merge into lane number 1, but now it comes crashing down, doesn't it? Like a wave in the ocean, it can catch you off guard. And we now see this group find themselves in the positions they want to be in. The Western Australian kind of just glided through in between 2 or 3 of them to find himself in front. I don't know if that's where Rory McDermott wanted to be, but it's where he finds himself. Zarica on the outside. And look at Hill in those yellow sunglasses. You cannot miss him. It's business time here in Queensland. So now Hill moves up on the shoulder of Zarica. They're 1-2 at the bell. 57-58. So nothing crazy here. It'll be 62, I think, when they make their way through. Just shy, so nearly got it. But Zarica now leads out this group. And they're all going to start to fly up the back straight, you would think. But it won't be easy for them at the tempo that Zarica's setting for this crew here. So he wants to find himself in that final automatically. Doesn't want to have to step off the track and have any questions, any doubts, any wonders about what he's going to be doing tomorrow. And he's giving them everything to go and get after, because this lead isn't shrinking, is it? It's only expanding here for the New South Welshman. So as he continues to press on ahead, Isaac Zarica, they'll start to fly here as they make their way through to the water jump. It's the Queenslanders launching an attack of their own here at our man out in front. They're accompanied by the New South Welshman, but as he makes his way here into the home straight, Isaac Zarica is in front here in heat number 2. He's got a good margin back there to second. These boys are now flying. They know that they need to get the automatic or the non-automatic time. Zarica is through there on the automatic spot at 2:05. It's not super fast. The big fly comes in there from Kevin Ma of Victoria at 2:04.95 for Zarica, and the margin that lay behind. I'll be interested to see if any small cues come from that.
Well, he doesn't want to run 3 rounds. It's the one and done.
Well, no, because he's run. He knows what an 800 feels like. The 800 metres is often described as the hardest event in athletics. So
it's the 400.
I can see why these guys don't want to have to run another round. As you can see the Victorians dap each other up on the way through.
Oh, that's the way, isn't it? Bit of state love.
Bit of state-on-state love. So 2:06.30 for Sapasa. He's the only man capable of making the final now, because at 2:06.96 for Kevin Ma, as great as his kick finish was, won't be enough to get through to a final. I thought that first heat was a fair bit faster in terms of the closeness of the field, but what can heat 3 do?
It's a big field of 10 as well, which I just want to say from our under 15 boys, really impressive to get 4 heats, and they're not small heats, they're 4 heats of 10. So you're looking at nearly 40 athletes competing in this field, which is just sensational. We've got a range of states in this one as well, which is super exciting. You'll see this. Well, that's actually the results coming up for the last one. So as Mitch said, that sprint finish from the Victorian Ma won't be enough to book his spot in the final. 2:06.30 though will. So we'll have to see if he'll be able to hold on to that as we come into the third heat of 4. So big field of 10 here. It is going to be in 1, Visconti, in 2, Burt, 3, Dobbins, 4, Frolic, in 5, 6, Lucas. That start list will come up now. 7, our Queenslander, Morris, Palmer, 8, Spackman 9, and Walker 10. It is going to be that Tasmanian Jack Burt out in 2 that's going to lead them off. A hot on the heels of Frocklick, though, who also wants to guarantee himself a spot on the rails. So they're working pretty hard in this first 200 metres. The WA man, Scotty, is also going to want to be there, but there's 4 of them that want to be in the lead at this point coming into the first 200 metres. So I think the one that'll end up with it is the Queenslander, Fronklick. He'll start to take the lead here into this 200 metres. This field is fairly strung out early. They'll have seen what's happened in the last 2 and might want to put a bit more pace into this race to ensure there's maybe not just 1, but maybe 5 that go through here. So it's quite bunched at the moment. Everyone's still in it. It's the Victorian that makes the big move here. He's going to lead them through to the first 400 metres of this race, and I think it is going to be reasonably quick here. 101.56. He's going to try and put a bit of space in between here and our man from WA, Bernascotti. So it's the Victorian leading us out here. I believe that is Spackman. He's going to lead us into the back straight. He's looking fabulous with about a 10-metre lead at the moment. Watch for the Tasmanian and the Queenslander behind him, who looks to be the best of these moves. So it is Flynn Walker, the Victorian, who has put space on this field, though he's going to have to continue at a fairly hot pace to ensure he ends up with this final, because it's our Queenslander here and the Tasmanian working together here, pulling in, trying to close this gap. Can Walker finish this race that he led out so strong in this second lap? So Walker coming into the final straight, 10-metre lead. He's closing the gap to Queenslander. The Queenslander's coming hard. He wants that spot. He wants to guarantee him a space in the final. So that is Frolic. He's going to take the strength of being at home, come through for that automatic qualifier. 2:03.52, a gutsy run from Flynn Walker, the Victorian, which might see himself sneak into a final. I mean, that race was a fair bit faster than the last.
Yeah, 2:03. I think he might have dragged the two behind him to a good tempo, because 2:05, I think, was those little cues, or a couple were hanging around that point. So I think he's dragged through a few, but he timed it to perfection. Flynn Walker, 2:04.14, 2:04.29 for Jake Burt, appearing for us as lifetime best. But you can see here that Walker, who was admirable to make the move and admirable to put himself in a winning position, just starts to feel the pinch, starts to feel the hurt. And for Lockie Frolic, he just works away at that time in front of him to get on the Victorian, and then just moves right on past him with ease, it needs to be said at that. And he looks so strong and confident at 2:03.52 to get that automatic spot into the final. So well done to him. You're right, harnesses the energy of being here in Queensland. He'll have some friends and family here in the crowd, you would suspect. But he wins the third of these heats. But there's only one more left. So you can see that at 2:04.29, Jake Burt, and 2:04.14, Flynn Walker. Currently need to kick their legs up and get ready for tomorrow. But with one more heat to go, you probably get a little bit nervous about that still.
So 2:05.85 is the last of our time qualifiers. 2:04.14 is the fastest. So those boys are in a privileged position in this last heat to know what they need to run. If I was in this heat and have seen what has just happened, I'd be trying to make this a sprint from the beginning.
You might as well. Don't want to die wondering in a heat, that's for sure. So the last of these heats gets underway. Brown, Burrell, Duddy, Ellerington, Janus, Levitas, O'Connell, Opedisano, Thomas, and Van Kewen. And this is just it. When you're in this last heat, you might as well have a crack at it if you're somebody who lives around what that cutoff is at the moment. The Victorian doing just that here. Let's see what this group does. They're quick to respond to him. They're not going to give him anything in front. He's gone through around 29.30, so consistent to what we've seen across the three heats before this. But he looks to me like a man on the mission out in front. He's going to get some company by his fellow statesmen, I think. No, he's happy to sit back and just watch the group and just watch the pace unfold. Four of them now. Five might reattach. In fact, the whole group might reattach here in a moment if they're able to get on the back of our New South Welshman. But the Victorian leads out here confidently from the Queenslander. It's Duddy, who leads with 61.72 on the clock. So it's a good opening there from Callan Duddy. Archie Thomas, not far either. And the Queenslander just about to maybe get past, and he's trying to hold on, but that look on the inside shoulder means that he might be feeling the pinch. Have a look at this from third to second. In a moment's time, he'll be first. So here we go. It's an all-out sprint now, and hasn't that woken something up in the group behind? So the New South Welshman, the first to pull the trigger here in heat number 4. He's fired his shot, and he makes his way around with 180 metres to go. The two Victorians trying to latch on, but this is a devastating move here from Finlay O'Connell. So O'Connell saw his opportunity to get down to the railing with 200 metres to go. Oh, it's not quite over with yet, is it? O'Connell leads out here. Here comes the late charger now on his shoulder. So O'Connell, fired a shot, but it was one of warning. And the one that's going to execute is Janusz, the Queenslander. He bited it well, 2:04.01. I would think that the New South Welshman will get rewarded for his efforts with a spot in the final. But how was that? You talk about there's so many superlatives you could use. Who's going to flinch first? Who blinks first? Who fires the shot? It was the New South Welshman. And have a look at the Queenslander. Just mowed him down there with 50 metres to go. Utmost confidence. That was strong. Well done to him. And you can see here, we're going to accumulate the results. We're going to figure out who gets through to that final. We'll bring it back to you right after this. Now on Sunday at the Junior National Championships, this is the last of our group of 800-metre runners about to get underway. It's the heats of our men's under 16 event. We go back to 2 automatic qualifiers and then 2 times to follow from there. So they make the qualifying a little bit easier by 1 more space. These guys are fast and they're ready to compete. So we go back to the qualification window of 2 going through to this final. The men's under 16, 800 metres. And you can see the fast start from Samuel Reeve, the Victorian. South Australia's Tyson White as well, another getting into his work early, but I think it'll be the Victorian that gets down there first. It is. So he's got company immediately on his shoulder. This is a faster tempo. It'll slow up, I reckon, in a moment's time. And it's going to go through in about 28 seconds through 200 metres. So pretty good. That's a good group. They're all tucked in nicely. A couple of these flyers will come from the middle of the pack. I'd say watch that over the back half of this race. And we can see this group moving. Xavier Zara, one of the great haircuts you can see in there. And he makes his way around this group as well. So he can pick up on the fact that this pace is slowing down, which means that it's gearing up for a big sprint finish. And clearly he wants to be right at the front of it when that happens. So 60 seconds on the clock and they're just about all still there with 400 to go.
Yeah, this is a super exciting race here. The New South Wales athlete at the moment taking it out really strong, but it's our Victorian sitting in second that I think looks the most comfortable, but he's going to have to match the moves as he has the Queenslander come up onto his shoulder. That's Ben Hooper there. Ben Hooper wants this spot. They've got 2 automatic spots, and I'd say nearly the whole field's in it. So Hooper's going to edge forward and lead this race out. You've got the Victorian Archie Grant that also wants to guarantee himself a place in the final. So Grant on the heels of Hooper as they lead out into this final 150 metres, but everyone's still in it. It's a little bit of a race. We've seen these 800s come to sprint finishes lately, but Grant takes a little bit of a check on his shoulder, actually overtakes Hooper coming into this final part of this race because he knows his fellow statesman, the other Victorian, Botha, sitting on his shoulder. So it is going to be a sprint finish. It is going to be our Victorian that comes through. Grant there's going to book his spot. He's going to dap up his Queensland mate Hooper. They're pretty pleased to guarantee themselves a spot in the final.
Absolutely they are. Anytime you can walk off the track and know you're in is a great thing. So well done to them. They had to fight it out or duke it out. Archie Grant, the Victorian, gets there.
Now, just had a bit of feedback here, of which I still disagree with this piece of feedback.
So I've sent you to who I consider to be one of the great 4.8 runners over recent years.
She feels me. She understands what I see. So
no, this is
just coming through at the moment.
That's a fair enough opinion.
Morgan Mitchell reckons 2 800s in one day could potentially kill the juniors. So one auto qualifier won't hurt as much, but I kind of back in her opinion there. She'd rather 2 in one day.
Cool. Never. I would much rather the harder qualifying into a final.
But I think that is
2 days.
That's the athlete that Morgan is. I've seen her training lately, and she's just, I've actually never seen someone train with such intent. She's incredible to watch on the track.
She's a star, Morgan Mitchell. So the two of you share the same sentiment. Fair enough. I'd be interested to what other people at home think, but I'm 2 against 1. I'm outnumbered here. Well done to Branson Botha and Reeve, who are in the small queues right now, but Ben Hooper and Archie Grant get through automatically. Shout out to Xavier Zara. I actually met him and his dad in the hotel this morning. They said g'day. And at least he fought on strongly, so he'll be just outside of a small queue. But heat number 2, behind the line, and you can see here there's some good names to watch out for. Cameron Bodner, the Tasmanian. He's talented. He's on the outside. Have a watch for him.
We look like we're missing one in lane 5, but he's not on the start list, so not to worry there. They are away from the inside. Alfred, Frendrich, Dolmy, Stephenson, Woodhead, Hunley, Morse, Bodner, and Westcombe. It's going to be the Queenslander, the local, that's going to take this race out hard. That is Sonny Moores from Queensland. The Victorian is going to be hot on his heels. That's Frendrich. So our Queensland athlete wants to guarantee him in a home final here, but that whole pack is going to work together to attempt to bridge that early lead that the Queenslander has put on the rest of the field. So Sonny's on. Sonny Moore is ahead. He is steaming home for this finish line. He's absolutely really comfortable. It is going to be Frendrich, the Victoria, who's going to be brave and try and edge that gap now, into no man's land. So the athlete that's going to try and go with him is Joshua Alford, our New South Wales athlete. But as they come into this 400 metres, it's the Queenslander that I say has a commanding lead. That one is 58-55.
So I'd watch for Alford here as well from New South Wales, and the Tasmanian Cameron Bodner as well in that 4th spot. Just both of them seem to be waiting for their moment, plying their trade well in the middle of this pack, but they're going to have to go and get the Queenslander because he's giving them everything to chase. At times when you start out as fast as this, the group will fancy their chance to reel you back, but he's going to make it tough on them at the moment. So we can see the Queenslander doing a good job to hold on. That's Morse, but now we start to see these two go and get after him. And like I said, they've been waiting in this group. They were slow to begin there in the opening 400 metres, and for good reason. Bodner's run 2:04 before at his best. But have a look at the Queenslander here again. Continues to push. He's a class athlete, Sonny Moore. And now he moves away from this duo once more. So these two now find themselves in a battle for that automatic spot, because there is no way they're going to catch Sonny Morse here of Queensland. Gun to tape operator through to the final. What a run from him at 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 0.59 to stop the clock. And I think the group behind thought that they might get him. I think that they thought at 200 metres, we're going to reel him back in here. He's out on his own. We're together. We're a chance. But the Queenslander shows the strength we know he has. And he's through, and he doesn't look phased at all, does he? We're looking at him on screen here now. He is as cool, calm, and collected as you could be after a heat like that. Well done to him.
I mean, and even if he wasn't, the sunnies are going to hide that from us. The athletes with the sunnies on, you can't see what's going on. They could be crying under there, and for all we know, they're calm, cool, and collected. So I don't think it will be at all. Morse looked incredible. I think you'd back him in as a bit of a front runner, but don't forget about Joshua Alford that made that run late. 2:01.97 is going to get him the second of those automatic qualifiers. You end up with the Tasmanian Bodner coming in for that 3rd spot there. That'll end up with a time qualifier 2:02.57. So with one heat to go, the time qualifiers that we're looking for is 2:01.86 and 2:02.57. So Mitch should say that this 3rd heat is going to have to take it out pretty significantly to catch those.
So heat number 3, ready to go.
It's a field of 8 here.
So what are these guys? What would they be thinking on the line? There'd be a lot going through their head. Doesn't matter how fast you are.
Madden looks like he's obsessed with his pink shoes. I've seen him look down at those.
Have a look at them. I reckon they're brand spankers. I think he's picked them up on his way to the track. He said, Mum and Dad, if I'm going to compete here, I better stand out.
Pink socks as well.
Fine, Xavier. Take these pink shoes. The Victorian, second from the outside, we're talking about, loving the pink shoes. So we've got Donarelli, Lucas, Armstrong, Fletcher, Watkins, Vandermeer, Madden, and Anthony make their way around here. And they're all pretty well in a line. I think it might be, it's either Fletcher or Watkins who's going to roll down first. It's Noah Fletcher just in front. Look at the fight. You can see that he has to push just a little bit harder. All these athletes know, and anyone who's run an 800 knows how significant it is to get down to that rail first. You don't want to have to be running wide. It's why you rarely see moves made on the bends either. So he's done well to hold on there. We saw a little chopping and changing for our man Xavier Madden, the Victorian. But he's able to keep himself upright and in contention here through the opening 400 metres. Time is of the essence. We'd like to see what they go through here, and it'll be around the 1 minute marker, you'd think. Our New South Welshman doing a good job. Look at the argy-bargy happening behind him here. So they all want to be in a position to fly, and fly they do.
Fletcher, has put himself out in a good spot. He doesn't want to have to deal with any of the running early. He's running slightly outside of the inside lane, so that will force the Queenslander and the Victorian. If they want to go round him, they're going to have to go on the outside, but there looks like there's 4 of them behind him wanting this spot. He keeps checking the back of his shoulder. Is he wasting too much energy there? His other New South Walesman in 6, that's Watkins. Watkins wants that spot, so Watkins is going to come through, but it puts the afterburners on. Fletcher said, if you want that spot, you're going to have to run a fair bit faster than that. The Victorian gets clear. He's going to try and chase him now. That is one of our Victorian in the pink shoes is going to come home as well. But this is a sprint finish. It's the New South Wales athlete Watkins that's bided his time perfectly. Our Victorian Lucas has done about the same. So this sprint finish is going to be a fast race, miss. This is going to sit at about 1:59.97 unofficially. The only ones of our races to go under 2 minutes. So, I mean, he sets the rest of the race up with a potential to get those auto cues. What a run there from Watkins. He really bought his time beautifully. He sat behind, a little bit of argy-bargy on that back straight, and then came through really nicely.
So the first under 2 minutes is what we're talking about. Run fast in the third heat. You can drag plenty through. You can see that here. 1:59.97, Donarelli 2:01.09, and Noah Fletcher 2:02.03. Has a small queue, but just have a look at him here. You called it well. Watkins just moves around into the home straight. And have a look at him from here. He is gone. Our man from New South Wales, well, he deserved it, didn't he? He deserved to find a spot in the final at the way he set that up and allowed the other 2 to roll on through quickly. And he's got it at 2:02.03. He will be there in that final. So Watkins and Donarelli were autos. Have a look at this. We can see Watkins, Donarelli, and Fletcher gets through on the small queue, 2:02.03. That's quick. I mean, it's hard to imagine 2:02.26 not getting through. You can see the margin that you get given to be in a final or out of a final. 1:59.97, the fastest into it is Nicholas Watkins, and that was the cutoff, 2:02.03 to 2:02.26 to get in. What a final. Morse, Grant, Donarelli, Hooper, Botha, Alford, and Fletcher. What a condition of 800 metre running we just saw there. We're going to continue. We got some finals to come. Don't go anywhere here on 7+. The start, I'll admit, I didn't see anything that I thought was too dramatic, but again, I am keeping myself away from making any calls, which historically I hate, and I've become everything I hate, but I have such bad luck at these championships that I don't want to put it on any of these kids. There we go, green, because I stayed impartial.
I can't believe I've inserted myself somehow into this men's under 15 200-metre final. I have nothing to do with it at all. Doyle, Burgess, Monson, Solomon, Lambusis flew out of the blocks in the heats. Morton, Webber, the defending champ, Luong and Wallace. Who's going to win it? Who wants it? 7 and 5 of the watch. We're coming back. This seems to happen quite a bit after one green card gets issued. It's unsteady. The nervous energy, it becomes overwhelming somewhat.
Well, thankfully it was just a green card, but it's a good lesson for these boys that you just need to learn how to relax, relearn how to calm back down, because it is something that is going to happen to them a lot throughout their athletics career.
Here we go. Third time around for the final. Men's under 15 200.
Now we're away the third time. The defending champions off to a flyer there in Webber. So look at the Western Australian go. We've wound him up and now we're going to launch him into this home straight. Luong from New South Wales goes with him, but Luke Webber is out here in front. They'll all fly over the final 50, but they won't get near him. Webber is away. How quick will he stop this one? 21.89, a championship record there for Luke Webber, plus 2.2, but it'll still count for a championship one. What a run from the Western Australian. He might have had to have waited 3 opportunities to get down the home straight. Didn't faze him. He's the national champ again.
Unbelievable time is what he was able to achieve. That 21.8 unofficially. We'll wait for it to be confirmed, but it won't be too far off. In the heats, the clock stopped at about a 22.0 and he just had a look over and thought, did I run that? But the clock just froze a little too early. But speaking to the dad in the warm-up track, and he said, if you can put it all the way to the floor, you may go 22.0. He's done one better. He's done 2 better, actually. He's gone 21.8. He set it up in the first 50 metres, didn't he? He's not usually the best starter, but this time around he got out really well. And when he got to the 50-metre mark, he really pressed those athletes on the outside of him. 21.88 is what's been confirmed too, and he's got the endurance of a great 400-metre runner, and that is on display right now in the final 50 metres for him. Awesome run, 2.2, 21.88 for him.
So Luke Webber, he gets under Jimmy Atkins' championship record. No Nostradamus here, but I did have a lot. People sometimes ask, the commentators have lines in their head. I did have one at the start of that thinking, are we going to see a sub 22? And I thought, no, I'm going to moz them. So I should have backed it in.
Well, because
how could I root against him? If you watched his heats and you watched him at the Nationals last year, of course he was going to run under.
Hang on a minute. Maybe have you thought of the fact because you didn't put it out into the world that it came true?
Maybe. You could be onto something. I just need to be silent on all of my takes from here on out. Luke Webber. Have a look. So I wasn't paying enough attention. The sprint factory, Ethan. You were quiet on that. You're a Western Australian boy. I'm surprised. Ethan Morton and then Edward Wallace. And Lambusis. Well, this is why. Look how close that finish was. It was 0.06 of a second between Wallace to Lambusis.
So Morton 22.55 for him, and that fight for third, we really saw in the final 50 metres. There was just athletes everywhere. They were constantly going in front of each other, then falling behind. It was an awesome battle to see, but Luke Webber, that was a serious race from him, and I think he's going to do the 100 metres plus the relay. So what he gets to do in the 100 metres and the warning signs he could fire, that is going to be fascinating, because if you want to be a good 400 runner, you've got to have some good speed over the 100 metres. He has gone, to my memory, I think at 11.0 before, maybe an 11.1. Maybe, just maybe, he's on track to go sub 11 seconds. Here's a look at the under 15's 200 metres. We're going for the outside. There's Dyke from Queensland, Ehioghae, Walumbi, Bailey, Vincent, Anthony, Suti from Western Australia, Whitfield from Queensland, and Keys from Queensland, who will be going in lane number 1. There's Suti from WA. Whitfield from Queensland is next on screen, and then Keys will be after her. The Keys, Whitfield, Suti, Anthony, Vincent, Ailey, Mulumby, Ehioghae and DK from the inside to the out. We've just seen a sub 22 second performance from the under 15 boys. What have the girls got in store for us? Really good start from the Queenslander and Vincent in the middle. So too Mulumby out wide. Ehioghae moves up to DK, does well. Vincent from Queensland charging hard, moves past Barley. Eyes off Mulumby into the home straight. Ehioghae is leading with Vincent coming through nicely. So too is Mulumby. Mulumby winds up, draws level. Can she take the lead with 30 to go? You betcha. Is she going to hold on? She's able to survive. 24.36, a plus 1.6. It's legal, unofficially 24.3. And Ella Mulumby is the national under 15 200 metre champion.
How about that? What a way to win a 200 metre title, wasn't it, Ethan? So you called it beautifully. I thought Ehioghae might have done enough. She was so strong out of the bend, and then once challenged from Mulumby, looked like she was going to go again, but just such a class competitor. I mean, she was so impressive in the heat. She was a watch for her in the final, and she shows just why. I don't think she could quite believe what she'd done across the line. It was a big expression of, oh my God, did I really just do that? Of course you did. You're the national champion. These 200 metre races, they're always entertaining because it rarely is sorted out by the final 40. Here's the full replay so you can see how fast Ehioghae starts. You often wonder the school of thought you have to bide your time or be prepared to go with it, because if you get dragged out and you're not ready to hold the back end, it's going to hurt. But clearly she bided her time, worked off Ehioghae, moved up on her inside, and right here, Ethan, she gets past it, but you think, hold on, Ehioghae's got something? Yep. No, Mulumby too strong.
And Ehioghae definitely was closing. It's just towards, in the final 10 metres, you can just see her lean fractionally forward, which may have just been able to throw out some of the great technique which she does have. But Mulumby successful, 24.35 the confirmed time. Coming into the home
because they might back themselves in, but I have a very strong feeling that the battle is going to be between lanes 5 and 6 with Charlotte Ehioghae and Sienna Vasella. Equal to that, the Victorian and Hildebrand was strong, and I thought Corrie Wall was good in the heat as well, but if you were asking for my opinion, Charlotte Ehioghae is just such an incredible talent, Ethan. I'll throw to you in a moment to speak more on her, but so is Sienna Vasella. Been great over the hurdles, been great over the flats, been great in the jumps in years gone by as well, but is a very, very improved sprinter. But for me, it's a battle between those two, but Charlotte Ehioghae, she's going to be hard to chase down.
And we've seen the Ehioghae name right across these championships. Emanuela, the youngster, plus Paul, who's the winner of the under 18 100 metres, and we've seen on show at the Perth Track Classic what is Charlotte Ehioghae's capabilities, and that was an 11.2, albeit wind-aided, but still to move your legs that fast as an under 16 athlete is sensational. She came second in that race, only to Zoe Hobbs, so she was the first Australian across the line. And when you look at some of these star Australians in that race, it was an incredible achievement for her.
So is that Amelia Reid who owns the under 16 national record? I assume. She's got the championship one at 23.22. But we are without Rakanui. Here we go. The final.
Great start there. I thought the battle would be in these middle lanes, and it is. So look at Charlotte Ehioghae, though, away from this field, already into the bend, into the home straight. She is absolutely blistering here, Charlotte Ehioghae. So I thought the challenges would be outside of her, but she's in a league of her own here with 50 metres to go. Charlotte Ehioghae down to the clock. How fast will she go? 23.08. Would you believe it? It's a championship record off Amelia Reid. Gets it over her fellow stateswoman. She is every bit the athlete we think she is, and she just continues to impress.
How good was her first 50 metres? She was really able to press on the field, and it's just been rounded down to 23.07, the confirmed championship record. And when she's able to really stand up tall and flick the legs out, that's when her top speed is able to be on full display, and it is sensational. There's a look at the start. Not the quickest away, but certainly really quick was she able to get up to Vasella, who's also had a really good run in her own right, 23.91 for her. She came into the home straight, Ehioghae, and she was up by 5 metres, and then once she's able to stand up tall and eye down the finish line, she just gets the arms moving, and it is glorious to watch. But well done to Ehioghae. She ends up winning it by about 8 or so metres, and the wind, perfect, 0.3 for Ehioghae.
So not quite the national set by the great Debbie Wells, would you believe? All the way back here in Brisbane in 76. And that was set at 22.8. What a talent she is. You can see this is always a little telling of where the national media is at. And who comes down to do some interviews, and we can see down there, it looks like it's Zach Gates asking a few questions of our junior star. So already drawing the attention that she deserves, Charlotte Ehioghae, 23.07.
So that actually breaks Emilia Reid's under 16, under 18 and under 20 record of 23.29. So Charlotte Ehioghae now holds state record, excuse me, thank you. So for Charlotte Ehioghae, she is now the state record holder from the under 14s all the way to the under 20s for Western Australia. The only record left for her to break is the open record, which is held by the fabulous Colleen Pekin. So if she can break that record, Commonwealth Games representative for Australia and represented Australia multiple times. 22.95. So she's not exactly far away from it.
She certainly scared it.
The Commonwealth Games before, 3 times bronze medalist at the Com Games. So for Charlotte Ehioghae, probably the next record that she's going to be eyeing off.
Well, she's got plenty of attention. I'm fielding text messages right now from Tamsin Manu, watching on at home somewhere in Melbourne. One of the greats of the commentary booth, the 700 million time national champion. Likes what she sees from the young Western Australians. So shout out to you, Tamsin, Graham, and the kids at home. So Australian athletic experts everywhere are tuning into these juniors on a Sunday afternoon. And why not continue the action here with our men now? We're blessed up, aren't we?
We really
have
are.
to be.
Boom tish. Thank you, Mitch, for that. And we've got just people flooding into our sport, which is wonderful, particularly to all the Richmond supporters right now as we go through the field for the under-16s. Barry from Victoria, who's going to be running out of lane number 1 from Bell, who's in lane 2. Then Houston Durham from 3 from Victoria. Oliver from Western Australia 4. Atkins, New South Wales 5. Gadoo from New South Wales 6. Bless Joe from Western Australia 7. Kandick from New South Wales 8. And Taylor Mami Holden from New Zealand. That's the field, under 16, men's 400 metres. Should be a cracker. Good start from Gadoo from New South Wales in lane 6. Joe got out hard, so to Talumi Holden towards the inside. Bell's away quickly. Houston Derma also having a great race. It's Atkins who's just leading from Gadoo. Gadoo on his shoulder, and then it's Atkins who's on the inside of Gadoo, who launches at 50 to go. Gadoo on top, and now the national champion. 21.85 from him. It was a really tight arm wrestle between him and Atkins, but at 50 metres to go, he pushed the button and he flew to the finish line, a plus 1.1 for Gadoo.
Well, how about that? What a run, 21.85, and you're right, it's legal at plus 1.1, so challenges are plenty, able to come out on top, particularly Jimmy Atkins, who looked like himself was very happy with his second place. Fair enough, it's not an easy medal to win. The 2 New South Welshmen celebrate, love the pumping of the chest, happy with the goal. But what a run, he had to hold on. It's not easy, is it? It always
looks easier than it is, and it was a good start for him. He got Atkins early.
He really was able to pick him up, and towards the outside, Bless Joe was also one who got out hard, and he really helped him as they was able to slingshot into the bend. Off the bend, I should say. Atkins just drawing level with him, and then here's Gadoo, who was able to pull away and was only in the final 10 metres where he opened up a lead, which at that point in time of the race was unassailable. 21.84 the official time, Atkins 22.04, and Bless Joe does receive the medal, the bronze medal that is. He was the third Australian across this line. Lumio Holden from New Zealand, 22.30, so he will walk away with a honorary bronze. These 200 metres that we've just seen, it's a shame they've come to an end so quickly because they were amazing. Charlotte Ehioghae got a championship record as we see the confirmed results. 21.84 for an under 16 is remarkable. So I hope you're enjoying the championships from sunny Brisbane, the famous Cusack venue for the 2026 Australian Athletics Junior Championships. Don't go anywhere. Mitch and I will stay here because we're right back on 7 Plus from the 2026 Australian Athletics Junior Championships. Ethan's been living alongside Mitch Dyer, and we are underway with our 3,000 metre race walk. Now you're probably wondering, geez, a lot of them in there. So what we have done is we've combined the under 16s and the under 15s together in this 3,000 metre race walk. For the under 15s, they are wearing hips numbers 1 through to 13, and then for the under 16s, they're wearing hips number 14 through to 23. So let's take you through the field. So number 1 is Welch, then 2 Miller, 3 Murray, 5 is Russell, Don is wearing hip number 6, Boyd 7, Franklin 8, Temple 9, Bramwell Keys 10. And then Welch from Queensland. Now she's sitting in 3rd overall, but 2nd for the under 15s. And the chasing pack, it starts off with Cassidy, beg your pardon, Mansell from New South Wales. And she's about 5 or so metres clear from her next walker behind her in Everson. Pace they're going out early. It's not a bad pace, Mitch, and already taking the lead and starting to stretch away with it, McClure. Now she's leading for both the under 16s and the under 15s, but I'm liking the way with how the youngsters are able to keep up with her. Because we've got Welch, who's representing Queensland. She's sitting in 2nd for the under 15s, and then also Russell from New South Wales. She's only 3 or 4 metres behind the lead group, and she's also an under 15. So in that first 3, 2 of them are the younger age group.
There you go. So we see that a bit in the walks, don't we? That the younger age group moves along so quickly, particularly in these women's fields. We saw our youngster, the 15-year-old, go and take it to the under 20s only a few days ago. So over the 3,000 metre journey, more of our younger women doing a good job. They might even bridge that gap back here yet. Let's keep an eye on that. The group behind walking along nicely, technically quite sound as well, and that's still Welch leading back from the Victorian in McClure. And then a good rhythm, good tempo is Audrey Russell. So good group back, or good margin back to the next group of the race walking, of course. Talk about it at length, the history of race walking we've seen in this country, and also on the track as well, over the shorter distances like we see here. this group of three, all working off each other's rhythm. No real manoeuvres or no real moves or change really across the board here.
So we've got about 1,900 metres to go. Still keeping a close eye on our top two, because I reckon there may be some moves we do see from Welch, because she's just been able to match the pace really well with McClure. McClure, by the way, is a 13:43.13 walker in her own right. And for Welch, she isn't far away. 14:36.53. That's what they look when you have a look on times. So there isn't too much that separates them. Russell from New South Wales, she's a bit behind on times, but a 15:44.22. So you're expecting this early pace from McClure, given she has been able to go well under the 14-minute barrier. But just impressed with how Welch has been able to stick up with her, because we have got about 1,650 metres for them to go. We're not too far away from halfway before we did see this move, which is McClure start to really stretch from Welch, and it's opened up to almost a 10-metre lead, and Welch is trying to respond, but McClure just was able to hit some pace into the race at the right time, which sees maybe Welch caught a little bit off guard. But what's she going to be able to do? We've still got time. We've still got the distance in this race. We've just got under 1,600 metres remaining. But is Welch going to be able to catch back up to McClure, or is McClure going to be able to storm away with it? McClure from last year, she's the silver medalist, so she has been able to really find some extra speed in this race. And Welch, she picked up the silver medal at the All Schools Championships for the under-15. So they're both experienced, but in the last calendar year just gone, both were able to take home golds, and they've already set themselves up for the opening 1,500 metres to have a great opportunity to be able to do so. Lead extends back to over 20 or so metres. Russell from New South Wales, who was the national bronze medalist from last year, she's sitting in the silver medal position for the under-15s, third overall. Don't forget it is a combined race. Next through is Mansell from the under-15s. So the under-15s in the top four, making up 2, 3 and 4. Then coming in second for the under-16s is Everson, who's just about to hit the 250 mark of this lap. And then the next walker is to Aliso for the under-16. So at the moment, she is holding on to the bronze medal position as McClure comes into the home straight on an excellent pace. It's just gone to 8 minutes, and they've got 1,200 metres just over to go. And McClure, how about that lead from her? It's almost 40 metres. Welch is starting to feel a bit of pressure coming up behind her, because Russell has decided that her time is now, but Welch responds immediately with 1,200 metres to go. So the margin between them, it was significant at one stage, then it became about 5 metres. It's since stretched back a little further than that. So watch for the battle between first and second in this race between Welch from Queensland and Russell from New South Wales. With 350 remaining in this lap, you can already see the deficit start to decrease.
Certainly can. So Queensland are doing a good job out there in front of our New South Wales women, and sometimes you have to think about maybe a string or an invisible string that's tied between athletes. Some call it the elastic band, not wanting to snap. Well, these two haven't even put any tension into it just yet. They've been able to mimic each other, imitate every move, every step thus far in this 3,000 metre journey. So this entire field out at tempo, but your eyes are drawn to the front of the field. They'll continue to motor on through here at the moment. So in the closing stages of what may at times feel like a long race while you're out there competing in it, particularly in this type of heat here in Brisbane. Some would be used to it, not all though. And now we see the move made. So there we go. It's the first time for a little bit that string has moved, and our New South Wales woman gets back out there in front of Welch. So it's an interesting game of cat and mouse here at the moment, it feels like. Can't shake each other, but almost working with each other in terms of being in front.
Just over 800 metres to go, and how does Welch respond? She has been in a position before where she was being pressured by Russell, but now Russell is on top. At the margin between them, only 2 or 3 metres. So athlete who has taken out the commanding position of this race is McClure. Don't forget, silver medalist last year. She's already hit the 350 metres of this lap to go. All up, it's just under 750 metres remaining, and Welch is still sticking onto Russell's back. It's going to be a fascinating watch to see how those two are able to play out in the final 750 metres of their race.
Well, Welch the faster athlete on paper, at least in front of us, so that may be for this year at least, as she finds herself on the back of Russell, and you don't often see it, but it could be on for a kick down here in the walk just yet. I can't imagine these two getting too far away from each other, just at the way they're both motoring along at the moment.
They've been like that for almost 2 laps, and Mansell, who is the 3rd placed athlete for the under-15s right now, she's the silver medalist and the all-schools champion, so the same championship where Welch walked away with her silver medal, that's where Mansell got her gold. And right now we've got the tables flipped. And Mansell, has she got enough time to be able to make it up, as we have just got 160 in this lap to go. And right now, it's a really good battle between Welch and Russell. Russell just hanging on for the under-15s. They're in 2nd and 3rd overall. We know that our Victorian is just stretching down. She's got 450 metres to go. But this chasing group may be able to make up some distance on them. Mitch, you spoke about a potential kick, and I think we've just seen it, because Welch has been able to sling into the lead. She moves past Russell with 470 metres to go, and she's starting to break away from her, and Russell looks like she was caught off guard a little bit and trying to respond.
Yeah, she is at that, and Maya McClure, of course, our Victorian, leading out this entire field in the under-16 event. So she's the fastest here, and she's got a very handy lead over the rest of her competitors. The overall lead at that, but so too in that under-16 event as the under-15s continue to ramp up. And to your point there, the kick of some kinds was made by Isabel Welch, but Audrey Russell quick to respond on the heels. You could still be able to hear her. You would think that wouldn't be enough separation not to, but now as I say that, they're starting to go from strength to strength is Isabella Welch. But out in front of this whole field is the Victorian, leading the under-16 event in Maya McClure. And McClure has been able to maintain pace for quite some time, had her head down, walking on her own. She'll be using a few of these athletes, you'd think, in front of her to continue her momentum, to use them as somewhat motivational tools to continue her pace. And with 200 metres to go here for the rest of her afternoon of race walking, Maya McClure has been textbook here in Brisbane. You can see the separation is starting to be made, if not made, by Welch back to Russell. That's the battle for gold in the under-15 event. But as it stands, the under-16 leader with 120 metres to go, the overall leader is Maya McClure of Victoria, and has been, as I've said, on her own for a lot of the back end of this 3,000 metre journey. So rounds into the home straight here now does Maya McClure. Your under-16 national champion will get line honours for both the 15s and 16s, but will wear the medal for the under-16 event, the Victorian. So well done to Maya McClure. It's been a good walk here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and she will take the national title right here in Brisbane. Well done to McClure as our under-15 battle works its way down to the line. Welch, she might have some company here from Russell, though. Welch has to find a little something. Look at the work rate of Russell to get it on the line. Oh, that was a little jig over the line there as well. The happy dance of celebration. I didn't want to give too much away over the final stages, but Audrey Russell, I don't know if she'd ever walked faster in her life than that last 50 metres. We have to get that back on the replay. What a walk from Isabella Welch, it has to be said. Those two battled it out the whole way through this journey. But in the final moments, the New South Wales woman got up for a national title. I'm fascinated to watch that replay back. It's one of those hard ones up here where you don't want to say too much. But well done to the Queenslander and the New South Wales woman who fought on strongly. We're looking for the rest of our minor medals here as they work their way on down to the line. And there we go, another salute across the finish line. And that is Mansell of New South Wales. Well done. A big group of them now work their way down. So let's get a look at the live results. As I said, under 16, May McClure wins at 14.10. And by 22 hundredths or 200ths of a second, Audrey Russell was the national champion from New South Wales.
I think as well, DeLander, could be wrong, but I think DeLander picks up the silver medal for the under 18s and then under 16s, I should say. And Aliso looks like she may also be able to sneak onto the podium. So we'll wait and get it all confirmed, because don't forget, the race doesn't stop at the finish line. We have to get all the report cards from all the officials, and then once they have all been given the all clear, then that is when we get the finalised results. That's why sometimes you see a walker maybe finish, say, the top 3 or 4, then when you look on the results, can't be seen. But just right up until the end, once all the walks judges hand in their report cards, that's when we are able to determine who gets 1, 2 and 3. And we'll come through the times as well as soon as we know them. You could see Mitch in the bottom corner of our 7+ stream that we do have the under 20 long jump, which is going on at the moment. Round 4 is where we are up to, and Jonathan Cassiano, 7 metres 57 with a plus 3.1. He has been able to snatch the lead off Liam Hayes, who's also in his round 3 produced his best jump of 7 metres 43. And then Liam Agnostopoulos has been able to jump 7 metres 32 with a plus 1.4. Jonathan Cassiano, he only had a best of 7 metres 18 coming into round 3, so he's really launched himself from about 6th place into the gold medal position. Still 3 rounds to come though in that. And for those wondering, in regards to the World Junior qualification distance, it stands at 7 metres 58. So Jonathan just 1 centimetre shy of it, and will need to get some legal wind when he jumps. Hope you are enjoying the coverage on 7+. Shortly after these walks, we're going to be moving into some relays. Yes, the relays are back. Mitch is fired up. He's very excited about it. We've got some 4x1s for the under 20s. The men's and the women's will swing back into some more walks. Then, Mitch, I always do find these races exciting. They sometimes make our life a little bit difficult, but just the tactics that play out in them, and I'm speaking about the final events of the day for our heptathletes and decathletes, the 800s and the 1500s. It's always so intriguing because it's one of the only races where we're not actually focusing on 1, 2 and 3. We're seeing where the leaders are, and you just love to see the athletes. They are so aware of who's around them, who they need to beat, who they need to finish more than a few seconds in front of or behind in order to be able to secure a medal. So the first 1,400 metres can sometimes seem a little bit pedestrian, but just watch it when it's close on the points tally in the final 100 metres. Anything can happen. That's what I'm excited for. So we'll see the under 17s and 18s women heptathlon on 800 metres come out. Then we'll have some under 15 javelin, and then we'll move into the under 17s and the under 18 decathlon 1500. But before that, more under 20 relays, because there's going to be some 4x400 metres which will be coming on as well. So we will come back in just a moment from QSAC. We'll keep you updated with how the results are going in the under 16 and the under 15 3,000 metre race walk. We'll also keep you updated with the progressions of the under 20 men's long jump. That final is set to be exciting. At the moment, it's a 7:57 jump from Jonathan Cassiano, who sees the top of the podium right now. Back with more in just a moment.
So have a look at this. We are back. Let me give you the update in this women's under 20 discus, because we had 5 women, can you believe that, get out over the World Junior standard. Now, prior to this competition,
We had 4 of our Australians over, and they all got back over. Our New Zealander was the overall winner. But the favourite coming in here was Lauren Kelly. And everybody's assumption was, well, that would be it. Lauren Kelly should be the champion. And you know what? The person who just snuck over the qualifier before this, in Riley J. Henry-Purcell, has come out in round number 3 and won the competition. And you know what our saying this weekend is, Ethan?
You win, you're in.
You win, you're in. And Riley J. Henry-Purcell has won it. You know what? Chelsea Wayne was second, and Lauren Kelly was third. Jessica Johnson in fourth, throws the world under 20 standard, but doesn't get through. Can you believe that? The New Zealander wins it overall at 54-29. But in terms of our Australians, in terms of the importance of winning, being in, and being at the World Juniors and anything else you want to talk about, even just in the element of winning a national title in and of itself, Riley J. Henry-Purcell, she'll be in Eugene. She will be throwing with some Hayward magic in the brand, well, I shouldn't say brand new. I mean, it was around in 2022 when those world champs were on, but it still feels brand new. If you go back and look through the archives of old Hayward Field, they said it was one of the great sporting stadiums for athletics in the world because you were on top of the athletes, essentially. You speak to anybody who had the privilege of running in it, whether you go to Buster Mottram. I remember having a lengthy conversation with Eric Jenkins and a few other of the male distance runners, and they would all tell you that it was one of their favourite stadiums, alongside Monaco and the Bislett Games as well. So let's continue on the theme of our under-20s, because I've told you about the discus. Let's throw it down to the long jump here. As we can see on the runway, our Victorian in Fitzgerald. Now this was a good competition. We were out, unable to have our leader of the competition all year long. Wasn't here to compete. But the Victorian here in Fitzgerald gave herself every opportunity to sneak up for a win. In the later rounds, just couldn't quite get there, and holds on with her 6:06 performance to take a silver medal here, which left Grace Krause, the New South Wales woman, looking for a World Junior standard as well. Of course, she has until the end of the month to get that. So now that she is the national champion, it certainly helps. But trying to get over the 6:20s here was Krause, and it was a good hit on the board, near on perfect, if anything. And then 6:18, the eventual win, plus 2.2, the tail. You look here, most of them had the tail. I look all the way down to Sophie Williams of Western Australia, whose furthest jump came with a 1.7 headwind. Would you believe that? So goes to show you what we're dealing with here in Brisbane. Krause wins it from Amy Fitzgerald, and the triple jumper from yesterday, Carla Boris.
Good to see Boris was able to back up, but just looking at Krause, so we do have, as you said, Mitch, the window for the Under-20 World Junior Championships qualifications open to the end of the month. Krause, she jumped 6:18 with a bit of a breeze, but she also jumped 6:15. Now, the World Junior qualifying mark for the women stands at 6 metres 22, so she's not entirely far away from it. And if she can manage to find a competition between now and the end of the month, maybe she could scrape through. She is the Under-20 national champion, which you said, Mitch, does help her case to go towards selection. But if she can find a way to just be able to get on top of the World Junior qualifying mark, which does stand at 6:22.
Wonder if there's a scope for World University Games. Well, not World University Games. Well, it could be, but Uni Games happening next week in the Gold Coast. Maybe there's something there if she's a university student. Have a look at this on the runway. We're just watching it live now. Our man in the long jump. I love when the crowd gets involved. The only hard part is sometimes when the crowd gets involved and they're off the rhythm of what's been said. There's usually 3 people that take it in their own direction, and you're wondering if the crowd's going to follow them or the athlete, but that was pretty in unison.
I may have been one of those people yesterday.
Out of rhythm?
Yeah, I wasn't focusing. I knew that we were clapping. I was chatting with a mate, and I was just clapping away in my own time. I had no idea what was going on until my mate whacked me.
Here he is. See, look at this. See, he set the tempo, Ethan. The Queenslander sets the tempo here in Harvey. This is Theodore Harvey. So we're in the 5th round of competition. I'll tell you what, Theodore Harvey, he was down at 7:25. He was in 6th. And it looks like the tempo was set correctly because he's launched himself into 3rd. So how's that? Theodore Harvey
now at 7:32. Got a good wind behind him.
It can be awesome when you get it all in sync, the clap, and you get it in unison, and then it just hits the right moment, right when they come to the board. It is an awesome experience.
Have a look at the Victorian. He gets a little sidestep, doesn't he? He gets the lean. It's like he's nervous of what he's looking at. He's wondering whether or not he's going to be able to get out there. And, okay, well, that was Harrison Dolman. I don't know whether these guys are talking in between, because now Dolman's jumped 7:33. So he's, what's he got, 1 centimetre over Theodore Harvey.
Between bronze and between 7th, there is 6 centimetres that just separate them. Here's Thompson. He was in 6th after round 3, and that looks pretty good. That is very far. The angle was a little deceiving, but just won't be, I think, for him, what he wanted and what he was hoping for. So it's not, I think, going to be his best. He did jump 6 metres 30 in his first round and in his second round. 3.5 was the wind in round 1. The second round, 0.6, I should say. Then in round 3, 687 and 695, so just a little off the pace.
So have a look at an Agnostopoulos. He's already jumped a season's best, the personal best, at 7:32. He'll be spewing that he's 1 centimetre off the podium. A little while ago, he probably felt pretty good. He said, I'm in bronze, this is happy days. And now in the 5th round, the gauntlet has been set.
He's had 1 foul, and other than that, the worst jump of his campaign right now is 7 metres 19.
Ooh,
that's the worst.
That. He liked that. He's got the hand up to the crowd.
So if he can,
he's waving.
If he can find an extra 12 centimetres, he'll get to silver. But all he needs to do is just find 2 centimetres, and he can get the bronze medal.
So let's keep an eye on that competition in the peripheries. But on the track now, it is our 4x100 metres. We're starting with our women's under 20 field. We've got 4 states contesting here.
Sorry, Mitch. Agnostopoulos, 7:43, goes to second, tied with Hayes, but on count back, his 7:32 is better than Hayes's at 7:27.
That competition is good. That competition is good. I mean, we saw 2 great open competitions as well, particularly the women's comp, where Brooke Bushkuhl got her 7th national title, just ahead of Delta Ambadowski, the world junior champion, who herself jumped 6:84 in the qualifying. I'm keeping a close eye around here, but our women's 4x100 metres, good fields here: New South Wales, Victoria, WA and Queensland. You just have a look through the field in terms of who's competing. New South Wales will be brought home by Sienna Vasella. Eslick for the Victorians, with Grace Crowe on the back straight. Monique Walker for WA and Josie Holmes for Queensland. So here we go, women's under 20 4x100 metres. State pride on the line. It's a good start here across the board. Now the Victorians get a really quick one after the Queenslanders too. They're like a bullet out of the gun. So that's Bella Doo, who will hand over on this back straight there to Maisie. Needs to get it away cleanly and does. And now look at Grace Crowe, the work rate of the Victorian on the back straight. She's a 60-metre specialist, but she shows what she can do over the 100 metres yesterday as well. So Crowe comes in like a steam train, manages to get it off there. I'm impressed. So the Victorians continue to move. Team WA moving along strongly as well. Queensland work to do into the final change, but as they make their way into the home straight here, Mackenzie Eslick has the baton. Oh, WA has trouble. Queensland moves right on past them through Holmes, but the Victorians move away here and win the under 24 by 1. 44.94. Queensland second, WA back to New South Wales. It looked like there was trouble everywhere in some of those changes, but the Victorians hold on there to win, and in a new championship record.
It was the Queenslanders who got the better starts, didn't they? But it was the Victorians who just had the cleaner changeovers. 44.93 the confirmed time, still well and truly underneath the championship record. Queensland 46.63, and we just wonder how good they would have gone had the changeover just been a little smoother. Western Australia 46.95, and coming into the home straight, Eslick just stick the hand back. It wasn't back for all that long because she was able to receive the baton rapidly, and she stormed down the home straight. 44.93 the confirmed time. Queensland 46.63, and Western Australia 46.95 in the end.
great run there. You're right. We talked about it at length just about every other relay, but the handovers are half the battle. 44.93 championship record, 46.63 for the Queenslanders. Still waiting for their first gold in the relays.
Yes.
Is Team Queensland, and then your Western Australians come through for third.
I heard that stat when Ella presented it. It wasn't the kindest stat that she could have given out, but it was still a remarkably good one. Over at long jump, Mitch, so we saw Agnostopoulos go into second after jumping 7 metres 43. He tied with Hayes on countback is where they are separated. Cassiano has just jumped legally a 7.54, so he is very close to getting that World Junior qualifying distance, which stands at 7.58. He's still on top. He's leading by
Has he jumped
about
it
14.
before?
No, he hasn't.
So that makes his last round very interesting, doesn't it?
So Magroda has been able to jump it 2 times, and Veratic has been able to jump it once. They are the only 2 who has been able to do it. Here's Cassiano. That was his 7.54, so he's just, at the moment, from legally being able to get it, because you need to have it jumped legally, just 4 centimetres shy of it.
So that'll be a good watch down there at the men's under 20 long jump.
I'm just fascinated still for these minor medals, because now there's nothing other than countback separating Agnostopoulos and Hayes in between 4th and 6th. That's where we see just 3 centimetres separating them, so they need to find an extra 10 or so centimetres to find themselves on the podium. Here's Harvey charging down. He's in 5th place. Unfortunately for him, the red flag just popped up.
So Dolman, Hayes, Agnostopoulos, and Cassiano it is. Is it Ethan?
It is. That's
Get
1,
through.
2 and 3.
That looked like the Victorian just might have had a swing at it there. These guys are motoring through their final round, are they not? Anyway, our men's 4x100 metres, the under 20s are behind the blocks as well. We're going to bring you both the action where we can. Our team here doing, as always, such an incredible job at keeping you up to date with everything. We would be lost without them. We would just be 2 blokes talking inside of the stadium.
There was
Not a lot of rhyme or reason at that.
No, not at all. We tend to be speaking about athletics and a race pops up and interrupts our conversation. But you just saw Dolman, 7.33 was his best, just shy of it in the final round, 7.26. So he, all being well, will finish in 4th. You can just hear in the background, Queensland athlete wants a bit of a clap. So here he comes, Tenat, who's in 7th, needs to find a lot more. He's jumped 7.27.
I don't think that will be further.
No, that's what I was just looking. I'm just trying to adjust for the angle we're on. Don't think so as well. So he will finish, all being well, in 7th.
That could leave us to Luca de Bernay-Thompson next, maybe, or is it Liam Hayes? Because he jumped up into 3rd, don't forget.
I think Thompson.
Mess with the order a little bit.
So Thompson is going to be next to go, and he needs to find about 13 odd centimetres.
Which isn't much in the grand scheme of
No,
things.
and we are yet to see the top 3. So depending on how Thompson goes, we'll see if that shuffles the medals around. But then it'll be the final 3 that fight out for 1, 2 and 3. Cassiano, Agnostopoulos and Hayes. So
And
unfortunately,
that's a foul for him.
yeah. So we have got our top 3, Mitch. And what's interesting for Hayes, he doesn't need to jump, well, he does need to jump further than 7.43 to secure silver for the moment. But even if he can jump further than 7.32, he'll be able to find himself, based on countback, the silver medals. Because don't forget, Agnostopoulos and Hayes, 7.32 is their best apiece. 7.43 for both of them. And on a countback, it's Agnostopoulos who's gone 7.32 to Hayes' 7.29.
That was a pure jump down there as well. Our men's 4x1, though, they're getting ready behind their blocks. And I don't know how many times we would have seen a team from New Caledonia compete in our under 20 4x1.
Maybe the first, but they're lining up. They're going to be in lane 2 when they're outside of the Victorians in 3, New South Wales 4, New Zealand in 5 and Western Australia 6. So this really is a race with a lot of international flavour. There's a full look at the start list. And just looking at these star athletes from the field, we've been seeing a few familiar faces. Lucas Pearce, Victorian, Cooper Bertram, Andres Hampel, Lucas Schneider from New South Wales, James Vass as well, Kogiopoulos from Western Australia, Bennett from Western Australia. They're all lined up, ready to go. Under 24 by 4. By the way, in the long jump, Agnostopoulos, 7:39, so he doesn't best his 7:43, but on count back, that helps him secure a medal. We'll see what Hayes was able to jump. Just seen the white flag go up for him. And then Cassiano is going to be next in. Vegan jump, 7:58, and he'll get a spot to the World Junior Athletics Championships. Call to their marks. Under 24 by 100 metres. New Catalonia, yes, in lane 2. Victoria 3, New South Wales 4, New Zealand 5, and Western Australia in 6. By the way, Hayes, 7:28, so he'll finish in bronze on count back. The Victorians got a fast start, so too New South Wales. New Zealand on the outside away quickly, likewise with Western Australia. They haven't broken stagger yet. New Catalonia come behind them. The first changeover is a good one for New South Wales and New Zealand. New Zealand push past Western Australia. New South Wales go with them. Then behind them it's Victoria, New Catalonia. Second changeover, it's a very good one for New Zealand. New South Wales out pretty hard. Western Australia in third. New Catalonia is charging through on the inside. Final changeover, a good one for New South Wales. They come in with a 5 metre lead. New Zealand going after them. New Catalonia have gone into third. Western Australia behind them. But New South Wales takes state pride to the line and they have a win of 40.95 unofficially for them. It was great changeovers. They didn't lead all the way, New South Wales, but they were able to take the lead and didn't let it go.
What a great run from them, wasn't it? I mean, they had the 2 internationals bearing down on them, but they've managed to hold on. It wasn't just state pride, it was almost national pride on the line there in a way, wasn't it? You don't think to be competing against 2 different countries when it comes to an under 24 by 1, but quite simply, it is what it is. And I'm not sure if many are paying attention here, but the Victorians are on the track right now, handing over. He's refused to leave his changeover box, so he's going to finish this race off. There's guys walking down to the line. And batons in hand, and there we go. The Victorians are going to finish off. But the team from New South Wales, too strong, weren't they? They've loaded the team. It was quick at that. Look at this. It's almost like the spirit of friendship happening down here. They might as well salute. Why not? Give himself a fist bump. I almost thought they would have had a better celebration or something over the line there. But anyway, they'll have to come back, and at least they still love each other. Look, they're giving each other a handshake. There's something in that. Hugh Cabangeli was ready.
It can be highly emotional, these 4x100 metres, particularly when changeovers don't go your way. But good to see after what was a bad changeover from the Victorians, they're still able to get along, have a smile, have a laugh with each other. Won't sting for too long, I'm sure, for them.
He doesn't seem too phased. Let's go back to the long jump. These are the a few jumps that we missed here. So a man from New South Wales could have improved. Have a look at the reach on him. He looks like a spider in the corner of your bedroom, doesn't he? Just tentacles everywhere. So couldn't quite get there. We went back now. This was Hayes, who launched himself into third place in the last round. Round 5 seemed to be where the moves were made. If this was the Masters, it was moving day there in the men's long jump. He couldn't improve either on his last round attempt. So, and it was up to our leader, Jonathan Cassiano. He needed, what, 1 centimetre of legal improvement to get the World Junior standard. He had the gold medal in his hand. And Jonathan Cassiano fell just shy, 7:47 in that last round. You know, he's good friends of Gap obviously alongside him in the diet training stables. And his focused heavily on his long jumping this year, and he gets a national title out of it. He'll just be looking now for that World Junior standard if he can get it over the next few weeks.
Oh, so we take a breath, because for Cassiano, where will he be able to pop up to try to find that extra legal centimetre of improvement? He does have some opportunities still in this state, depending on if he's going to go to, or if he goes to university, he can go to the Australian Uni Games. But other than that, there might be a few others that they can just scrape together and just say, hey, we are so close to getting this World Junior qualifier. Why don't we all put on a competition, which would be great to see. Has happened in the past, maybe will happen again. We will take a break on 7+ and back with more.
So welcome back. We had the adrenaline of 4x1s, and now we've got even more adrenaline in the race walk. Men's under 15 and 16 3,000 metre race walk. Some good walkers out here. You know a guy that you should all be familiar with? I'll give you two of them if you like. If you're writing these names down. Callum Martin and Angus Shuttlesworth in the men's under 16 events. Just watch out for these two guys. New South Wales and Victorian based. So for those playing along at home, every hip number from 1 to 10 is under 15. And from 11 to 23 is under 16. So our race walkers saw what their women did, and then we had the 4x1s mixed in there. Now we're back to some great walking.
Really good fun, and hopefully we can see it just as close as the under 15 race.
Well, how often have you seen it kick down in the walk? It does happen, particularly on the roads, but the track, I feel like I haven't seen it in quite some time. Yeah,
in the international stage, as you said, it's something that we are used to seeing, but not here.
Well,
not here.
You remember in China, 25, I'm going to say, maybe last year, when Isaac Beecroft crowned himself the World Junior Champion. He just came second over in Brazil, but he kicked past two fellas to win the World Championship of the road racing scene over there in the Race Walking World Cup. So it does happen. I wonder if I'd have to ask Isaac about the tactics of kicking down in a race walk.
It's gutsy.
Because it's hard, because you've got to maintain form and technique and do all the right things, of course.
And particularly if you do it, say, in the final 200 metres, in an 800 metres, well, then you've only got to hold on for 5 seconds. But here...
It is, you've got to hold on for a while.
Yeah. They get underway. It's the under 15s and the under 16s 3,000 metre race walk taking you through the field. For the under 15s, as Mitch said, they're wearing hips number 1 through 10. McQueen number 1, Ramsey number 2, Dennett 3, Hutchins 4, Keano 5, Murphy 6, Moore 7, Ryan 8, Lenage 9, Maxwell 10. And then for the under 16s, it's hips numbers 12 through to 23. Hip number 12 is Jones. Then Lockwood, McCarthy, Shuttleworth, Matheson, who wears hip number 16. Then Martin 17, Sidhu 18, Waddington 20, Vella 21, Jardine 22, and McLean 23. Opening pace of the first 200 metres really been set up by the New South Wales athlete in Martin. He's just flying through this opening 300 metres. He's got an outstanding lead. Just coming through into the back straight is Shuttleworth. So these two both are under 16 athletes, so the senior age groups sitting on top. Leading for the junior age groups, it's Moore, who wears hip number 7 from New South Wales. He's just ahead of that chasing group. And ahead of him is the Victorian and McLennan. And also the New South Wales athlete in Vella. So it's a whole heap of under 16 athletes that make up the top 4, but still with one under 15 in Moore, who's able to have a 15:30 to his name. And he's now leading from the chasing group, but well in front as they go through the first 500 metres. It is the New South Wales athlete in Martin, 12:21.14 is what he's been able to produce. And he's got a lead close to 30 metres as they walk through the Brisbane sign And he's only got 6 laps to go. Is he going to be able to maintain this speed? Is he going to hold on? Because at the moment, he's started off insanely well.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable as well, doesn't he there, Callum Martin? So New South Wales, these are the two I told you you'd need to watch, and they're delivering to true form. What the Victorian needs to do now, and he's doing it well, is just stay in his own rhythm. You don't want to get sucked into something that's unmanageable, and he clearly deemed that the pace at the start might have been a little bit too hot for him, but after that opening 400 odd metres, I would say that it hasn't blown out too much more from there. So he is the fastest in this field, Callum Martin. There's no denying that. He's 8 seconds faster at a lifetime best than Angus Shuttlesworth, but we're going to see the duality of racing, the speed in the early stages of Callum Martin versus what could be some great closing power of Angus Shuttleworth in the back end of this 3,000 metres. There's so many different ways to race a race, of course. Obviously, there's no cookie-cutter approach to anything in this sport, but these two guys might be the ultimate bookends in terms of how they race.
So Lincoln Moore is a fascinating one. He's for the under-15s. He's leading that competition at the moment. Last year, silver, all schools gold, and for Callum Martin, who you pointed out, Mitch, when you look at his resume of the last calendar year, gold in the all schools and the national championships, and we are getting a masterclass as to why, because he is up comfortably from his Victorian counterpart in Shuttleworth, who was silver at both the all schools and national championships last year, behind this very man in Callum Martin. Goes through 5 laps to go, and in the opening stages of this race, he's been able to go through in under 4 minutes. So he's set a pace which some people may find difficult to run at.
Absolutely, myself included. I mean, he's making it look so easy. That's the other thing as well. When you're looking at it, and it's to the eye of the race walk, isn't it? There's so many different variant styles, but he's so smooth below the hips. He looks like he's not race walking at all. He looks like he is just gliding along the track, and not in the way that looks flighty, or not in the way that makes his shoulders look like they're popping up, or would make a judge look at his feet closely and wonder whether they're staying 1 foot on the ground at all times. He just makes it look easy, and that's what made Declan Tingay so great. He made it look easy, and he makes it look smooth. That's what makes Jemima Montag such a great walker. She makes it look easy, she makes it look smooth. You could go through a whole list of them, but right now he looks really comfortable. So has to be said, I think Angus Shuttlesworth looks good too, so it's probably why they're the two fastest in this race.
I don't know if my eyes deceive, or it's just the way that they're coming around the bend, but maybe, just maybe, Shuttleworth has been able to slice a little bit off the lead. We see him accelerate into the home straight, and it does stand around 30-ish metres, maybe a little north of it, but you never know. Maybe Shuttleworth saw a kick before. This would have to be a kick for the ages, but there is still time. He's got about a mile to race. And the chasers, by the way, well, they've got about 150 of this lap. And it's the New South Wales athlete who wears hip 21 in Vella, and McLennan from Victoria. Vella ahead, only just 10 metres from McLennan. We'll watch that race between those two for the minor places, because that could be fascinating. And coming through, still performing well, is Moore from New South Wales. He is leading for the under-15s. Just ahead of him for the under-16s, by the way, is Matheson. You'll use him as a good indicator to see how he is going. Behind Moore is Lockwood for the under-16s. Then we have our next under-15 athlete in Lenaig, who's got 50 metres of this lap to go. So he's sitting second for the under-15s, and then Maxwell. So it's Moore, Lenane and Maxwell, hips 7, 9 and 10, all from New South Wales, that make up the medal positions for the under-15s. But here he comes into the home straight, is our leader, who only have 3 laps to go when he hits the finish line. And we thought maybe his lead was being cut from him, but if anything, it is certainly a lot more than what it was at this point in time of the last lap. It's gone to almost 45 metres. It is a very impressive performance so far for the champion from last year's Nationals when they were under 15s, and also the All-Schools champion. But what can Shuttleworth do? There's still time. 3 laps to go. The clock's just gone to 7:20. Shuttleworth hits that marker now. And the fight for the minor medal still well and truly on, and Moore, Maxwell and Jones, then Maxwell are the silver and bronze medalists, with Moore at the moment in the gold position for the under 15s.
So it's obviously at times when you're looking at the track like this, it can be hard to keep up with what's happening, but your eyes are drawn obviously up the back straight to our leader overall in the under 16 competition in Callum Martin, and it's a good point there, Ethan. It looks like slightly, if anything, he's got a little further away, but I wouldn't say he's completely blown him away here, Shuttlesworth, though. Over the last 2 laps, he'd have to find a lot, but they're both walking at such a high level. They're both walking at such pace that it's going to be harder, you would think, unless something were to happen to Callum Martin, which looks like there's absolutely no chance of that at the way he's going. Shuttlesworth making a big dent in that lead. So, of course, he is the multiple-time national champion. He's been in this position before, though usually a little bit further ahead. I mean, he's always quick off the line. He's always setting a tempo. He's the man from New South Wales. We've seen it in years gone by. We're seeing it again here in Brisbane. And with just over 800 metres to go, his form hasn't deviated even slightly. It's mesmerising.
It really is. Looking strong. Clock just about to go to 9 minutes and a few seconds, and he's got 800 metres to race. And Shuttleworth about now 50 metres behind, so he's got some work to do, and he'll need to hold off from those who are coming after him. We know at last count doing well in that under 16 age group was Vella and McLennan as well, with Vella just holding off from McLennan. 650 to go, and it is all one man. It's just going to be a question of how fast is he going to be able to go, because he set the race up with a great pace to open it up. For the under 15s, by the way, Moore on top. He is the silver medalist from last year's national championships and the all-schools champion as well. Coming to the home straight once more. What's he going to be able to produce? It's been so impressive from Martin so far. So too Shuttleworth. On paper, only 8 seconds separate them, which comes to walks, it isn't as far as what you may think. That's how close they were, but he's just blown them out of the water at the moment, Martin. He's still got plenty of time to be able to produce some even more magical feats. Shuttleworth will just come into the home straight behind him. Lead almost about 60 metres. The clock about to go to 10:30 as we have 1 lap to go, and it's all in control by Martin.
It certainly is. It's almost been like clockwork, hasn't it? He hasn't dipped really, even slightly, the man from New South Wales. So Callum Martin, with 350 metres to go, is just working off the groups in front of him, using them as leverage to maintain his pace. Now we see Shuttlesworth, the all-important stop of the watch, get the laps each time. It's good for training data. It's good to know next time you're out here on the track. But on the screens here, he looks majestic up the back straight at the moment. He looks like a man in control here. I think he's actually picked it up. I think this is getting a little bit faster in the final 400 metres. So the kick down we saw in our women's event happened in the final 50. I think he's launched himself up from 300 metres to go. So not that it wasn't already impressive and quick, but he's going faster and faster as the opportunity arises. So multiple-time national champion. He'll add another one to the resume here. And we made the point that he was about 40 to 50 metres in front just a few laps ago. He's managed to turn that into 100 metres here in the men's 3,000 metre race walk. So the leader for our under 16 event enters into the home straight for the last time, all on his own like he's been for the 7 laps prior to this. Look at this kick down. He's got faster again. He loves the moment, does this guy. He was looking to go under 12 minutes, I think, is why he's increased the tempo, and he'll just be outside 12 minutes, 0.97 for the national title. Waves to those on at home. Says thank you for watching on as Angus Shuttlesworth now enters into the home straight. And he's a 12.29 guy at his fastest, so he's got the opportunity now to do a lifetime best. 12.21.22. He's going to be so close like we just saw with Callum at the 12 minutes. 27, he's got it. 28. 12.28 unofficially. So it wasn't just for the gold that he was picking up there, Ethan. He could sense that he was on the verge of breaking 12 minutes, and it just goes wanting here.
Well, we have another good opportunity next time, a race at the All Schools Championships, I'm sure, when he gets there, because these two are setting up a great rivalry, aren't they? At the last All Schools, it was gold to Martin, Shuttleworth, silver, and then at the last National Championships, it was Martin and Shuttleworth, and now again, it is in the same order, so there's an excellent rivalry that is starting to form between these two, and I'm sure at the next opportunity, both those boys, if they walk as impressively as they did just then they will be well and truly underneath the barriers that they want. So the watch is on now for the minor medals. That last take, Vella was just ahead of McLennan, and we'll see them come in to frame shortly. Vella was wearing hip 21 and McLennan hip 23. See Vella just with 120 metres to go. He's about to round into the home straight, so he is in the bronze medal position. You can see him just at the top of your screen coming into the home straight. And he's been able to stretch away from McLennan. It'll be fascinating to see how the under-15s are able to look. We'll keep an update on them as we see Vella coming into the finish line, so he's going to walk away with an impressive time. And at the moment, definitely the bronze medal to him next across the line is going to be McLennan. A fantastic walk for him, and he got under his 15:31.98. And he should be wrapped with the time that he has just been able to produce. And here comes Moore to the finish line. So there's the under-15 champion. Goes close to about a sub 14:35. Now we next wait and see how the minor medals all play out for the under-15s. We've seen how they've gone in the under-16s. See all the New South Wales athletes just towards the finish line on the right of screen. You can see them all getting around each other. It's a tough thing to do, run 3,000 metres, but let alone walk. It can just be a little tough on some of the body parts, so towards the end of the race they will just be aching, and getting towards that finish line will just provide such relief for these athletes.
You love to see that though, don't you? I mean, we've said it in a few events, but the camaraderie amongst these guys and girls at these championships has been second to none. It's a credit not only to them, of course, for taking the time to be like this, but also credit to coaches and parents and anybody involved in their development. Should take a lot of pride in that. This is one of the more significant parts of sport, I think, is the mateship and camaraderie, and whether you stay friends or how well you know each other is really irrelevant. Yep. It's just about the support of all those around you. So I always love seeing that. It is one of those things that really warms the heart, doesn't it?
And in the end, the Nage and Maxwell minor medals for the under-15s. Won't get times up as soon as able to confirm them, but Martin, we have been able to confirm his at 12 minutes, 0.98. You said, Mitch, an excellent race for him in his 3,000 metres for the under-15s and 16s. He's got about 4 athletes, I should say, still making their way around the track. So good to see as well how relatively competitive all these walkers were. They were roughly close to each other, no real standouts. It just shows that we do have a high level of walking standards in this nation.
They're still down there, still waiting for their competitors. How good.
It'll be the last thing I'd certainly be wanting to do after the 3,000 metres, just Just want to be lying down somewhere, preferably not the track or on the grass, but kudos to them, because it's not a difficult or not an easy thing to do. It is a difficult thing to do afterwards. Resist the temptation to go away and just to try to relax, but these boys sticking around, wanting to see each other through the race. There's Sidhu from South Australia, he's just concluded. Also crossing the line next was Kanano from New South Wales. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of these championships. It's hard to believe we only really have a little bit over a day for the Australian Junior Track and Field Championships. The Australian Seniors started towards the beginning of this month. Didn't it over in Sydney? We saw 4 wonderful days, and we've seen some exceptional track and field at Cusack over the last few days as well. Last Wednesday is when it started, and I'm reliably told it's Sunday right now.
Is it?
Apparently. I'm yet to be able to confirm it.
I was just living in the dreamland that we're on day 5.
That's the timeline I've been going on. The only reason I found out it was Thursday the other night is because I flicked on the TV and the footy was on. I thought, okay, there we go. That means it's either Thursday or Friday.
Has to be the start of the footy weekend.
And then someone told me it was Thursday. I said, yep, checks out.
This makes sense then. Good to know it's a Sunday.
And there's footy still going on, so it means that we're still in the weekend apparently.
Yeah, it's always a good metric of time. We'll have to both shake ourselves out of the routine of it just being based on days.
Maybe we could start up our own timeline.
Yeah, reset.
The only time that exists is athletics competitions. We see
Sorry, that's so
Next
good.
Walker.
That's Callum down there who won the entire competition. He finished 7 minutes ago. And he's waited out here for all of our competitors.
First to go to him as well.
I absolutely love that. So, well done to Callum and the sportsmanship on display. It is beautiful. We need to all stay united. We'll be right back after this for some heptathlon final events. Welcome back here in Brisbane. We're getting towards twilight time, where the sun is going to come down and we're going to get a little bit cooler, and it's all going to be happening. But for the time being, we're going to go to the men's under 16 discus. Kafali Fa'anunu is leading it with 52.62. That's a PB. And then Liam Pagano van Niekerk throws 49.38. These might not be PBs. It might just not be on roster. Emmanuel Allen started with 44.24. I think that was Ryan White launching his first round of the discus. Looks to me like a few of our field events are kicking off now, which is great. Look at our officials doing an amazing job as per usual. And for those, if anyone watching on at home, first of all, I hope you're enjoying it from wherever you're watching from. This is Mitch Dyer and Ethan Quinlivan. Some beautiful, beautiful events all across the last 4 days into day 5, approaching day 6 tomorrow. And some amazing names as well. And I'll put my hand up. I've physically got it in the air. It's in the air.
Yeah, I can confirm.
It is in the air. I'll put my hand up. If I've got any of the pronunciations of some of these names wrong, I apologise. I sincerely apologise. And if there's any correcting I can do, you know where to find me.
Yep.
But sometimes they are. There's some great names in here, but they're a little hard to read on the fly. Cash Glavish throws 54.89 on that round. Have a look at him. He's set the tempo. This is Lincoln Corman coming into the ring, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, we all try our best here to get these names right. And we'll continue to do so for today and tomorrow. Let it rip. Oh, that's... Oh, is that outside the tape? Yep. Bugger.
Sort of bounced and rolled on the line, didn't
Yeah.
it? Probably didn't get the height he was searching for. Still the one to beat Galvish.
Looked good distance-wise, though.
Did. So we'll love to see when he gets the height right that he wants, and he can just angle it in towards the middle of the V. I'm fascinated to see how he's going to go. Next Queenslander we're going to see, Slade Sumay. who is the silver medalist from the All Schools Championships, which took place in Melbourne of last year, December of last year. He comes into the circle right now, so he needs. It's already been a good opening target established by Gowish. 54 metres 89, capable of finding his way onto a national podium for the under-16s. Throwing the 1 kilogram discus, by the way. There's the spin, looks like a really good release. That looks like a very good release. That's well over the 50 metre mark. That is approaching 60.
Hold on. We've got a new leader.
That could be 58, I'm going to say. 50, sorry, Mitch, I'm sitting on the fence. 58.73, I'll go.
Yes, Ethan. I know you went to the centimetres.
Centimetres.
I'm gonna go 57.68.
Just 57. Oh, you were kidding. 57.67. So you're accurate with your calculations for the heptathlon point score. And now
I'm up. I'm standing up now.
And I really appreciate Mitch on handing me the lotto numbers as well for later on.
Wow, dude. I need never ever do I need coffee again. Just let me guess discus distances. Okay. That is 46.21.
46.21, okay. You've heard it here first. Not even our recorder knows what it is yet.
I do. After this, I'm going to introduce you to our women's 800 metre heptathletes. He's there behind the line, but I am fascinated. So this is going to be the first of 2 800 metres here. I'll give you the full field. Howlett, Chalmers, Potosi, Bray, Judd, Nagoma, Gear, Geck, and Farrell. And then also Shiloh O'Reilly will compete here. So leading the competition is Chloe Taylor, who's 200 points ahead of Olivia Scott-Rogers, and then Talia Franchina, the Victorian, Elric and Geck. So Geck, I think, is the furthest up in terms of overall competition in this first of 2 timed finals for the women's under-17 heptathlon.
What did you say for the discus again?
46.21.
It was 46.42. So you're moving in pretty good territory. You don't really have a big margin of error, do you?
No,
it's only about 20 centimetres.
Scope right now.
It's only about 20 centimetres at the moment.
That's because our Western Australian also just threw 38.81.
Oh, did he? You haven't even put the spike in. But I will trust your judgment.
First of 2 time finals here. The last event for our women's heptathlon. Under 17. So the last event on the board here for our women's under 17 heptathletes. This is the first of 2 time finals here. It's been a big 2 days of competition. It always is. Imagining having to compete across 2 days of hard events. And so they make their way down to the railing. That's Laura Bray, the Queenslander, in front of Hannah Geck, who's currently 5th in this competition overall, is the Victorian. So would love to try and boost some points here where she can. A lot of her competitors ahead, if not all of them, are in the next of the time finals. So an opportunity maybe to sneak a couple of points here. She's off to a strong start behind the Queenslander. And both of them working well off one another at the moment. So starting to uptick the tempo here is Laura Bray, but right behind her is Geck, and then everybody else right now. At times it's a race within a race, right? You're looking for her to get to the line as fast as you can for as many points as you can, and everybody will be chasing a personal best. But 71 seconds through the opening 400 metres is quick, and the kick has come off the front here.
But Geck is the fascinating one because she needs to find about 200 points in this 800 metres. And by the way, that she has gone out through the first 500 metres, she definitely is giving herself every opportunity. So she sits in second. She's wearing the dark blue of Victoria. Our race leader is Bray. Overall in the competition, she is sitting 18th, so she'll be able to put together a big points accumulation in this race with under 200 metres for her to go. Geck is the fascinating one. She's just sitting outside the medals. Howlett from Queensland after her. Here's a look at Bray. She's up by 20 metres as she approaches the final 150 metres. Geck, she's given it everything in this race. She knows she needed to make up about 200 points and she still has an opportunity to do so. She's got 140 metres to race. Behind her is Howlett from Queensland, but into the home straight. How dominant is this? Charging towards the finish line, only about 50 metres to go. Bray from Queensland has blown them out of the water. She's got a lead of almost 60 metres. She'll come down to the home straight and the finish line, and Bray is able to stop the clock at a good time, 2:26.52. That will get her a heap of points, and we wait to see what Geck's able to do. She comes to the finish line next. We'll wait on the time. We'll see how many points it's given her. She's sitting in fifth coming into this. Howlett's next through, and then after her, it is the Queenslander in Vitossi. Coming to the finish line right now was Judd from New South Wales. We'll see how the race in the 800 metres is able to affect Geck. 3,636 points is what she had coming in. She needs to find an extra 200 or so points to be able to take third place off Fran China, who's on 3,844. A good race from these girls then. Finally, after 2 days, 7 events, they are done.
Good points there for Laura Bray, 737. So well done to Hannah Geck as well, brave enough to roll with her. As you said, we're sitting around that 5th position. So how's this for a walk past the girls that still have to run their 800 and the ones that are done and dusted?
Well, you'd be jealous, wouldn't you?
I think you know which side of it you want to be on.
You'd be very jealous. See if Geck's done enough to be able to make up some of those points. We can look at the full times. 2:26.54 for Bray, 737 points for Geck, 626. So it's a good points accumulation, but I don't think it's going to be enough for her to make up the gap from the field. Yeah, 3:09.97. She was the last competitor across the line, but I think most of the medals going to be coming from this race, so we'll be really interested to see, because Scott Rogers in second. She is trailing by about 200 points, but between her, this is Scott Rogers and Fran China, this is close. It's only about 60 odd points that separates them, which
is hardly anything.
As a human calculator, you would know that it's not a lot.
Well, on my human calculating,
go on.
How close was I to the Western Australian?
You were within about half a metre. Within about half a metre. By the way, Sam Eaton has gone into second, 54.97. Galvish 54.89, so he's in third. And Slade Sumia 57.67. He is on top. That was the man who was just 1 centimetre shy of Mitch's prediction. So at the moment, your margin of error is about 50 centimetres.
Well, there you go. That's pretty good, I reckon.
Not bad.
So
not bad.
Here we go. This is the second of 2-time finals. Olivia Scott Rogers, Mila Ehrlich, Chloe Taylor, Taylor Dan, Chelsea Fort, Sienna Geck, Asha Meek, Ava Plant, Talia Franchina, Tani Phillips, and Michaela Clutis. So the 2 Geck sisters. Have I got them confused? I must have, because this is Sienna Geck who's in 5th. So there's 2 Geck sisters.
Well, she was honouring her sister in the last race and trying to make up
so
some
apologies
points.
for the Gecks back home. I had not computed. I had not got that correct. But there you go. You put your hand up. I got that one wrong. There's another Geck here to watch. So
this is the Geck who we were speaking about before, who needs to make up about 200 points to get into the medals.
Yes, we were watching Hannah Geck. Sienna is in 5th. So well done, Hannah. Great racing for you. But
Hannah was just putting the feelers out for what she needed to do.
It's double for the Geck family. So Scott Rogers, Ehrlich, Taylor Dan, Fort, Geck, Meek Plant, Fran China, Phillips, and Clutis. So you think the winner will come from here, the second of 2-time finals. So Chloe Taylor, the Queenslander, leads the competition. She's got a 200-point advantage over Olivia Scott Rogers, and then Talia Franchina in 3rd, just ahead of Mia Ehrlich. And just back from there, Sienna Geck. So you're looking at it points-wise, you're really looking for those minor medals here at the moment, because I don't think they'll get far enough away to be able to contest with Chloe Taylor, as they all find a piece of room for themselves here. And Taylor, love to be the national champion, the Queenslander. She's had a great competition thus far. She won the high jump, she just won the javelin and the 200 meters as well. It was really only the 100 meter hurdles where she wasn't inside the top 3 place getters for an event. And right now she might try and win another, because she's in front here of this field, closely followed by Sienna Geck, who is in 5th. Hannah, her sister, ran the last race. So the 2 Geck sisters doing spectacular things in the heptathlon, but leading this out is the current competition leader in Chloe Taylor.
So Geck needs to find about 200 points to get onto the podium. On top of the podium right now is Taylor, and you can see why. She's leading with 350 metres to go, and she's got a good margin that is up her sleeve. It's a good battle between Scott Rogers and Franchina, because there's about 60 points that separate them. Scott Rogers wearing hip number 1, and then Franchina hip number 8-2. Moving up the back straight, it is Taylor who is ahead, but not by much, because Geck is really starting to close. And then going with them, Franchina, who has been able to close in the gap. She wants to be able to secure a medal, and she wants to be able to secure maybe a higher position than silver. So with the final 200 metres upon us, taking the lead is Geck. She's ahead of the competition leader in Taylor by about 5 metres. Going with her behind them, that is where we see Plant, who is the Victorian, who's wearing hip number 8, and then sweeping through. Have a look at Helrich. She's in 4th, and she wants to find herself on the podium. She needs a bit over 100 points, and she's giving herself the best opportunity imaginable. She'll storm through over the top of the rest of the field, and she'll win this race by almost 10 metres. And what's that going to do? She's thrown a spanner in the works now. She's upset them. What's going to happen here? Because she gave a really fast final 120 metres to give her a great chance to be able to go on top of the podium. We'll see what the calculations are able to do, but you could just see the adrenaline rush hit her in the final 120 metres, and she looked unstoppable, and she was.
Well, I'm watching here closely for this to update, Ethan. So we're waiting on the group ahead, but she's given herself 679 points there as Mia Ehrlich, so we're probably more watching for Talia Franchina and see what she winds up with, because these numbers yet to update. But what a storming finish there. It was really, to your point, giving herself every opportunity to come up for a medal. And we're waiting. Congratulations to all our competitors over the 7 events. As we said, 2 grueling days of competition in the heat, in the mix of events that are on offer here in a heptathlon. They've done a great job, and we're just waiting.
So you could see that the athletes who are in 4th and 5th in the standings really wanted to throw some spanners into the works, because Elric, as you said, Mitch, 679 points. That will take her total to 4,405. We'll see what Franchina is able to do, and it's just come through. So Franchina, 587 points after a time of 2:38.79, and she finishes on 4,431 points. So we think that is going to be good enough for a medal. There's the full heat results. So there's Ava Plant, who came in 3rd, 641. Points to 34.23, but I don't think there was any changes to our podium. I think we spoke about before, Chloe Taylor, she had a lead which was pretty much unassailable, and she will finish on 4,782. Olivia Scott Rogers, she does finish in 2nd by about 50 points, just over 4,486, and then Franchina keeps her place on the podium, 4,431. But only about 26 points away was Elric on 4,405. So what an incredible finish to that 800 metres. We thought it was all going to be set in stone with how it would play out, but right at the last gasp, there was a attempt just to try to shake up the standings, and in the end, Elric just finishes shy, but she has fired some warning shots as to what we can see next season. So there's the confirmed results. 4,782 for Taylor. Scott Rogers, 4,486. Franchina Bronze, 4,431. And Elric, 4,405. Geck, 4,295 for her.
So have a look at this next start, Ethan. This is the women's under 18 heptathlon final, and they've decided we're not going to separate these. We are going to put everybody in it. I was wondering while you were talking then, why are those red cones going out on the track?
Well,
what possible race could we be running where they need them from the start-finish line?
Do you know what's
We're
funny?
all there.
Because we have a monitor in front of us, so I could only see half of the athletes assemble. So that second group, I didn't actually see go to where they are. So when I'm working out the results, I'm thinking, oh, that's nice. All the girls are coming together taking a photo. Thankfully, I didn't say it because I've just realised from you pointing out, we're going to have, is it the waterfall start they call it?
The waterfall start,
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a start like this. I'm going to say since Little Athletics or somewhere like that. So this is awesome. I love seeing this. This is very exciting.
Well, our job just became certainly a lot more interesting. Tarabay, definitely an athlete that we will be watching and keeping an eye on. Because last time we had a look at the standings, she was in front. And she's still in front, so she's in front by about 300-ish points. Tarabay from Henry-Purcell. And then Leith, 4,319 points. So she's about 100 points behind Henry-Purcell.
So
Can they catch her?
Ethan,
Yes.
Maddie Tarabay's won every event except for the 100-metre hurdles.
Wow.
And where she was third. Now, Amani Mariahuhu, she hasn't been outside the top 5. And for Ella Leith, she's had a good second day, third in the 200, second in the javelin. So, Maddie Tarabay was the winner last year as well. So, she's been so dominant over the heptathlon in her junior ranks, and she seems to have an unassailable lead here at the moment, the Victorian. It's a credit to effort for her as their athletes make their way around the track. So the waterfall start, haven't seen that in quite some time. They've put them all on the line here, which you love, and there's 2 at least going for quick times. They make their way up the opening 200 metres, the whole group. You can tell the exhaustion of what 7 events will do to you, but these are some of the toughest athletes on the track in that they will continue to show up. That's Riley Frank, who's in front of, you guessed it, Maddie Tarabay, just behind her there. I've said she's won every event, the Victorian, except for the hurdles, which was the first event of this competition where she was third. If she can win 6 from 7, that would be some doing, wouldn't it? So she sits in second there behind the Queenslander, Riley Frank. 2:21 is Frank's fastest time. Tarabay's run 2:20. And they're poised here at the moment to go around that at 68 seconds through the opening 400 metres. But this is an ultra-talented athlete, and Maddie Tarabay just behind Riley Frank there, who sits a little further down. Looking for the minors as well in Amani Mariahuhu and Ella Leith too. A Victorian 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Caitlin Martin from New South Wales in 4th. But have a look at this. This is an all-out duel down the back straight between 2 class athletes.
So can it be a 6th event won from 7 starts for Maddie Tarabay? She's just going onto the shoulder of Frank from Queensland with about 200 metres to go. Frank responding really well. Tarabay winding up. Then next through is the Victorian, who's also got hip number 6 with her, and that is Martin, who's racing really well. And Leith, don't discount her. So Leith has just swung into 3rd place, and she's an athlete who is on the podium right now. But here we go. Tarabay, is she going to be able to win her 6th event of these heptathlon past few days? I think she's going to, because Frank is just falling behind, and Tarabay is going to make it 6 from 7. Tarabay crosses the line, the national champion. 2:21.21. Here's her unofficial winning time. She gets her 6th win. Frank finishes next through, and then after was Fell from New Zealand. But an impeccable heptathlon from Maddie Tarabay. Won every event, as Mitch said, other than the 100 hurdles yesterday. But since then, she has been unstoppable. It's been rounded down. She gets 807 points, running 2:21.20, and Frank 2:21.76. She fell 2:26.33.
So for Maddie Tarabay as well, she breaks the long-standing championship record of Elia Johnson, set back in 2013 of 5,532 points. She gets 5,597 points here in this competition. That is truly something special for the Victorian.
Just breathtaking what she's able to do. And as we said, Mitch, she's been able to win 6 of the events from 7 starts. And in the 100 hurdles, the only blemish in terms of that perfect first place performance, she came third in that. She was able to go 14.85, which is an amazing time. 5,597 points, as you said, Mitch. Wait, see how the rest of the medals are able to shake up.
So
Mariara Ehioghae, we expect to get the silver, so to Leith, we'll confirm that once it's all been finished.
So if that is correct, if that is the total there for Maddie Tarabay of 5,597, it's not only a championship record, it would be enough for an under-18 record as well. Mia Scary, 5,553 points set back in Melbourne in 2021. So if Maddie Tarabay has gone on to do that, she'll be the national record holder as well.
What more can you say? Because every time you just look into this, it's an extraordinary record which she is able to produce. She is just unstoppable, and she's going to be making the record books cross out and rewrite her name. 5,597 is what it's been confirmed to. Mariara Ehioghae, 5,116, and Leith 5,050.
That's amazing. If that's a national record, Ethan, that is amazing.
It's outstanding. That is just... I'm just lost for words, because what she's been able to do over, not just today, but over yesterday and individually.
Well, to win 6
is
events.
Exceptional. 7. That is just incredible. Well, where do we go from here? Well, I'll tell you what. Coming up right after the break, we're going to be having some 200-metre hurdles. There's a heap of them. Then we'll go through to some 4x400 metres, and then to round out, if you thought those distance races to end heptathons and multi-events were exciting, well, we've got some more coming up right after the break.
So back with track action, we're going to go down to an event that maybe some people, if they watch a lot of senior athletics, may have never seen. It's the 200-metre hurdle. So this is prior to our athletes being able to step up to the 400-metre hurdles. This is the in-between, between the 90 to the 400 metres. We get the 200-metre hurdles. We have 3 automatic qualifiers going out of these heats, and then we're going to look from 3 times from there, and these will be going through to a final. So it's Good, Ward, Keys, Hughes, Finlay, Toshak, Nair, and Cox. Heat number 1. Good start there. You can see that's Olivia Toshak from New South Wales off quickly, but have a look at the work of Halo Keys from Queensland. So Keys is in front of Toshak, wide there, Cox as well, and it'll be Cox who gets in just ahead of Keys. Toshak not far behind either, moving through nicely, but these two out here and clear. Just a little clip there, unfortunately. Keys continues to motor. Good now starting to make up some ground, so the top 3 will be through automatically, and it's Keys to Good. And then in lane number 9, Savannah Cox. Well done to Olivia Toshak, getting up and finishing off that race. We hope all okay. Of course, the hard part of hurdling, but our top 3 are through to that final.
Certainly are. It's next 3 fastest are able to progress in the under 15 200 Hurdles 0.6, by the way, is what the wind is. So thankfully, because we know with the winds, it can be a little tricky. There's a great shot of the photo finish for what we just saw in the race gone, with Keys just ahead of Good, but only just so Good. We're able to get access to this photo finish. As soon as the results come through, we'll be able to tell you, but it was a good start from both of them along the bend, and they've got 10 hurdles on the track they need to deal with, Mitch. So same with the 400-metre hurdles. They've got to navigate 10, which is a good preparation for them when they do step onto the track for 400-metre hurdles. But trying to squeeze in 10 hurdles in 200 metres is quite difficult. And then just even think about it with the 110-metre hurdles, how incredible those athletes are. So Keys 29.17 for them, for her, for Good 29.19 just behind. Cox gets the next big cue. Nair has got a little queue at the moment, so too Ward and Hughes.
It's one of those events, it's almost somewhat overstimulating to watch because it's so quick how much they're getting over these hurdles. You're used to it over the 90 metres, of course, but when you're seeing it dragged out further and still jumping the same amount as what we get in the 400-metre hurdles, it can be a little bit to take in.
So here's heat 2. Will be Harper Harding. There's a familiar name who you're seeing on your screen. She's starting in lane 9. Then Lola Vogel from Western Australia. Vadkes from Victoria in 7. King from WA in 6. Dixon, Victoria 5. Morton, Victoria 4. Cutfield, New South Wales. Gorstella from Victoria, who is in lane number 2. There's a full field. Top 3 go through to the final automatically. Then it is the next 3 fastest. It's a new event for these athletes. First time some of them would have been able to do them at a national championships. It's being presented to the field. There's the athletes to watch in Harper Harding. So we've seen some good results in Cutfield. Gorstella from Victoria. Heat 2, about to race. Harding did get a quick start, so too Vogel. Also King is out quickly. Harding's out the best. She's clearly got the lead as they work their way around the bend into the home straight. Gorstella from Victoria is holding on to second place. It's tight for third. Vadkes just ahead of King, and Dixon doing well. It's Harding stretching clear. Gorstella from Victoria, who's in lane 2, is racing nicely with King coming at her, but through the final barrier and through to the finish line. Harding's into the final. Then after her it is King and Gorstella that are next to her, 28.09 with a plus 1.1. It was an awesome race from Harding. She just really established the lead in the first 50 metres and was just able to hold on. And good to see that all of our competitors getting around their competition. Who's saw just Victorian have a fall, but glad that she's okay and glad she's feeling the love from all of the competitors. It's a competitive sport, not life and death, and when something like that happens, it's good to see that people are just able to get around and help an athlete who is in need. So there's a photo finish from Harding, who's on top, then King, and after her the Victorian and Gorstella finishes strongly for second place. I'm interested to see what the confirmed time is. It was a 28.0.
Yeah, she's got 28.10.
Wow.
That's something. Plus 1.1 the tail. Olivia King 31.4 and Cleo Gorstella 30.38 for her. So they're the big 3 cues. You can see Cutfield, Vogue, Morton, Vajitas and Dixon.
So at the moment, no little cues. Sorry, Mitch, coming from this race. All the little cues. So they're going to be made up from heat 1 just gone. And here are those results. There's Nair, who gets a little cue. Ward also gets one. And Hughes from Queensland takes out the final little cue. So you have to go sub 31 seconds to be racing in the final for the under 15 200 hurdles. 200 hurdles action is going to keep on keeping on because we've got the under 15s. You can see just walking back to their blocks. Heat number 1 almost ready to go, and just like the girls, this will be the first time for many of them that they are competing in this event at a national championships. Same thing for the girls, there's 2 heats, so it's top 3 I should say, then the next 3 fastest that progress into the final. It's a 10-lane track, and they're taking through 9.
So, Lowe, Sheldrick, Jed King, Keelan Drysdale, Leo Nash, Tyson Breziger, Kian Jayasuriya, and Hunter Etchells go out of heat number 1. We hope to see some clean hurdling. We've seen a few clips, a few moments here already for our women. Let's hope our men get through okay. It's a good field, like you said. They'll be stepping to this distance, some for the first time. Still 10 flights to get over. Top 3 go through automatically. The next 3 fastest times will be there alongside them tomorrow on the last day of the Australian Junior Championships. But for now, got to get your spot. First heat, men's under 15. All cleanly away. I like the work of Lowe there on the inside. He's first to the hurdles. Only just, though. They're all spread wide here. The Queenslanders seem to be in control with Etchells as well, the Western Australian now, making his way around this group. So Etchells gets the best of them. They all work down here to the finish line with 3 flights remaining. Just a little stutter step there, but manages to hold on. 1 more flight to go. So it's Etchells who leads out a little clip, but that's okay. He gets through there. Brezinger wasn't far. Neither was Nash inside Low. But maybe a couple of little nervous moments. That's probably natural in the hurdles though, isn't it? There's always a few. The Western Australian wins it.
He does, and you could just tell, other than those final 2 hurdles, he was very good at getting his stride patterns in. He had to work for it a bit, but was able to get a 1.3 to win, 27.18, the unofficial winning time for Chelsea's been confirmed, 27.16. Bessinger 27.33, and Nash gets the next little Q, a big Q rather, 28.03 for him. But at Chels, looked good, looked really good coming off the bend, and when you can clean up just those last 2 hurdles, expect maybe to be able to go sub 27. There's a look at the photo finish. At Chels lunges to the finish line, and then just behind him.
Well, Ethan, I was doing my best not to moz him.
Now, you have a habit of that.
I was doing my very best.
And you did well.
Thank you.
You did well.
Thank you.
You didn't completely moz, but you did well.
I think I part mozzed him. But he was too good of an athlete to fall for it.
I didn't think it was a thing. How can you part moz someone, but you've proven me wrong.
I've proven you wrong.
So heat number 2 about to come up. There's the results from heat 1. Brezinger 27.33 for him. Nash gets the next big Q. At the moment, the little Q times. If you are wondering what they are, because it's only the next 3 that will progress through to the final. It's 28.44, 29.77 and 30.51. That are the next times for the little Qs. And heat number 2 about to take off. So it'll be Levac in lane 2. Devery in lane 3, Brown 4, Lee 5, Hicks 6, Owusu Afriyi 7, Nielsen 8, and Farrugia, we're in number 9 from New South Wales. There's a look at our field. There's Brown from Victoria, Dervy from New South Wales, and Levick from New South Wales right in on the inside in lane 1, lane 2. how these boys go at doing it. Not for the first time ever, but for the first time at the National Championships for them. Out to find out. Fast start from the Victorian in Owusu Afriyie. Puts pressure onto Nielsen early. So too Faruja. Behind them doing well. It is the New South Wales athlete Endeavour. So too Levac from New South Wales. Into the home straight they come. And it is going to be Owusu Afriyie who is leading. Behind him Faruja in lane 8. He's putting pressure on him. Nielsen holding on to the next little queue with Hicks putting pressure onto him. But Faruja comes through, takes the lead, takes the win. Owusu Afriyie into the final. And then Nielsen as well progresses. Unfortunately, a bit of a race filled with carnage, but good to see we've got most of the athletes up and able to finish the race. Heroic performances from them, but in the end, Owusu Afriyie and Faruja and Nielsen in the final. The wind plus 3.4, so I don't know if that had anything to do with just how these athletes went and participated and went and raced, because we know that with the wind it can push them a bit too close to the hurdles than they wanted to. So I don't know if the wind for these young, inexperienced athletes played a role in it, but hope everybody is okay.
Yeah, we're still waiting down there for Elliot Lee from Western Australia. We hope he's all right. And 3 of the field here hit 3 different hurdles. Always looks hard when you're coming off the back of a hurdle like that. So for Elliot, we hope he's okay. We can see that medical staff and the AA team, of course, first to respond and help the young man where they can.
Officials as well quickly onto the scene. The medical staff going over and helping him. But the times, Faruja 27.33, Owusu Afriyie 27.98, Nielsen 29.14, and Hicks 29.28. So he does get a little cue after the second heat. Good to see that those athletes behind him, Devery and Brown, who picked themselves up and were able to finish, and I hope Lee is okay. So let's have a look at his summary of the race just gone, or the last 2 races just gone. Chells progresses as the fastest qualifier, then Faruja Breziger, 27.33 for him. Owusu Afriyie after, Nash next, and then Lowe gets one of the little cues. Hicks and Sheldrick make up the remaining little cues. So we take 9 through to the final, and there is a full list for the athletes who just missed out. So still some very good times, particularly for the 200 metre hurdles for these athletes for the first time that they've been able to do it at the National Championships.
So while we wait and hope for Elliot Lee, he's okay. Let's have a look at the high jump here. This is my favourite event, the high jump. It has quickly become my favourite event. That's William Gibson from Western Australia, the Queenslander, up and over as well. Look at this. They're just clearing for fun at this point, aren't they? Another of the Queenslanders. That's Sapasa, who's currently in 8th. He needs to get up over 75 to continue his competition. Here's Sturlop, the Victorian, who unfortunately missed at 70 not too long after. Now, here's Daniel Czech, another who's up and over this height, but waiting to get over the next at 75. Expo. Again, Ekpo, he's missed once at 75. He got up over there. He's still in the competition, but just having a look, we're back here with Che, who gets over. Have a look at him. He was pretty happy. Well, I thought he'd be happier about it. Here's Connor Clune. He's leading the competition. Look at that. Connor Clune, he hasn't even warmed up yet. He's just starting things out. Look at Duke Lamprey. We've seen him across the weekend. Again, up and over. Back to the Queenslanders. I mean, this is just a procession of clearing bars here at the moment. Ekpo, up and over.
You might have missed it. You just saw for half a second in the background.
Oh, we got another T-shirt. You beauty. Waters. Oh, my goodness gracious.
How good was that? Didn't even need the arms to lead. Just quickly arched over the bar.
My goodness.
But you could see in the background, Mitch, of that was one of the great sprint coaches, not just in Australia, but around the world, in Di Shepherd. And she was able to turn her expertise over to high jump, and we know her athlete Jonathan Cassiano just took out the under-20 gold in the long jump. So she's not just an excellent track coach, but a wonderful field coach.
She does it all, Di Shepherd. There's Cooper Friend. That was his second attempt at 175. He currently shares a piece of 5th place in this competition. Here's Ehioghae, who sits in 10th. But if he can get clear here, he'll share a piece of 3rd place. So how's that for a jumping comp? From 10th to potentially 3rd. If he can just get up and over here, everybody has their own little rhythm, own little idiosyncrasies that they do prior to a jump. And let's see whether the rock back cradle works. Just maybe into the bar more than up over the bar there. I don't know whether he was just a little bit further out than he would have liked to have been, but either or, he's got one more chance to stay in this competition here at our men's under 15 high jump. This is Saprasa, another of our Queenslanders. Again, similar to what we just saw with Ehioghae, looking to stay in the comp, but this is his last attempt, so he needs this to stay around. Look at Roberts practicing in the background. You see a couple more just getting their steps in. I think it might be Roberts jumping, actually. Saprasa was just early. So Lachlan Roberts, this would make sense. He is the last man jumping at the second round. Our women's 200-metre hurdles under 16 heat's about to kick off as well. I think we've got time to get in our man Roberts here. Here we go. Can he get over to avoid the 3rd attempt? Oh, gets over well. Good, clean jumping. Well done. That competition continues. Men's under 15 high jump. But we turn our attention back to the 200-metre hurdles. This is the first heat of our women's under 16 event. Top 3 go through to the final. Good start there from Queenslanders Asur Watam. So she's quick to the hurdles, but even faster than that was Matheson. So from New South Wales, absolutely flying over these hurdles here at the moment. Val Houston from Western Australia off to a good start as well. But in lane number 4, Alexia Matheson putting on a clinic here in the 200-metre hurdling. So Van Houston is strong on the outside. Top 3 go through automatically, but Alexia Matheson, slight stutter step. And it might be Van Houston that gets the win. Matheson did the work. Looked to me that Greenup would be the next one through. 29.22, 1.1 the tail. They're through to the final tomorrow.
It was a strong performance from Velthusen on the outside. She did get away really quickly. Matheson was just incredible around the bend. She was able to really slap the lead leg down and help her push through to the next hurdle. And then on the outside, Velthusen, she was just patient. She could sense that Matheson was in the lead, and when they came into the home straight, she was up by 2 or 3 metres, but Velthusen was just able to roll home on the outside and take the win, and more importantly, get through to the final. 29.23 confirmed for her, Velthusen. Then for Matheson, 29.41, and Greenup, 29.68. But as you said, Mitch, with a wind of 1.1, so thankfully it has died down from that +3 we saw. Just going to make it a little more comfortable for these athletes. And here's a look at the full results. So let's see what the little cues are. So Mitrovsky gets 30 metres, 30.62 I should say. Incenti 30.48. And Asur Watam 29.85.
Well, Alexia Matheson, she was the national champion last year in this event, so no surprises to see her back competing well. And Felicity Buser, the Victorian, who's going to go out of lane number 9 here, was second. Third was Layla Oliver. And Margaret Hobday, you wouldn't believe it, she was 4th. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all here in the second heat. You know what? 5th's here too. Sophia Cottrell.
So just a replay of the national final, minus the champion in Matheson.
So how's that? 2, 3, 4 and 5 all here.
All go in the 1. All go in the 1. Fascinating. Georgiopoulos as well, the silver medalist from the All Schools Championships. She'll be in lane 7. And going through the field, Hobday from Tasmania 2, Oliver 3. Hargreaves Scott from Victoria lane 4, Nealon 5, Cottrell 6, Georgiopoulos 7, Fraser 8, and Buzzer. Mitch said the silver medalist from last year. She will be starting in lane number 9, right on the outside. Top 3 will go through, and then the next 3 fastest. Hobday, Oliver, Hargreaves, Scott, Nealon, Trell, Georgiopoulos, Fraser, and Buzzer. Top 3, next 3 in. These athletes, this will be their second time doing it at a national championship, so they come in with a bit more experience. And this is also going to be the last time we see them do them at a national championships, at these national championships. Some of them who go to the All Schools Championships, they will do it there, but next year is when they shift to the 400 hurdles. Just being presented to the crowd, it's been a wonderful day of Australian track and field, not just here in Brisbane, but I'm sure you would have seen that Ehioghae Nikisha is able to run 9.84 with a plus 2.8. Becomes the fastest Australian ever under any conditions. A wonderful day for Australian track and field, and the day is still going. Clean start from Georgiopoulos, so too Buzzer from Queensland. Nealon out really quickly, moves past Cottrell and moves past Georgiopoulos. Fraser moving well, then Buzzer on the outside holding on nicely. Hobday from Tasmania coming through on the inside. Lifting is Georgiopoulos. She puts pressure on Buzzer. Can anybody catch Nealon? That's the question with 2 flights to go. She's in front by 5 metres. Buzzer moves away from Georgiopoulos and Hobday. In the final is Nealon, and joining her is going to be Buzzer and Georgiopoulos. 1.1 is the wind and 28.07 is the time unofficially. But Nealon, that is a statement from her.
Certainly is. What a run. Love the cuddle there as well. The big group all together. How lovely is that? So we've been talking about the sportswomanship and the sportsmanship on display. That was lovely. As we see this group's results pan up. So 28.06. For Eloise Newell, and Felicity Buser then goes 28.98. Kiara Georgiopoulos 29.15. So that's a quick second heat, but Nealon puts down the marker ahead of the final tomorrow.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we see at least 2 of the 3 little cues come from this race. And they have just come through, and Hobday and Cottrell do get those little cues. We'll see the full results come through. There's Hobday with the little cue of 29.52. Cottrell 30 seconds flat. Nealon 28.06. Buzzer 28.98. And Georgiopoulos 29.15. So they're the way the automatic qualifiers. And here's the full summary of the heats. Hobday, Ashel Watham 29.85 also gets a little cue, and Cottrell 30 seconds flat to go through to the under 16 200 hurdles final. Going to their blocks right now. It's next of our 200 metre hurdles. Now slightly different, Mitch. We've gone from 2 heats to 3 for the under 16. So now it becomes the top 2 go through to the final, and then it is the next 3 fastest that progress. So qualifying just a little more difficult.
Yeah, good amount of competitors here in this field. Emphasis on why it's rounded out here. We'll look for a few names. And in lane number 6, here in heat number 1, it's last year's national champ, Jaden Crosby. So Crosby, a big watch. He flew last year to win it in 26.84. He won it just ahead of New South Wales' Kyan Seal, and Jesse Brain was 3rd. So always love monitoring a national title defence. And Jaden Crosby's going to go in 6th, so he's 4 from the outside. He's in the black and yellow Let's hope he has a better day than we saw the Tigers at the G.
Good start there. So the national championship defence begins for Jaden Crosby. He's in lane number 6. The man gliding over the top of the hurdles. Yep, that's him. Into the final 100 metres now for the Western Australian. Top 2 go through, given there's 3 heats here, and Crosby's away from this field. It then goes to Ehioghae, who's now getting challenged by Eaton, and Eaton moves past on the challenge, but Jaden Crosby, he's done. He's home here now. The New South Welshman will get up. That's Thomas Eaton for the next automatic spot. Well done to King for getting back up after hitting that hurdle. I know that's hard. 25.90 plus 1.1 the tail. But the national champion hasn't lost a step from last year.
You described it perfectly, Mitch. He was gliding over the hurdles. He wasn't afraid to attack them as well. He really was aggressive, particularly on the bend with the hurdles, snapping the lead leg down and just allowing him to push through to the next hurdle. And he did it so well, Crosby. As you said, the national champion, come back here to defend his title in this age group, and he's done so in great style. Eaton, the next cue, and Ehioghae has a 27.68. So we'll wait and see after the next 2 heats if that is going to be good enough for him to be able to progress through to a final. You'd think so. You're going almost 27.5. And he's just gone sub 27.7 to go to 27.68. Was that good enough? I think so, but only time will be able to tell us.
He's nearly a second faster than last year. Jaden Crosby. So that's some good development.
And you made a good point, Mitch, before. And when it comes to defending a national title, in particularly these events, it is always fascinating to watch, because when the first time we see them in this age group is when they're under 15s. Now they're under 16, so they've had 2 years on being able to hone their craft. So you can tell if an athlete just wasn't picking it up in their first year, but now it's all starting to click for them, whereas the other events, we don't get to see that. With these events, that's when we get to see the talent just start to fold itself and craft itself into a
great point.
Great athlete.
Yeah, it's a great point. They're more green here at this point for this event, so even the way they work with their coaches, their support systems, to see how that development goes year on year. So Heat 2 is here, Ethan. It's the second of 3, don't forget, so only the first 2 are automatic.
There'll be Griff, who's on the inside in lane 2. There he is from Queensland. Jethny from Victoria, Sen. Then Paul Pratt, Edwards, Kim, Cook and Rogers that all make up this field that stretch from lanes 2 through to lane 9. Let's see how they go. Top 2, then the next 3 fastest are able to go through. Griff, Jethny, Hassan, Paul Pratt, watch for him, he's in 5. Edwards, Kim, Cook and Rogers. Good start from Rogers in lane 9. So too Cook. Kim out hard, puts pressure on Cook on his outside. Coming through from New South Wales, Paul Pratt in lane 5. Goes onto Kim's shoulder. Just has a fall, unfortunately, which allows the Victorian in Ascend to take the lead. Then going with him is Kim. Rogers not far behind. Charging away with it is the Victorian in Ascend. Next through, it's Kim over the final barrier. Ascend goes. In the final he is. Kim's able to ease up to take the next spot, and well done to Paul Pratt on being able to come through and finish the race. 26.93 with a plus 1.4. Ascend, the top qualifier.
I'll tell you what, he's still got some momentum down the home straight, didn't he, the New South Welshman? It looked unfortunate. I'd love to see a replay of that. It almost looked like he slipped. I don't think it was a clip of the hurdle. It looked like a slip, but hats off to him to get up and finish with intent. I know that's going to hurt. He looks like he's in pain now, so we hope he's all right. Obviously, the AA staff down there immediately, and our first aid officers as well, but we hope he's okay. He's done well to finish off, but well done to Anika Seen as well, the Victorian. Again, I would love to see that replay to see what happened.
Edwards, by the way, gets the little cue, 27.69. 26.92 confirmed for seeing. Then Kim, 27.79. Jethny, unfortunately for him, misses out on the little cue after running 8:06. So as we approach the final heat, it's Ehioghae who's run 27.68 for a little Q, Wyatt 27.77, and Edwards 27.96. That's how the little Qs shape up, because it's only the top two that go through to the final automatically, then it's the next two fastest.
Here's the replay. We're looking for the New South Welshman in blue. And you see there, he's just, I think he might have rolled his ankle or
It
just stepped awkward. I tell you what, if he's rolled his ankle or stepped awkwardly and finished off like that, that is unbelievable. For anyone who's rolled their ankle, I think they would understand just how painful that would be. And well done to it now. I mean, it was a dominant performance from the Victorian, but unfortunate there for Paul Pratt. So you'll see he stayed within 3.5 seconds of the field.
And it was such a heavy hit, wasn't it? So for him to be able to get up and continue, kudos to him. Hopefully he's all okay now.
Absolutely.
That is a brave performance from the young man.
So here's our third and final heat. Last year's silver and bronze medalist are here. Kyan Seal in lane 5 from New South Wales. And Jesse Brain, the Western Australian, second from the outside. We'll come back. We'll start again. So Bradshaw, Kolasakis, Finlay, Seal, Gornell, Kyle, Brain and Smiles. And like I said, in 5 from New South Wales, his last year's silver medalist. He was 0.06 of a second behind Jaden Crosby. And our bronze medalist, he was a 27.6 bronze medalist last year from Western Australia, Jesse Brain. He goes out of lane number 8. Green card means go, in which all of you can do that, because they're all there on the line. That analogy really fell apart on me.
All been clear to go.
All cleared to go. Here we go, the final heat for this men's under 16 200-metre hurdles. Good start here now. Our other two medalists from last year feature strongly, and off to a quick start is Kyan Seal. So Seal was silver last year. He's New South Welshman and Kyle there as well as they make their way into this home straight. Smiles from Queensland fighting on strongly. Slight stutter step behind. Just needs to maintain here the New South Welshman. He's gliding over the top of these hurdles as it is. Almost like they're not even there. So he's through. He gets home cleanly. Oh, it's a stutter. And it looks like Max Kyle, I think, will get it. It's an all-out throw to the line from Jimmy Smiles. You can't ask for more than that in terms of effort. Let's wait and see. Well, we're looking for what went across the line and when. First to get down there, I think that's Kyan Seal. So, again, we keep it focused on the sportsmanship. The whole field now down there. So, okay, so Kyan Seal 26.62, Max Kyle 27.14, and Jimmy Smiles 27.28 is through to that final. So, although the dive not ideal, it's enough to see him in a final.
So, very much can just take a big deep breath and have some relief on him. Would have definitely been in shock when it first happened and would have been thinking, how is that going to affect me? But he is in. Smiles into the finals. Mitch said 27.28. And also from New South Wales, Holsakis gets a little Q. Only 3 little Qs were given out in this. Wind minus 1.8. And Kosakis with a 27.57 gets the other little Q. Jesse Brain, unfortunately, just misses out 27.81. The 2 little Qs coming from this race. Smiles 27.28, the fastest non-automatic qualifier. Kosakis next, 27.57, and Ehioghae 27.68 is how the little Qs all form for the under 16 200-metre hurdles. Don't go anywhere on 7+. Mitch and I will be right back, because on the other side of it, we've got some 4x400 metres.
Hangover quote, or I was going to go Eminem.
Go on. Let's do it again. Ready? Countdown. 3, 2, 1.
Good one. Guess who's back? back again. And everyone would have gone, oh, these guys have lost it at day 5.
So what's the hangover one? Hang on. 3.
I'm trying to remember.
3, 2, 1.
I think they're in a room and they go, we are back.
Yes,
and then
that sounds right.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway, everybody, we're back. And Ethan hasn't lost it.
Borderline.
I'll put my hand up and saying that was a strange way to come out of a break. But if you are watching now, you will be, I think you'll be engaged in what's happening.
You're certainly questioning things.
Definitely wondering a couple of things. We've got mixed 4x400 metres under 20s. This will be fun. This will be a good time, I think. There's a few finalists from the individual 400 metres all competing here. New South Wales, Victoria, New Zealand, Western Australia, Queensland. Queensland looking for their first relay gold of these championships. I think they've got a good chance here.
Really?
I do.
Okay. Explain.
Xanthi Watts
Yes.
is out there. And, am I correct, Rose Ackland is there?
Bingo.
And who are the men? Jaden Cuttress, he's pretty handy. Right, okay. Xanthi Watts is a name that obviously jumps at me, given she's one of the fastest 400-metre individual runners of the year for the women's under 20.
Rose Ackland as well, of course.
Rose Ackland, of course.
And that just springs up.
The New South Wales team is pretty handy as well, I won't admit, because they've got Mariam Kamara to finish things off. Yeah, look, it's going to be a good relay, isn't it? I love relays. Relays get me excited. Relays, teamwork, action, baton changes, everybody's involved, everybody's invested. You know what your job is. Gets me G'd up.
And it's just so much can happen in so little time.
It's carnage, Ethan.
Particularly when the changeovers happen. And we've seen it not quite as dramatic as the 4x1s, but you see them race around the lap for about 50-odd seconds, a bit less than that. But then towards the end, when everybody's coming in all at once, they've got to change over in such a small section, don't they? And they've all got their hands out in front. They're all looking on the infield. They're all trying to push one another and then also not get pushed. So it's it's interesting. It is interesting, to say the least.
New South Wales, Victoria. Then we're going to roll through to New Zealand, Western Australia, and Team Queensland. Can they get their first relay gold here? They'd hope so. So away the mixed under 20 4x400 metres. We've spoken about it up here to the team watching on at home via 7+. Can the Queenslanders finally strike gold here at the National Championships via the relay? They're still waiting here, and moving through the middle of the track with some pace is Team New Zealand. So Queensland, New Zealand, I'll give it to New South Wales, then Victoria, WA. I think that's how they'll change here at the moment. But off to a hot start here are your Queenslanders. So they're working along nicely. That's Ryan Waters with the baton in hand. In pursuit from New Zealand is Harrison Day as they make their way here to the first changeover. So the Queenslanders, through Xanthi Watts, one of the fastest individual 400-metre runners of the year, is ready to go for this team. New Zealand, then New South Wales, Victoria and WA.
And they have just started off as rapidly as they did at the start of the race, have Queensland in this second leg. They've still got a commanding lead, but New South Wales putting themselves into the picture. They've gone past New Zealand at the cut-in. Behind them is Victoria. Western Australia are going to sit behind Victoria. They tried to just move in front, but not in the right position to in the end. It's Queensland leading with under 200 metres to go from New South Wales, who have been able to close rapidly in the opening 250 of this lap. They have got pressure from New Zealand behind them. Western Australia make a move now, go past New Zealand to the straight. Queensland in front by only 5 metres because New South Wales is coming. Forget that 5-metre lead. It's become about 10 because Queensland have found some speed and they've put it in this race at the perfect time.
Yeah, so Jaden Cuttress with it now. So Cuttress of Queensland leads out from New South Wales. Geez, they'd love to beat New South Wales, wouldn't they? They hate each other, these two. They would love to hold on to it.
and hold on to a gold medal here as well. So it's Fuller for New South Wales, just working off the back shoulder there of the Queenslander, and that gap is staying consistent, and will need to into the final changeover. So Queensland off well. That's Jaden Cattrus. New South Wales slowly, surely working back this lead via Luke Fuller. I say that now, and you can feel the venom from the Queenslanders. The state of origin at the front of this field. Maroonians out there in front. New South Wales in second. They're looking for their first national gold in the relays here, the Queenslanders. And Rose Ackland tasked with the job to hold off New South Wales in the way of Mariam Kamara.
What are we going to see in the final 350 metres? Queensland hit the mark first from New South Wales. She's got a tough deficit to overcome. She's got plenty of time and distance to be able to do it. New Zealand stretching away from Western Australia, who is fighting back, then Victoria come behind them. It's all Queensland at the moment. They're in front by almost 20 metres. New South Wales behind. They hit the 200 to go mark now, and Western Australia have launched. They've gone past New Zealand, and they have taken third place for their own. With about 120 to go for Queensland, they can come into this home straight to cover themselves in glory. They stretch away from New South Wales. Then behind them is Western Australia, Victoria and New Zealand, but it's all Queensland in front of the Brisbane sign, in their home state, in their home track. They get their first relay gold of these championships. New South Wales come through next, and Western Australia take home the bronze. It was a performance for the ages for Queensland, and Rose Ackland anchors them home to victory.
It's a great win, isn't it? What a time to win your first relay gold in the under-20 mixed 4x4. And it was set up perfectly. The way that team was constructed was to perfection. Never really challenged in the end, were they? They were out in front from the gun, and then they led it all the way to the tape. And New South Wales will be second. I don't know if they've been off the podium yet in a relay either. They've won plenty of them. They'll settle for silver here. The Western Australians as well, the sprint factory, good to get up for the bronze. But Queensland with Ryan Waters, Anthony Watts, Jaden Cattrus and Rose Ackland hold on here in the mixed under 24x4.
We just thought in that third lap, didn't we, Mitch, that New South Wales were making the right moves. They were ticking all the right boxes, and we thought, okay, they're winding up, they're building for something. They really are. But in the end, Queensland just thought, this is our relay. This is our home track. We're not going to let anyone but ourselves be on top of that podium. There's the confirmed time, 3:27.35 for Queensland. New South Wales, 3:29.06. And Western Australia, 3:31.53. Victoria after 3:32.66. And then it was New Zealand who finished after them. Well, we're going to have to calm back down because we need to build ourselves up again, because it's the under-17s and the under-18s 1,500 metres decathlon final that is coming up for you right after the break.
Kick things off here with a bit of an update on our men's under-15 high jump competition, because everybody was staying around the marker. Now, this is Connor Clune of New South Wales. Inevitably finishes up the leaderboard. This is Thomas Hunter from Queensland. Now, this was the guy we saw a little earlier who was just clearing them with ease. He's got magnificent technique in up over the bar. Now to Lachlan Roberts, who has some good hops in those legs. Let me tell you, he's not quite as tall as Thomas Hunter, but he's certainly got the ability to leap. He's back here now to continue his competition, and he did. This was to get up and over at 82. For Hunter, so Lachlan Roberts forced now to respond. Could he do it? And he did. So even he got up over 82. So 82 became an important marker because only those two got over. They both had a crack at 85, but missed. And in the end, what it goes back to is the fact that Thomas Hunter cleared 82 on the first round, and Lachlan Roberts got it cleared on the third. So because Hunter got it done first, he wins gold. Thomas Hunter wins it. Lachlan Roberts is second, and Connor Clune was third there at 179. The great competition then in the men's under 15 high jump, as we see marched out here on the track, is the final of our men's under 17 and under 18 decathlon.
So Mitch, you're probably going, why are they all out here at the same time if they're in two different races? They're not. So they've combined it.
They've brought them together.
Going to make it interesting. So there's 13 that are in the under 18s. And then for the under 17s, we've just got the 7. So the hip orders are a little confusing, but we will run you through it. So from what I can gauge, it's the under 18s who have the traditional 1s to 13s. And right now you can see how it says 21, 22, 23, 24. That is for the under 17s. So the under 17s start at hip 21 and run through to 27.
So we were talking about it earlier in Maddie Tarabay and how amazing she was. She gets the national record, championship record. Well, Harry Osborne has won everything except for the discus, where he came second to Cooper Nunn, who's in second place. He's won everything except for that.
That is unbelievable. So got time of 11:44 in the 100, 6:84 in the long jump, shot put 14:18, high jump 185, 450.81, 110 hurdles, 14:74, discus 39.92, pole vault 4 metres, and javelin 46 metres 47. For him, that is very impressive from him. And Cooper Nunn, likewise, but so now he's on 6,426. Now that's not his score after 10 events, that's his score after 9. That just shows how good he is. So he is well on track, I think, Mitch, to be able to get over 7,000 points. That will be the benchmark that he has set himself, I think.
Which would be pretty crazy when you look back, though. How about Cedric Dubler? 7,864 points when he was just a junior, under 18s, back in 2012. Then Ash Maloney had 7.5, and Jake Stein, Australian representative, a while on the Greater Western Sydney Giants list, and then the Gold Coast Suns. He got 7.427. So some good names in that.
Very prestigious names going there, not just in Australian sport, but also Australian track and field. Ash Maloney, Olympic Games bronze medalist, and now the 400 hurdles national bronze medalist. It's been a good transition he's made from the decathlon through to the 400 hurdles.
Well, got under 50 seconds at the national championships and a medal.
And he only really started training for it this season. In his first race, and it was in February, and he ran a 57 400 hurdles, so to shave almost 8 seconds off his PB.
Good to see him healthy through a whole year as well, Ash Maloney, and enjoying us.
That's the main part, isn't it? That is the main part. For the under 18s, by the way, Connor Brady is on top on 6,408. Now, he's from New Zealand, so if he does win, he gets one of those honorary medals, which is a great initiative from Australian Athletics. Now, Humdinge from Tasmania, 6,343 points. He's about 140 points ahead of Sanderson from Victoria, 6,203. And Cox, who's in the bronze medal position, he's on 5,482. So he's a little bit away from the top two, but he's got Fraser from the ACT, who's only 200 points away from him. So the medals may be in the under 18s just establish, but watch for Hundinge from Tasmania and Sanderson from Victoria, because they are going to have a fascinating battle between them. So we get underway in the under 17 1,500 metres, and it's Osborne, and for the under 18s as well. Osborne, who wears hip 1, then Nunn 2, Mason 3, Webb 4, then MacDonald 5, Watson 6, and then Vaing wearing hip 7. And for the next group of athletes, in fact for the under 17s, I should say it's Mason who's wearing hip 21, and then Webb 22, Watson 23, Vague 24, McDonald 25, Osborne 26, and Nunn 27. And then for the under 18s, wearing hip 1 is Crowley, Mitchell 2, Fraser 3, 704, Brady 5, Gregory 6, Hundage 7, Ong 8, Gunny 9, Sanderson 10, Cox 11, Smith 12, Kemp 13. So they're all packaged into the race for the under 17s and the under 18s, and leading through is Sanderson from Victoria.
So they come down this home straight, and the support from the crowd is so good to hear. I don't know whether we can hear it for those watching on at home, but you can certainly hear it and feel the energy here in the stadium, because 10 events, we were talking about how hard it is to do 7, to do 10 just seems criminal. It just seems cruel almost to put them through this, but these guys are hardened to the event, and they are some of the fittest athletes here. So
as they make their way on around. It looks like Zach Sanderson is leading out from Victoria and stretching away from this field at that. It'll be one of those events, you talk about it, there's always one or two events that these athletes think they'll pick up the most amount of points. I would wonder if this is one for Zach Sanderson, given he's run 4:51 in this under-18 event. I think he would like his chances here. And we're on watch in the under-17s as well for Harry Osborne, the Queenslander, who's won everything in this competition except for coming second in the discus. And he's on track to go over 7,000 points here tonight. These decathletes, they're amazing, and out in front is Sanderson leading out the under-18s. We'll get some scope on where the under-17s are.
Just look at him motor. He's out by almost 20 metres. That is remarkable. And it's Harnage from Tasmania, who is leading for the under-18s, just sitting in a good space for the under-18s. That's him sitting in second overall. Sanderson from Victoria, he's leading those under-18s. With Harnage sitting in second for the under-18s. Then next through, the Victorian in Crowley, he's in third place. Leading the under-17s, it's the Queenslander who is wearing hip 26 in Osborne. He's got about 120 to go in this lap. He just hits the relay ticks now and comes into the home straight. So with only about 450 metres to go, we'll keep an eye out on Osborne, who's had a sensational 9 events, and he's going to pick up another win here, I think, if all goes to plan. But with 1 lap to go, it's Sanderson on top.
So Sanderson finally gets joined with a little bit of company here from the Tasmanian, and it'll be a slight reprieve, though he would have loved to have continued to hold. So as they motor on down the back straight here, it is our Tasmanian who's doing a great job to maintain some tempo. I think that's Jasper Mason. So the final event here, everybody in the crowd, I'd recommend giving as much love and support and admiration as you can. You couldn't imagine where the headspace would go to and the body would be after 10 events. Have a look at this. What a charge down to the line this is. So give them a big round of applause as they make their way on through here. Sebastian Hardinge it is leading out, and he comes into the home straight, the Tasmanian, and it's been a big effort. He's picked them up late here in this under-18 event. 4:56 I have in front of me here was his best before this, and he's absolutely obliterated it here at the end of this decathlon. Look at that. Yeah, that's your time, 4:36.89. You do with that as you please as they make their way on down here. Sanderson led for so long, he'll be just under 4:50 himself. The Victorian comes on through here now. And our leader of the men's under-17 event, I think he's going to finish things off here as well. That's Harry Osborne, the Queenslander. Keep that love going, keep that support going, whether you know them or not. You have to respect them. To finish 10 events here in Brisbane, finish 10 events anywhere is hard, but here in Brisbane with the sun beaming down, the heat, everything else you've got to contend with. Have a look at the sprint finishes on some of these fellas. Not done yet. They're going to run it all the way out to the line through 10, aren't they? Of course they are. They're decathletes. They're the fittest, they're the strongest, they're the best at the track. They have one of the great pieces of camaraderie in athletics. And you can see it's a war zone at the finish line. They are everywhere as our final competitor in this men's under-18, 17 decathlon finishes things off. Well done. Your 10-event journey is over and just under 6 minutes to go with it. Congratulations, fellas. Kick those feet up. I don't know what you possibly do to recover after this, but I don't think anything's off limits. You've earned it.
Say what you will, but the decathletes and the heptathletes are the best athletes in the world. Not the best athletes in track and field, but the best athletes in the world. And what about the determination from Hardinge? He ended up running 4:36.88. So he has done enough to pit Brady on the line. So Brady, the New Zealand athlete, he will finish in second overall because Hardinge, that final 100 metres, just the determination of him. He knew that he had the event itself won, but he wasn't satisfied with it. He wanted to win it overall, and in the end he gets it. 7,043 points for him. For Brady for New Zealand, 6,966. Here's a look at the full under 18s and how do the minor medals shape up. So Crowley from Victoria, he gets the bronze across this line, going in 4:33.44. He finished this race in third for the 1,500 metres. And we'll see how that shakes up all the standings.
So what a way to end day number 5. Have a look at Hardnidge here to get down to the line to win it. And he looks at the clock and says, yeah, buddy. Does that say 36? He said, yes, big fella, it says 36. He's just shy of the 7,000 point mark, I think. Who cares when you run that time and you win the national gold medal?
So
there he is.
There's the full
results.
He
got over?
Got over it. 7,043 for Hardnidge. Brady, 6,966, and Sanderson 6,818. So they win by, or get on the podium by almost more than 1,000 points. But Hardnidge, national champion.
Over the 7,000. So how did Osborne go as well? Did he get over?
Let's find out
in the under
right
17s.
Now. So just shy. So he got 547 points. And gets 6,973. And by the way, in the under 18s, forgot to mention Cox. So he does get the bronze medal, 5,908 points. Brady gets a honorary silver. Of the Australian podium, Hardnidge, Sanderson, and then Cox. And for the under 17s, championship record, Mitch, for Osborne, 6,973 for him. Nunn, 5,780. And then Mason, 5,717.
Wow, congratulations, boys. That is amazing. That is such a hard event, grueling event. Here's the under-17s flashing up on screen here.
There's the times. McDonald, 4:55.30. Osborne, 5:02.29. And Mason, 5:04.60. 587 points for McDonald. Osborne, 547 points for him. And Mason, after he was able to get 534 points. And there is the official results confirmed. 6,973 to Nunn, 5,780, and Mason, bronze, 5,717.
So what a competition. So Osborne wins 8 of 10 events in the end, second in 2 others. How's that? So congratulations to all of our decathletes to round out day number 5. Congratulations to all of our athletes in general on their amazing efforts here. To you, Ethan, to Ella this morning, to our entire crew here. My goodness, they're outrageously good at what they do. We're going to be back tomorrow on apparently Monday, which is great to know, not just day 6.
Okay.
Finals everywhere, World Juniors up for grabs. The best of them, the women's 1,500, win it, you're in it. All of them have the qualifier. Thank you so much for joining us here today on 7+. This is Mitch Dyer, Ethan Quinn-Liver next to me, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.